Hello and welcome to this UI UX full course by Intellipaat. Remember the last time you scrolled on Instagram, ordered food from Swiggy or booked a movie ticket online. Behind this smooth and effortless experience, there is one key area, that is UI UX design. Without it, most apps and websites we use every day wouldn't feel as easy or enjoyable. So what exactly is UI UX design? In simple terms, it's the process of creating digital experience that is not just functional but also intuitive and enjoyable. UI stands for user interface, that is the visual side of the things like buttons, colors, layout and typography. On the other side, UX stands for user experience. How users interact with the product, how easy it is to navigate and how satisfied they feel at the end of the journey. Together, UI and UX make sure every tap, swipe and click feels natural. And the best part is that the importance of this field is growing faster than ever before. The global UX services market, valued at $4.68 billion in 2024, is projected to rise nearly $55 billion by 2032, growing at 36% every year. In India alone, there are 28,000 UI UX design job openings, offering salary ranging between 2 to 13 LPA. Looking at this rising demand, we have designed this course to give you a strong foundation in UI and UX. Throughout this lesson, we will explore what UI UX really is, the step involved in creating user-friendly design, and the tool professional use. So without any further delay, let's get started.
Instagram, Snapchat, BGMI. Ever wondered why you spend hours on these apps without even realizing it? Or why you keep coming back to your favorite shopping app? That's the magic of great UI and UX design. Study shows that 74% of users return to website with good mobile UX, and a well-designed UI can boost conversions by 200%. If you've ever thought about becoming a UI UX designer, you are in the right place. In this video, I will take you through the complete roadmap from learning the basics to landing your first job. Simply put, UI is how about an app looks. Colors, font, layouts. UX is about how it feels, smooth navigation, ease of use and solving users' problem. If you love making things visually stunning, UI design is for you. If you're more into improving user experience, go for UX. Or you can do both and become a product designer. Now, before jumping into roadmap, let's develop one crucial habit, observation. Look at this pen. Ever wondered why is it cylindrical and not square? Why does it have a rubber grip? What if I remove it? Will it be still comfortable? And this is how a UX designer thinks, always questioning design decision to improve usability. And if you're worried about AI replacing UX designer, don't be. AI will only automate repetitive tasks, leaving designer to focus on creativity and decision making. In fact, the demand for UX designer is skyrocketing with millions of jobs expected in future. But here's the catch. UX isn't just about making things look good. It's about making right decision choices. A cool looking pen that's uncomfortable to hold? Useless. A stunning website where user can't find a checkout button? Failure. That's why a good UX designer simplifies user journey and solves real problems. And the best part, you don't need a degree to start. With right mindset, skills and roadmap, you can break into this field and land your dream job. So without any further ado, let's see the roadmap. Let us break down this UI UX design roadmap with a clear timeline so you know what to expect. Firstly, you will start with understanding human decision making through concepts like BJ-Fogg's model and dual process theory. This foundation will take around 2 weeks. Next, dive into design thinking process. Empathize, define, ideate, prototype and test. This will take 1 month to understand and apply. Then move to product UI design tool to clarify product vision, define audience and understand business model. Give this around 2 weeks. After that, learn UX practice and how to present your work. This will take about 2 to 3 weeks. Then spend 1 month mastering UI design tool like Figma, Adobe XD and Sketch. Now focus on measuring impact through A/B testing and multivariate testing, which will take around 2 weeks. Follow it up with real project and mock design and spend 1 month here. Then explore UX best practices and AI tools, which will take another 2 weeks. Finally, spend your time on preparing and applying for jobs. Let us now explore each stage in detail. Alright, so if you're starting your journey in UI UX design, the very first thing you need to focus on is understanding how users think and make decisions. And trust me, this is the backbone of everything you will design later. So let me break it down. Imagine a user choosing Zomato or Swiggy over any food delivery application. It is just not a random click. And here comes BJ Fogg's model. According to this action happens when 3 things come together. First, the user has a motivation, that they are hungry. Second, they have ability, means the user can use the app easily because the UI, which is user interface, is very simple. The app is easy to use. And then there's a trigger, maybe a discount notification. This is exactly what you will study in the first week of the roadmap, which is how user think. Along with that, you will also explore dual process theory, which will help you understand that some decisions are made quickly, like reordering the same food, while others are more deliberate, like picking a new restaurant after reading the reviews. So once you have understood this psychological models, we will move on to design thinking process, where the real problem solving begins. It's a 5-step process. First, empathize. So understand what users are feeling or struggling with. Then define, clearly explain the problem they are facing. Then ideate, think of possible solution of that particular problem. Then prototype, build a rough version like a sample app or sketch of your solution. Then test, try it out with real user to see what works and what doesn't. For example, let's say you want to create an app for college students to track their assignment. First, talk to some student to understand their struggle. Maybe they forget deadlines or feel overwhelmed. Then based on those problems, design features like a reminder system or a visual calendar that actually solve their issue. That's what design thinking is all about, solving real problem by putting the users first. Now that you're aware of how user behave and how design thinking works, it's the time to learn the fundamental of UI UX design. This includes understanding of what makes a product usable and visually attractive. Start by exploring design laws such as proximity, contrast, and alignment, which guide how users interact with interfaces. Websites like lawofux.com are perfect for this. Simultaneously, dive into typography, visual hierarchy, and layout principles, which you will find well explained on uxhints.com. These topics are extremely important because they form the base of every design decision you will ever make. Once your theory is strong, jump directly into Figma, the best tool for UI UX beginner. Don't worry if it looks complex at first. Start small, replicate simple design from platforms like Behance, Dribble, or even an Instagram story or a resume template. Try tweaking font sizes, color, spacing. This helps you understand the impact of design element. And ask yourself, why is this button here? Why is this color? Why this spacing? This habit helps you think like a designer rather than just copying others. You can learn Figma from their official website or YouTube tutorial. Many are free and beginner friendly. After this, explore inspiration libraries like Mobin and Refro. These platforms showcase real mobile app designs, especially for products like banking, fitness, or travel app. Try to replicate at least one design per day and focus on why the designer chose certain layout icons and interaction. This builds your design decision making ability, which is crucial. Never make changes just because someone else did. Know exactly why you are designing something in a certain way. Once you feel comfortable designing mock interfaces, it's time to work on UX case studies. Let's say you are redesigning a budgeting app. Create a case study explaining how your layout changes helped users understand their expenses better. Upload these on Dribble or Behance not just to show what you made but why you made it. This showcases your problem-solving mindset to recruiters and clients. Then level up your technical toolkit by learning UI tool like Figma for interface layout, Adobe XD for animation, and Sketch for wireframing. For example, if you are designing a health tracker app, you might need wireframe in its Sketch, design it in Figma, and animate transition in Adobe XD. Along the way, always stick to core UI principle, maintain consistency in spacing, use color and font hierarchy smartly, and make sure it's usable by everyone, including those with visual impairments. Now comes validating your design decision. You can use A/B testing or multivariate testing. Suppose you create two versions of a homepage, one with minimal design and another with flashy banners. Testing might show that clean version increases user engagement by 30%. These results give you data back and confidence in your work. From here, dive into real-world design process. Redesign your college's canteen ordering app, take prompt from website like sharpen.design, or join community design challenges. Focus on reducing user frustration, improving navigation, and using accessible design practices like high contrast text and touch-friendly buttons. Now, with the rise of AI, learning to use AI tool in UI UX gives you a big edge. For example, use ChatGPT to write button text or error messages. Use Gamma.app to generate layout ideas, or UX Pilot to analyze your design and suggest improvement. Finally, start building your portfolio. Apply for internship, freelance gigs, or full-time jobs. Share your projects on LinkedIn with clear outcomes like redesigned a finance app and improved retention by 40%. Look for opportunities on Upwork, Fiverr, or even startup job boards. Remember, your portfolio isn't just your work, it's your story as problem solver. So that is all for this video. The complete roadmap for UI UX designer is given in the description below.
So we are going to learn about introduction to UI design. Okay. And then we will dive into the practical part of it. So first we are going to start with something called atomic design principles. So atomic design principle in UI is something which was created by someone called Brad Frost. So basically atomic design principle is what? If you look at the pages before or the after this, then you will have lot of clarity, and then we will revisit. So look at this page. This is a Spotify, mobile Spotify page, right? And if you see this is called heading, right? So heading is what? Heading is a typography. Heading has a typeface. Heading has a size. Heading has a strength, bold, medium, regular. Then heading has a color, right? So all these things, whatever you see in the UI means the visual part of the experience, whatever you see, these things, color, then button text, right? That what should be written inside, then section header, song title, the color of these, small icons, then the color of the play button, then top bar label. So talk about labels means the text that comes in the UI. You talk about colors, you talk about typography, you talk about shadow, you talk about outline. Every single thing, they are called subatomic particles. Because if I just say that you are creating a ride sharing app, and I say that the ride sharing app experience color should be yellow, does it solve any problem for it? It can be a ride sharing app, it can be a dating app, anything, right? So just color alone, so all these subatomic things that you see here, they don't solve any problem, but they are like your cell, they are like atoms, they are like the very finer ingredients of a food which doesn't make the food but help in building the food, right? And when we go little zoom out of it, this is where you will see that extremely fundamental UI components come to this space, atomic space. Like this is icon button, right? By the way, except icon buttons, there are so many type of buttons. On the top, if you see, these are all icon buttons. These are all tabs basically. Then the Google slide that you're seeing, this is a split button, right? One button for share, but a drop down for other actions. Then these are all what? These are all pills, or these are all avatars that are being added to this file. This is something which is happening. Then these are what? These are icon buttons. So buttons itself cannot do anything. I can create a blank page and write submit. That doesn't mean anything unless the context is built. But to build the context, we have these small elements which we are placing in the UI, like a photograph, like an icon button, like a slider, like, so we will go more in detail into the so many type of elements are there, atoms are there. We will learn all those atoms, because if we just say that I know hydrogen atom and oxygen atom, then you will be only able to visualize water, H2O, right? But when you can think about all the atoms together, the combinations create different elements, different compounds, right? So same, this is like a easy chemistry class, like that. So when I go out of this level, we just zoom out. Something is called molecules. So what is molecule? If you look at one particular group like this, look at the Spotify thing that I have here, right? So in Spotify, let's say I'm going to this this daily mix, and here every row that you see, the row has a lot of atoms, like a play button. It has a small image, it has text, it has a indication showing that I have downloaded or not, and it has more text, and it has a button at the end, a button in the beginning, a button at the end, and a lot of text. And the font that is used is the subatomic thing. The color that is changing on hover is a subatomic thing. But together, if you see, this is one element which is such a great element that it can be copied for any song. Agreed? So they have created a molecule, and that molecule will spread like virus across Spotify. Bring your song, we are going to render it like this, right? So this is something which we are saying is a molecule. A molecule is a collection of atoms. When we look at this heart icon, this one, whether I have added to playlist or not, this is an atom icon button. But when an icon button, so basically an atom doesn't make much sense in a UI, but a molecule starts making sense. But look at this entire place, this scrollable thing, which I'm scrolling like this. The entire thing that you see here, collection of atoms, collection of molecules that is happening here. What is this being said? This is called an organism. So basically, when we group all those molecules together, all these molecules come and sit together, and then they start making larger sense. This is for my daily mix one. If I just look at Madhubala from Amit Trivedi, it is a song in itself, it is great. But then when I add Madhubala to a playlist of Amit Trivedi, that becomes part of that system where I can go and I can see similar songs or other songs from the same composer. So that level is called organism. And when lot of organisms, like this is one organism, but when I scroll below, you will see you might also like, this is also an organism, right? Where you can see that, oh, 4 cards. So I'll just add pop quiz. What do you think this particular card is? Atom, molecule, organism, what do you think? It's a molecule. And when we have 4 molecules, this is a organism. So one organism, second organism is this, third organism is this, right? So this organism, and you can also contradict and say that, okay, why can't we say this as a molecule? Okay, you can say this is a molecule, one molecule on the top, one organism sandwiched, and another organism. Together, they are creating what? They are creating a template, right? So as you can see this page, molecule, molecule, organism, molecule, molecule, creating a page. Yes, these are commonly used terms in the industry, especially if you are part of a design system team. And when we are talking, atomic design principles are industry established terms. So you can say that I'm working on the molecule of this component. And if that person doesn't know, that means that person hasn't studied atomic design principles. So you can use these terms and it will be valued because you know this principle. Okay. Now, when we look at, these separate templates, so collection of templates are creating pages, right? So one of the template of Spotify is this. This is a template, daily mix. But let's say I go back to, I can go back, expand your library, and let's say I close this. I go to home. So home is a different page. Home has different set of organisms and molecules, right? So combination of templates creates unique pages. So there can be separate, templates. Like when we are looking at daily mix one, this is what this entire thing is a template, right? And when we are going back and when we are looking at, let's say daily mix 5, and this is another template. So basically this page, the home page, lets me go to all these different templates. But this is also a template. And so all these things, wherever we go, they are called the pages. So in Figma, you have to think like atomic design principles while creating your designs. You cannot create a design if you just look at the template or the page at a go. If you try to design something from a template level, it becomes extremely challenging. But when we look at how Spotify's beauty comes is that let 1 million songs come to Spotify. Will Spotify be able to handle or not? Yes. If 100 billion or 1 billion songs come, they are also going to handle it. So basically, the UI is created in a way that the pattern of the UX represented through the UI is scalable. So this is one important pattern, guys, which you should always keep in your mind when you are designing, which is called design for scalability. You should not design in a way, suppose the same design if you had created with only 4 different cards, and we can see it if you go to Amazon Prime and all. Now this is a pattern which is a pattern which is widely recognized across OTT apps and all, where the amount of information is so big, and because it is kind of music and movies and something which is different for different people, we will have a different music choices, right? So look at the scalability of Spotify, that it's not only scalable, but it's suggested, basically I'll say customizable, and in bracket I will write automatic. So automatically it is customizing based on the audience needs, isn't it? Whatever my history of listening to music is what you guys are seeing. And many of you might be thinking, oh my, who listens to this music these days? Because all of us Spotify will look different. So when you are handling so much of ambiguity in a product like Spotify, you don't know which audience will come, from which country will come, from which language will come. We don't know what kind of music is available to them. We don't know what is their preferences. But we will do, if you guys have installed Spotify, you will see in the onboarding experience, they check with you that what is your preference, some artists that you like, so that they get some starting data to make suggestions to you. So this suggestive experience is something where you can say this is proactively suggestive, right? Proactively suggestive means, did I ask to Spotify to create my daily mix? So isn't it delightful for me that someone has done something without me asking it to do? And that itself is also scalable. Based on the intensity of my time I spend with Spotify, I can get 8 daily mix also. Sometimes I'll get 4 daily mix. So, and many times it has happened that when I click on these things, I will discover songs which otherwise I've never listened before, right? So when you are designing this is an Oscar winning design. If there was an award for design, Spotify is that kind of a design. It is so beautiful, and it is a experience which is B2C, but at the same time, the scalability looks like B2B scalability. So much of data inside, but it doesn't feel overwhelming. It feels so welcoming, right? So basically, when you are creating these things as a designer, as a UI designer, we are looking at all the different atoms. We are looking at, okay, we have to create. So let's say we just remove all these things from our brain, and we will see that we will create sections of information. So first section is made for me. Second is your top mixes. Third is recently played. But look at something. The design is created in a way where just looking at it, you will feel that there is a scroll. How do you feel there is a scroll? What makes you feel there is a scroll here? I mean, this is not the end of it. Just because the images are getting cut, see, right? So because this 1 row, 2 row, 3 row, the third row is being cut, what do you call the gap between your top mixes and this? Will you call it atomic thing or subatomic thing? The gaps are subatomic, right? So just change the subatomic distance between these sections. Just reduce it in a way that you are going to see all these 3 things completely. It is not going to get cut. If you hover on these things, are you able to see that there is a gray outline across? There is a box around, right? So you will say that what made them decide that the subatomic distance between these 2 cards is going to be this. So on hover, you'll be able to see that it's exactly the hover state of the cards stuck to each other without any single pixel gap, right? Right? They're right next to each other, these 2 cards. And in the rest state, that doubles the distance between them, and this is why you see the gap between the cards like this, right? So we will learn about creating all these components from scratch, and how you can control them, because sometimes you'll feel that, okay, what if I want to reduce this border around the card by say 2 pixels all around, and then I want to see, yeah. So Salma, if you see on hover, are you seeing this light gray box around? There is a light gray box. So when I'm not doing hover, just see the gap between these two cards, daily mix 1 and daily mix 2. So the gap, if someone asks you that what is the rationale behind this gap? Why did you choose this gap between them? So it is to respect the hover state. That's all. If there is no hover state, you will not be able to understand which card you are selecting currently, right? And on hover state, we want to encompass all the metadata across like this, right? So if you look at the hover state of these two cards, that is deciding the gap between these two cards at the rest state also. So I'm just trying to emphasize the importance of the subatomic component, which is gap between objects, right? The gap between objects makes the interface look relaxed, makes it look cluttered, all these things, right? So Spotify is a great example to study UX basically. So now when we look at the other stuff from here, so I guess atomic design principle, whatever we understood is that you have to respect stuff, and all these things that you see in the Spotify example, the color, the typography, the color of the hover state, the color of this green button. See, when I hover on the button, the size of the button increases. So from this subatomic thing, this green thing is the atomic thing. Together with this thing is a molecule. All these molecules combined has created an organism. All these organisms combined and created a template, and together these molecules, organisms together, they created a page, right? So this is basically atomic design, that you have to understand how things are built from inside, right? And then how they're together, how they're affecting the user experience, the usability part. Like how I was talking about that the scroll usability is achieved by the subatomic gap between each organism, right? So this is an organism, this is another organism. The gap between them decides the usability of scrolling. That important, right? So now we will look at some other stuff in UI elements. So UI elements are basically the different building blocks of an interface. So when you are creating an interface, so what are UI elements? If I show you any experience, we can go to Airbnb, and when you look at it, and we will also go to Make My Trip. We will also go to, let's say, Netflix. Okay. Now let us look at these things. So when I go to this Airbnb thing, and when I click these things, right? So what you see here is basically called a drop down. What you see here, they are basically called list, right? So this is one of the example of a card format of a list, which is a rich list. Then all these things on the top that you see here, this is check-in date. This is a date component. This is a button component. And what is this component called? So this is a toggle component or a switch component, right? Then when you click here, you will be able to see what are these things called. These are called tab component. These are called tabs, right? So any type, to room, to entire home, whatever you choose, you will get the result. Then these amenities, Wi-Fi, kitchen, they are all quick filters in the form of pills, right? Then what are these things called? These are called accordions. So in a way, if you look at this entire experience, and when you look at this accordion, you are going to see all these are all checkbox components. So if you see, the building block of a user experience interface is made up of all these different sort of elements and components, you know. So all these things on the tops, they are all, if you click on cabins, you're going to see only cabins. If you click treehouse, so these are basically called tabs. So we are going to learn about all these different components, because once we understand the importance of these components, And if you guys remember, we were discussing our Make My Trip thing. Some people did it with tabs, some did it with radio buttons, some did it with drop downs. So the decisions, which kind of elements we should use, is something that we can do only when we learn about these components. And from there, we're going to jump into design systems also. So I'm going to open our Figma, and then when I click on home, I can click on explore community in our Figma, because we're going to do it side by side. Community, and we'll look for material design. So material 3 design kit. This is a design system created by Google. So I'm opening this file in Figma. Okay. And on the left hand side, you will see app bar, badge, button, cards, carousel, checkbox, right? Chips, date pickers. Like this, there are so many components. And when you are going to give interview, you will be asked if you have worked on anything using a design system. So design system is basically a shop. It's kind of a shop where all these things are kept, and they are all, you can borrow these things and you can start building your designs by using them. So we are going to deep dive into this aspect of UI. So let's say I go to my this part. So UI elements are basically all those different, I would say, atoms. And when you use those atoms and you combine them, then you create different molecules, and different molecules solve different purpose, and together collection of molecules or organisms create a larger purpose. So let us look at them. So there are 3 types, and you will find online there are different ways people have classified them. So some elements are input elements, some are output elements, some are helper elements. So input elements are like checkbox. So when do you use checkbox? When you have to select multiple options from a list. That the same example when we saw Airbnb. In Airbnb, when we are looking for something and we go to filters, and when we look at this property type, or let's say accessibility features, I may want to look for a step-free bedroom access. I may also want to look for a toilet grab bar and a shower grab bar. So what is happening is that because I am applying these filters through checkbox, I am seeing only one place which meets my specific need, right? So this is where a checkbox component is used. Then radio button. So where do we use radio button? Radio buttons are used when a unique decision has to be made. You cannot go one way and at the same time round trip, right? So I will open this example which I have shown to many students. When you go to Amazon, right? And let me look for pencil box, right? Now on the left hand side, if you see, brands checkbox makes sense, right? Fun Blast, Skytech. Anyways, pencil box you will not be able to relate. Let me take shoes. So brands make sense, guys. Puma, Adidas, 2 brands I'm going to look at, right? But then delivery day, get it by tomorrow and get it in 2 days. See, you cannot choose both. Then which component it should be? Checkbox or radio button? So they are using checkbox to do the job of radio button here. But as a designer, if you got a chance to do an internship in Amazon, you can bring it up, and then you have to find Amazon, where are they using radio button? And then maybe because it is such a huge company, Amazon, that people are thinking that, oh, it is here, maybe this is how it should be. But keep a hand in your heart and then ask yourself whether it should be radio button or checkbox. See, these are all radio options. I cannot choose a black and a white both. In a way, these are radio options only, right? That I can choose only one, so that I'm specific with my use case. And I have seen radio button options in places. I think it is something which is a highly overlooked pattern in Amazon. But as a UX designer, as a UI designer, these are small nuances where you take decisions that I will use radio button or checkbox, right? These are all radio buttons. So if you look at them, they are radio button, but they are complex radio button, right? Because A lot of text is also written to it. What is the difference between this radio button and this radio button? Are they the same component? Yes. So that means you have two versions of radio buttons. And here, because there is a story behind it, student, see, a huge tooltip is coming. This is a component which is called tooltip. Now, tooltips are informational components. It is not an input or output component, right? It is for information. But round trip, do I need information? Multicity, do I need information? No. That's why it doesn't have the tooltip thing. But both are doing the same job of radio button here. Now, if we go to drop down, what is drop down? So when we go to Airbnb and when we click here, search destination. Now this is a drop down, right? Same way when you look at Netflix, and Netflix, let us go to movies. So here you will see a drop down. See, these are called drop downs. So drop down means there is an entry point, and the entry point opens lot of options for you to choose from. That is a drop down, and drop downs are heavily used. All these three are, you can see, these are bread and butter for UI UX designer. Every day they have to use one or the other. Then combo box. So combo box is a extremely special component. So in drop down, let's say I have a drop down of not only these small amount of data, but huge data, right? So I will open, this is Microsoft's React component database. And if you open combo box, I'll be able to show you the use cases. So combo box are like, let's say I go here, I can choose cat and choose dog, right? This is a drop down. But then there are complex options. So when I go to a drop down, the drop down is complex. Then there are some custom options where it's divided into make my trips radio button part. So both of them makes you choose one option only. But this one, this component is a custom need of make my trip only. That kind of radio button is very difficult. I mean, it is a very unique requirement they had, that the radio button should also talk about the details of the context, applicable only for students above 12 years of age. Now, why do you think this was useful for the users? Because if this information, just remove this information and treat it in the same way like this, one way round trip multicity, regular student, senior citizen, like this. But then when you go and try to complete your checkout, then you will feel that, oh, I don't meet this criteria, 12 years of age. Then what is the experience? You have to again start from scratch. Is it a good experience? No, bad UX. So in order to stop that thing from happening, they wanted a radio button with an elaborate tooltip, which will talk about the condition of the radio button. But the same is not required for this, because one-way round-trip multicity is a very straightforward thing. So that in order to tackle it, because they are separate and specific things, and you can look at how clear trip, how did they solve the same problem? So when you go here, so here, senior citizen fair, see, they are doing the same thing, right? This is a extremely confusing way. I mean, clear trip UX team is like it's going to become a use case soon, the way they have created. They have pills, and pills have cross to get rid of it. I think Make My Trip did a much better job of choosing the right component for communicating. They didn't have this drop down thing. No, one adult, everything is a drop down, and from there you go and you get things done. Economy, business, first class. See, here you can switch between them. And then if I want to add children, how do you add it? You cannot add child to, because it is senior citizen. But if you go here, then you can add like this. And then again, you have to edit, you have to go here. I feel the Make My Trip one is much better. That's why, they have used two different types of radio buttons here. And what these people have used, clear trip folks, they have used a drop down to choose the type of trip. And they have used, these are called pills. Pills with cross. It's a different component. So, by the way, guys, we were doing this, the combo box thing. Combo box is going to be a really useful component for a variety of things. Let's say, sometimes your drop down needs to have two categories. you can create with combo box. In Microsoft, we use combo box extensively. Schedule a meeting, then combo box. If you choose, there are, filtering combo boxes. Okay, I think multi-select. Yeah, this is the one where things get interesting. This is a combo box. This is a drop down with a check box. Now, once I click outside, look at the pattern. Chosen pets, right? So what if you have selected more options than added? So all these things needs to be solved by a UX designer. Then multi-select with tags. So when you keep on selecting, these are the tags which comes with a cross. So you can get it that how extensive these combo box components are. It can come as comma separated. It can come as grouped. So extremely like a robust component combo box. Okay. Then we have buttons, absolutely input elements. Different types of buttons we'll know. Then we have toggle, on and off toggle, right? So it is just a switch, and we saw it in Airbnb. Display total before taxes, display total after taxes, right? A switch which changes or impacts the entire interface. That is a toggle. Change to switch to dark theme, switch to light theme, like that. Okay. Then we have input field. So when you are signing up for an experience, you have input fields where you add your details. It's up to you, whatever you want to add. But sometimes they come with conditions, right? Sometimes they come with conflict. Let's say you are creating a sign up experience, right? And the email that you have added, it's already there. So what is it going to say? Email already exists. Or you have added an invalid email. So in order to prevent bad data from entering the system can check the email's validity and it will tell email is validated, right? Same with password. A lot of conditions are added to passwords. And input fields can be really big. And input fields is a complex component. We'll look at them while we're creating some flows. Then date picker component. See, all these experiences, date picker is an important part of travel experiences, vacation experiences and all, right? And then confirmation dialogues. So when we have these, something is happening, and then let's say you have selected many things and you have about to delete something, that time it kind of brings in this kind of dialogues that are you sure you want to do, or you don't want to do, what do you want to do, all those things come up. Then we have this slider experience. So slider experience, I think we all saw it in Amazon while we were doing shoes. See, this is a slider, price slider, right? But see, sliders are sometimes not that great. Have you heard about Grow trading demat, right? So Grow mutual fund calculator. Look at this slider behavior. It is very, very sensitive. I will try to increase. Let's say I want to make it 3,000, 30,000 rupees. I'm like, it is not snappy slider, right? Sometimes it will be 179, 500, and I'm like a little bit like that, I'm not able to make it 180 like that. So that's why they have a fallback. You can come here and type like this. So these are sliders. Then we have steppers, plus minus. In Airbnb, when you go to filter, see stepper. Where did we see stepper before it? Remember in the clear trip example, stepper, right? These are stepper. Then we have alerts. So these are, by the way, these are all the input elements that we just covered. There are some output elements. Output elements are not that big, so I think we can cover it. So sometimes the system brings some messages. Let's say you have a field which is already in the name of telephone, and you are about to save another telephone. So that time alert will come that the same thing exists. Do you want to override? Do you want to keep both? All those things. But when you look at all these four different things, because of accessibility, whenever we look at alerts, it is also associated with an icon. because a colorblind person is going to see all these four in gray, different shades of gray, right? So a critical alert, a warning alert, an info alert, a success alert, different types of alert comes, right? So the color should not be the only deciding factor for the alerts. That's the point. Rest it comes on the top. Sometimes it comes with a button to take an action. Sometimes it comes with two buttons. Sometimes it comes with an expander where you can expand and you can look at, read details about the alerts. Many things can happen, right? And then toast messages. So when you publish something, save something, right? You made a purchase successfully in Amazon. A toast message comes from the bottom of the screen, or sometimes on the top of the screen, stays for some time and then it disappears. It says that purchase successful, all those things. Then badge is a component where it's quite common component. All of us have seen it thousands of times. So this is where, things are happening inside components and the counters are telling you how many things you haven't checked. So this is the batch component. In Figma, creating a batch component is little tricky. We will look at it today. Okay. Then we have, I think we have few output elements. So we can cover the output elements. So if you look at these are charts, right? So charts are integral part of many dashboards and all. So they are output. So data visualization helps you understand a lot of complexities in simple ways. Look at your smartwatch. Smartwatch tells you how much steps you have walked over the last 7 days. So looking at it, you can immediately understand the trend that is happening. Are you walking a lot or you are walking less, right? So charts are not part of any business application anymore. It is part of our everyday life. Screen time that you're using in your phones, how much time you're spending on Instagram and all those things, So charts and data visualizations, they are also UI elements. Then we have helper elements, which are navigational. So what do you mean by navigation is that suppose you want to go from Noida to Delhi, then you will have to go through, you have to follow your GPS, you have to follow a route, come back, all those things. Maybe from a place in Noida, you have to go to the metro station through auto. Then metro, you have to go to the nearest stop to your destination in Delhi. Then again take an auto. So you are changing your context, you're changing your commute to reach from point A to point B. Similarly, in an experience, you sometimes need to do a lot of stuff. Like in Make My Trip, let's say I select from this date to this date, and if I'm clicking on search, then it's bringing me results. And then I feel that, okay, I have come to this point, but what if I want to change my date or change the way of my trip? So I can go here and I can change it to round trip from here. And I can change my, let's say New Delhi to Goa, Friday, Jan 31, search. And then there's a return date requirement also. So I can choose my return date as 7th and search. So while this is happening, I want to go back to the starting experience, right? I'm inside the mesh of Make My Trip. So how do I go back? So this Make My Trip thing on the top, if I click, I go back to the first page. So, either you have a back button or you have this, the branding acting as a pivot to take you to home. So I'm here and I'm looking at a lot of stuff, but when I click on Netflix, I'm back to the starting point of the experience, which is my home, right? Either I can put it as home or all. And many times it happens that, let us go to this Spotify experience. If I go to Daily Mix and on hovering, you can see there are these 3 dots. These 3 dots, by the way, guys, is an extremely important thing in UX. Yes, you can use breadcrumbs also. Breadcrumbs make your UX look cluttered. So when you look at this UX, these 3 dots has a extremely important significance in UX, because to declutter a lot of stuff, this is called an overflow menu. So when you click, lot of things come from inside, right? When you do hover and click this, a lot of things come from inside. So basically, this is an overflow menu which brings a set of options which I can choose from. This is also known as kebab menu, or ellipsis. So please keep in mind that this is ellipsis, also known as 3 dots. So when you create your portfolio or something, this will come again and again, ellipsis or 3 dots or kebab menu. Hamburger menu is something which, opens up, it opens up a lot of navigational things on the left, that I want to be in the home page, I want to be in the subscription page, I want to be in some other page, something like that. Then we have bento box. Bento box is a thing which happens even beyond the hamburger menu, because it opens up system of products. Let's say Zomato is a system. Under Zomato there is 3 more companies. So if you are a partner of all these companies, you are a restaurant who has partnered with Zomato, you are a restaurant who is getting the raw materials from Zomato, which is another company from Zomato. So from here you can switch the applications, Zomato to that, all those things. Then we have navigational menus. So these are all different ways we are navigating. Let us say, when you look at these Amazon experiences, we are navigating through all these things from the top. Basically, it's a huge universe of products that is here in Amazon, right? So when you come here, we navigate through these things first. So we have all these groups of information. This is how information architectures are created. So every place, where you have a section, we have collection of similar objectives, products from artisans and women-owned brands. And then when you click on explore more, what happens is that you enter into that universe of only those specific things. But always I can come back out of it. And the UX, if you guys have observed it, what just happened is, see, if I explore it from here, up to 70% off, see all offers, right? And then I'm seeing so many things. And when I do back, do you see what happened here? I come to the place where I, entered. This is user experience design. Because if it started from the top, I would be lost, right, in my navigation. So when I scroll, and it is a small decision which a designer may have taken, a product team may have taken, and the engineers had to solve it, that it will retain the scroll position. So up to 75% off, when I click here, and when I come back, I am here. Okay. So these are all navigational things. Then we have list of links. So list of links is also something which you may have seen in Myntra and Amazon. So let's say Myntra, when, I'm selecting something, and here when I'm clicking on plus 14 more, see a list of things appear. So if I look at shoes can be, so many brands can be there, right? So when I click plus 748 more, this is how this whole component can make you scroll through all the possible brands. This alphabetical navigation helps you immediately go to the places where you want. So this is helping you navigate with ease. And what is the UX thing that you are feeling delighted about? What do you observe when I click on O? So only the O things are highlighted, rest of the things are muted, right? Such a delightful user experience, this one. Okay, like this. So now we will go to the other components that we have. Accordions. So accordions are a beast in UX. Accordions appear so many places. Look at your Intellipaat website. Where did you guys remember seeing accordions? So when you scroll, see FAQ, right? So accordions are also going to be extremely heavily utilized components in your design. Accordions helps you expand and collapse sections. It can expand and collapse navigational things, actionable things, anything. Anything can come inside this. That is the beauty of accordions. Breadcrumbs, basically when you click on home, then click on settings, then on customization, then basically you can see all these things are, they keep on generating in the interface, and I can click on any one of them to go back, like that. Okay, then we'll go to pagination. So pagination, if you guys remember, in Amazon we have pagination. So when you click on international brands, and let's click on this instant pot, or let's search instant pot. So when I go below, see this pagination happens. Even a pagination pattern is also very unique. So when you are in the first part, first page, previous is disabled. You are seeing 1, 2, 3, then 3 dots, then 7. When you click on 2, the previous thing is now active. You are seeing 1, 2, 3, and 7. Again, when you do next, you are seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, and 3 dot and 7. Again, when you click, you will see at every stage the component changes, and after some time it finds a stability. So you'll see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think this is not the right example, but you see at one point of time it will let you go to the front, to the back, and then there is 1 and there is 3 dot. So let's look at shoes, running shoes. Then you'll be able to feel it. These are all small details which helps you create the whole experience. So absolutely, it has a lot of different examples. Yes. Why is 7 kind of disabled or muted? Okay, let us look at it. So when you come here, you will see. So you can. I mean, this is a great question. Why is 7 disabled or muted? Why can't I go to 7? Why I can go to 1, 2, 3, but why can't I go to 7 directly? There are paginations where you can go, but in Amazon it is disabled. So it's a great question to ask. Why is it disabled? In my opinion, they may have some technical challenge to load the 7th data. That's why maybe. So, okay, after some time, when you click again, you will see a difference in the pattern will happen. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Then you click again. There are only 7 shoes. That is a very weird thing. I thought running shoes will be much more. Okay, now see what happened. It is more inclined towards the finishing line than the first lines. But at this level, 1 is clickable, but the 7 was not clickable in the mirror position when we were at the 3rd level or 4th level. But to call out here is that this component here itself, it's a very dynamic thing to look at. Maybe at one point of time in your career, you'll be working on the pagination component. So you have to think through all these scenarios, how it happens, because your design system may have a guideline, may not have a guideline, how this thing works. So, okay, after pagination, we have carousels. Carousels, I think you guys have seen these kind of images which keep on coming. Carousels, carousels are kind of advertising billboards. They keep you grounded. Oh, this happens. This, you can do this, you can do that, something like that. And so carousels also, these are the dots which, so if you look at Airbnb, you will see carousels are added right in the front like this. So you can click here and it goes to the next one, and just look at the detail of this component also, how it looks like, right? So I'll just zoom in. Just look at this component, how it is working. Little bit less zoom. Okay. When we are in the beginning, there is no arrow on the left, right? Just look at the size of these dots also. The whole group of dots also keep on moving. That means that if you had, let's say, 13 images, so if you look at it, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, that means even though you have 20 images, it is not going to bring 20 dots here, right? So it is always going to let you know that, okay, you are at the center of a large group of data. And when you are about to hit the end of the set, right? See what happens. See what happens. So after this, the size of this thing before, small, big, 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 small. But when you're about to hit the end of it, small, medium, big, big, big. Then here, then here. So these are called, in UX, they are called affordances. So subconsciously you want to know, because if you keep on doing it forever, so if you keep on doing, play around with the net, with the Airbnb carousel, everyone, you will be able to see the detail. So God lies in details. See, I am in this design industry for so long. 2002, I started studying architecture for 5 years. Then 2 years was MDes. Then for so many years, 16 years, 17 years, I'm working. Everywhere, one thing was constant, that God lies in details. More you focus on the details, excellent and beautiful stuff come out of it, right? That is how the experiences are elevated. All these things, how on hovering, if you see the heart, it's like a heartbeat. See, it's not flat, right? So small details, guys. This is what makes you create great experiences. Okay, now we will have search experience. Now, just looking at Google search, although it looks the most insignificant of all experiences, but it is the father of or mother of all experience, because when you start typing, when you have something coming up, you start searching F, it gives you mixed data, some with image, some with from different sources, because it is open to the entire world. Anything and everything can come. So when I start typing, it does auto suggestion. So the auto suggestion experience and the way the data gets mixed with some links, some non-links, some other searches, related searches, some with actual data, that itself is a hugely difficult thing to crack. So be more respectful for when you're using search. You will feel that, okay, a lot of pain has gone into creating it. Then tab bar. So tab bar is basically all those tabs that you saw in Airbnb. So these are all different tabs that we are clicking and different sections we are entering. Then wizard experience. So wizard experience you will see in Amazon. Let's say, I find this shoe attractive. I do add to cart. And then when I go to my cart will be a mess because of my daughter. But then when you go here, basically you will see, okay, she has added a lot of stuff, it seems. So when you go here, you are, let me just open a different example. Yes. So let's say, wizard experience, UI, something like this. So if you try to do freelance with Upwork, overview, then you work on this page. Then you look at pricing, you work on this page. Then you look on gallery, complete it. Requirement, complete it. Description, complete it. So when in case I remove this thing, and the same thing happens when you are applying for visa or passport or any other thing, what happens is that when you are doing a lot of these things, right, a lot of these things, but without the wizard experience, it seems like a huge amount of thing that you have to do. So you psychologically get broken. So the idea is to break it down into smaller chunks of work so that you feel rewarding. Okay, I have completed 5 out of 6, only 1 left. And also what happens is that slowly and slowly you can review the data, what you have entered, you can audit it, you can save them one by one, you can go back to any place if you want to review it. So a lot of helps happen. So wizard experiences are very important for B2B or more complex business application experiences. Then we have tooltips. Tooltips we discussed, when after hovering for some time, these kind of things come up. They are called tooltips. They usually have a lot of text. Sometimes they can have links also. So tooltips are something when you hover, it appears. When you move your mouse, it disappears. These are like tooltips. Okay. Then we have icons. Icons go without saying. Absolutely. Without icons, icons help you do a lot with seeing less. So if you look at it, all these icons are helping you stay on top of them without even reading these things. You can click it. You can say that, okay, national parks or dogs, like this, right? You can click it. Wow, so many in Lansdowne, these kind of things are there. Huh? Okay, then we have progress bars. So progress bars are something when you are making a payment or you are uploading something. So progress bars also appear in different ways. Determinate progress bars. That means it'll start, it'll end. Indeterminate. It doesn't know how long it is going to take for it. So it'll keep on going like this. Buffered. Then indeterminate and determinate. Even loading screens and all, these are all different ways. We use this thing to keep the users engaged and notified that we are working in the background. So don't get panicked. Then we have notifications. So notifications are something which come on top of our screens. Notifications itself is a complex beast. It's a product on its own, because notifications tend to add noise to the experience, right? If after 2 minutes notifications keep on coming, you will feel worried, worked up. So that is also something. Then message boxes are something, where if you have seen, when you start an experience for the first time, they will tell you that, oh, welcome, we have added these new features. So sometimes they are called IAG, or in-app guidance. So when Figma will upload or update something, you'll see that, okay, we have updated here, we have updated here. Sometimes there will be a single dialogue or a message box like this which says that, welcome to this new feature, learn more. So it takes you to the documentation page. Then modal windows. So modal windows are also very powerful. So what modal windows does is that it tends to cut you off from the experience by adding this light colored background around the box, where you can take some actions also. You can do a task also, or it can be an information also. And let's say you're deleting something, this thing comes up that you want to delete, yes or no. That is also a dialogue modal. So modals can appear in multiple scenarios in UX and very highly used. Then tags, so when you go to this Mintra, and if I look to the top, if I choose single styles, see it is being added as a tag. Country of origin China and India. So tags are being added here. And these are tags with cross. That means it's a filtering tag, but I can also cross them out. So it refreshes the entire thing. Very powerful component. And then loaders we discussed. Okay. So in a way, okay. And these are, I think, the last part, where groups and containers. We have widgets, UI containers, and sidebars. So these are complex organisms, I'd say. These are beyond the molecular state. Some are molecules, some are combination of molecules. And these are complex things. For example, when we look at Airbnb, and when we go to this drop down, if you see Noida, Uttar Pradesh, Jaipur, Rajasthan, all these single things, or this entire card as a whole, or when you go to Spotify and when you click on or look at this particular thing, right? And let's say, yeah, look at this entire component as a whole, or this card as a whole, like that, complex components you can create which scales across the experience, like that. So yeah, in a way, and all this, what are UI design principles? So there are some principles which is, one of them is called hierarchy. So hierarchy is an important thing. If you look at this example, which is called medium.com, if you look at it, it's the hierarchy is a beauty to look at in this thing. How, the author name is sleek and on the top. And this is something I really want all of you to practice. This is one of those practice things for everyone, to practice this hierarchy. So hierarchy is basically the way you can differentiate stuff, because some things are prioritized more. Here, mastering dashboard design is the title. Then the description is the second level of importance. Name of the author is third level of importance. And all this metadata like date, how many claps, how many chats, these are third level or fourth level of importance. So by creating this differentiation, basically people can easily scan and grasp the data, make everything in the same bold level. It will be very difficult to understand where to look at. Yes, that's how you create hierarchy. Then we have, progressive disclosure. Progressive disclosure is a phenomenal UX pattern. And one of the progressing disclosure patterns is actually accordions is a progressive disclosure pattern. Actually, if you look at, so when you go to filters and you see so many things are here, but when you go to property type, it progressively discloses these things and it can collapse. So these are all progressive disclosure patterns. Accordions does a lot in communicating progressive disclosure. Then we have consistency. We already looked at consistency here, how every single thing is consistent to the last level. Every single card is borrowed from the same parent, right? Then contrast. So when you look at all these things, like especially when you try to click on something. Okay, so whenever you have this call to action. Call to actions are things where we want you to click. Contrasting color is added, right? So everything will be muted, black and white, Suddenly reserve is something you should not miss reserve. If you miss reserve, then Airbnb will not make money, right? So yeah, this is about consistency, about contrast and proximity. Proximity is, if you look at this medium design also, when things are closer to each other, even though there is no, there is a very thin line in between, but because the gap is more, you will create an like a invisible box around these things. Okay, consistency is that if you look at all these things, they are all consistent. They have the same size of these icons, they are the same size of this text, the headers are of the same thickness, same boldness, same size. So all these cards, they are consistent, right? Whenever in this experience we are using this kind of tags, they should be same. It's not that in one page you used it like this, in another page you change the shape to a rectangle. Then it is not consistent, right? Then consistent gap between stuff. If you look at it, if the gap between this divider and this social stories is something, the same gap is being used here. Same is being used here. So these are all elements of consistency. Subatomic things, atomic things, they make bring consistency in the designs. And lastly, it is proximity. So elements which are closer to each other, they create this proximity thing. So when we look at the home experience here, you will see that because they are grouped together, is there a rectangle around them? No. But made for Prantik and this, the gap is such that because of proximity, it makes it look that okay, these are all made for Prantik. Okay. Unity and proximity. Proximity is basically the gap between stuff, the relative gap between stuff, I would say. So the relative gap between this one and your top and this makes it communicates that they are together and they are together. These two are not together, right? And unity is basically how you look at these cards. So there will be some kind of a unity in all these kind of things, which is kind of consistency only. Okay. Then we look at some stuff, hierarchy examples. So this is an important slide in the sense how good hierarchy is created, using different types of font, different color of font, different strength of font, and the gap between them. This one and this one, this adds better hierarchy. So when you go and give UX examples or UX interviews and all, you will be said the hierarchy is not good. Your everything is good, but your hierarchy concept is weak. So we will practice a lot of hierarchy in Figma also for us to get good at it. Then progressive disclosure example is this, right? So when you click on the image, you go to settings, and then you see these things. So things are under a lot of clicks. Once you go from one place to the other, then from that to the other, you slowly and slowly start discovering them. Then consistency example, if you look at it, there are consistent colors, consistent typefaces, consistent sizes of headers, consistent gaps, all these things being used. Then contrast example, I think this is, we will look at it while doing accessibility also. And proximity example, although it is not a great UI, but look at all these cards, because of this proximity of this information and the image, it looks that they are together like this. Even in the smaller scale, it looks like they are together. And because of the togetherness of these three, it looks like these three are together. These three are together, like that. So with the help of proximity, even without creating a rectangle around, you can create a sense of togetherness. That is the value of proximity. Then we have 5 levels of UI design skills. This one we are going to do when you have a little bit of a confidence with UI building. Now it is not going to add a lot of value. You can read through it. And then there are some good versus bad UI. I think we can dive into it and you will understand that what makes something good UI, what makes something bad UI. Okay, good versus bad UI. So on the left hand side, you can see that all inconsistent typeface. Sometimes the heading is this, sometimes the heading is this. Sometimes the description is this, sometimes it is this. The images are like this, sometimes through and through, sometimes little less. The icon, something small, something is big. So when you bring consistency across, this becomes better, right? Then look at this. It is said that the default shadow that you get out of Figma is not good. So you have to blur it. So this is the default hard shadow, and this is the lighter, better shadow. We will learn how to create it. Then on the left hand side, if you see, what are these? These are called input fields, right? What we learned, and these are called buttons. But because all these buttons look same, isn't it difficult to take a decision, right? Login, sign up, forward password, same. So in order to create those importance, that okay, login and sign up, so the three different types of buttons are used. This button is called a primary button, this is called a secondary button, this is called a link button or a text button, right? So this is anyways, anytime better because I can focus on what to do, because now my actions are divided into three different types of actions. Then look at this thing, lack of text hierarchy. This, anyone but you, 34 songs, 12W, everything looks same importance, right? Even this new song, everything looks of equal importance. That doesn't let your brain scan the information through priority. But once you add hierarchy, say 26 songs is now made light colored, small in size. This adds a lot of hierarchy. So we have to practice all these things also. We have to build all these things, and then we will get confidence. Okay, unaligned elements. So these are some of the problems that usually happens while building, screens. Something is left aligned, something is center aligned, right? Then we have low contrast. So can you guys see that there is a human icon inside? Hardly, right? Because of the poor contrast. Poor contrast is also our reason of bad UI. Then confusing form. For example, you have entered a wrong password. Then what to do? Just showing error is not enough. Showing a way out of it, reset it, is what makes it better. Not only that, this entire component, password, this entire thing becoming red communicates much better than only this thing, because you may think that what is error, right? Then if you look at it, poor touch target. So in mobile phone, because we interact with our fingers, the touch target, recommended touch target is 45 to 57 pixels. Even the minimum is 40 pixels. Because this cross, they are so small, when you will try to cross it, you will click follow, right? So this will be the problem here. Then using irrelevant or low quality images. A lot of times I have seen students while creating their project, they use low fidelity or low pixelated images, not recommended, right? Then we have effective use of color and hierarchy. See here, it's a live example. So if you see this live example, in this live example, you'll see all the text and everything is the same size, but just regrouping them into different priorities that create new job is the header. Then this is the text. Then you have two type of button to take an action. This is much, much better any day than this. Then we have communicate errors and next steps. This one we just came to know about the password problem, right? So this is what, only validation fault format does not match database invalid entry is not enough. So that's why we call it out like this. Same here, using clear, understandable language. So delete account. Here it is like a long paragraph. Are you sure you want to delete your account? If you delete your account, you'll permanently lose your profile message, photos. No. So clear, concise text is also equally important. This is known as a content design, like we were discussing the other day. Okay. These are some UI design styles. By the way, guys, this is keeps on changing. So please follow YouTube channels and all. They keep on bringing it. But it is not of that important, because you will be working on a design system in an organization which you have to adhere to. For creating your portfolio, this doesn't bring extra value to your portfolio. It is just for your knowledge that different styles stay, right? Okay, then some wireframe and UI fidelities, which we'll learn. So when we are expressing a design, sometimes we express it with extremely raw hand-drawn sketches, which is called low fidelity prototypes or low fidelity designs. Then we express it through some boxes and patterns, which is called mid fidelity, and the actual designs, which looks like high fidelity. So these are some examples of low fidelity because it takes much less time to build. So you can immediately build it. This is where it takes a little more time, but you can see more details. And this is where you can actually create a high fidelity design. And this is where you can create a prototype. So the higher altitude you go, more better for your leadership and for the organization and for your customers to understand the exact thing. So in usability test, we use different fidelities for different needs at different times of the project. So overall, this was it, guys, for introduction to UI. Now I'll be going to Figma, and there is something which I want to, give all of you a thought starter, and this is called auto layout. So in the auto layout page, I will show you. Okay, it looks like a mess. I'll mark it as reference and I'll duplicate this page. Okay. Now auto layout is the trending thing for UX design industry. Auto layout helps you make designs which are responsive and where you can control spacing, padding, and a lot of different things. I mean, auto layout is the heart and soul of creating complex designs extremely easily, but doing it in auto layout is complex. Once you master auto layout, you can make any design really, really fast and good. So just giving you a kind of a snippet of what auto layout is. Let us look at some examples. Okay, let us look at this example. See, when I'm making this smaller, see how the thing is becoming responsive with it, right? Like this. Also, if you look at this particular card, this is a card, right? So I can make it expand and contract like this. Look at these cards, different type of card. So when I expand it, as you can see, the tags are going to the top, right? Like this. So you can make responsive components in Figma like this. You can actually change these gaps. So right now the gap on all sides is 12 pixels. I can make it 24 pixels, right? I can make 24 on all sides. So let's learn how to build this stuff from scratch. Okay. Before we do auto layout, you may need some references for dimensions. So please go to material design website also. Okay, material design. When I go to components and let's say I go to cards, or let's go to buttons. Very basic things let's do. So when you go to buttons, you please visit material design website because you will learn a lot about where to use, how many types, everything you're going to learn about these things. And it's an extremely rich learning platform. I refer to this quite often because a lot of thinking from Google's design team, you can reflect, you can understand when you read them. So here, if I go to the, let's say, common button, and if I go to specs, whenever you go to specs, you can discover a page like this. Okay. You can discover a page like this. Whenever I am going to, let's say, cards, specs, let's go to dialogues. Okay. So you can see these are all dimension specifications for dialogues and for buttons that I have taken from this thing. So in Figma, we learned about frames. So let's say I take a frame like this, right? I hit I, take this color, right? And I can go to my corner radius and make it 100. So it looks like this. I will hit T for text. And if I write elevated button, I can change the size to, let's say, 16 pixels or 18 pixels like this. Okay. Now, when I move this frame, the button also moves. But if I look at it, the gap is 59. How much is Google telling me to do? 24. So how do I make it 24? Move it like this. And then tomorrow, let's say I have this button. And then tomorrow, if I write subscribe here, what do you expect me to do? Make it smaller, center aligned. And what if I write try again? Again, adjust. So life with so much of adjustment is not good. Okay, then can we lock the center alignment? Yes, we can lock the center alignment. We can take this and we can make it like in this particular frame. This one is center aligned, and yeah, this is constraints. So in the previous UI, it is under here. If I go to the new UI, it's difficult to find here. Going back to the previous UI, you can find it constraints. So when you make it center aligned, then what happens is if you make the button bigger or smaller, the text stays at the center. So you can say that 42, okay, I'll make it even smaller. 32, I can make it even smaller like that, right? So you can make it now, make payment, but the button did not grow with it, right? Again, you have to stretch it. So anyways, the moral of the story here is that so much of adjustment, it is not a very robust way to create, stuff where I want absolute value to be added, like 24 pixel, 40 pixel. So that's why there is a special type of frame in Figma, which we did not learn yet. That is called auto layout frame. So in order to create auto layout frame, we will not draw the frame first. We'll take the text first. Let's say I took the text, elevated button. Then I will hit Shift A. What did I do? Shift A. Okay. So this is a frame now, guys. And I can hold I. Okay. Now, if I look at this frame and this frame 1 and then this frame 4, the difference is that I can go here. I see these controls here. So I can make this, if I grow this individual padding, the left padding is how much as per Google? 24. So I will change to 24. Okay. The right padding is how much? 24. Okay. Done. And the height of the button is what? 40 pixels. So I'll change the height of the button to, I'll hold this frame. So the height of the button is 40, right? The text size is, let's say, 14. And if I make it 100, it's 100. So it is this button which meets the criteria that Google recommended. 40 height, 24 on both sides. Now, if I hold, it's exactly 24, right? Now, this button is such a delight because if I make a copy of this button and if I change this button to, let's say, make payment, see what is happening. The button is growing with it, right? Now, when we look at this kind of buttons, we will, if we go to our Material 3 design kit and if we click buttons, now this is where you're going to see a lot of different types of buttons. This is a button, this is a button, this is a button, this is another button, this is another button, different types of button. So Control C, and if I bring it to our Figma page, okay. So now let us look at this kind of buttons. So we just created one of these buttons which looks like this. So if I change this thing as label here, so this is one of those buttons which is created. I can do I and I can do this, right? And I can select the text and I can change it to a more whitish color like this, label. Done. Now, if I have to make this kind of a button with a plus size, you will notice that, this kind of buttons, if I select this text inside, if I do Control C, Control V, it keeps on adding, right? So if I change this thing to plus, then plus will be added here. And then if you hold this frame, you will see that there is something called horizontal gap, this 10 pixels. So if I change it to 24 pixel, then this gap is going to increase. On the top, you will see that elevated button with a plus. What is the gap between this button? So let me bring this button close to it so that, you can all compare and then we are building it together. Let's say this. So the plus is on the left. So now when I hold it and if I make it left arrow, if I hit, then the position changes. But see, this plus is not the right plus that should be used. In order to use the right icons, you can do right click in Figma. You can go to plugins. You can go to Iconify. So right click, plugin, Iconify. So when you open it, a plugin opens where innumerous amounts of icons are kept. right? So let it start. So here, if you search, let's say add, you'll see a lot of add buttons. I will select, drag and drop one of these buttons here. So this button is added. Now what I will do, I'm going to either drag and drop it inside, right? And I can hold this and I can hit delete. So now the gap between these two is how much? 8 pixels. So I'll make it 8. I can change this thing to, okay, this is label, no problem. I can select this I and the same color. Okay. So what is the gap between this button, this icon and the left? Minus 24. How much it should be? 16. But on the right, it is 24. So it's different on both sides. So I can choose it and I can expand it and I can selectively do the left hand side to be 16 and the right hand side to be 24. So now you can see my button is created. So if I make a copy of it, if I bring it down, you'll see I have created two different types of button. But don't forget that they are nothing but frames, and frame properties remain as it is. So if I make a copy of them, what I can do is that I can remove the fill. I can add a stroke and I can add the stroke color to be this color. Okay. And this label color, I can go pick the color. I can choose this as the label color. See? Okay. I can select these two. I can pick this as the label color. Two type of buttons we have created. Now with all these two type of buttons, if we have to think about, if we just make a copy of it and just come here. So we just understood from now that we can, just a quick recap is that we can hold a text like, this one. I can write basic dialogue title, make it a little bigger. Okay, basic dialogue title. And then if I copy another thing, first thing is that I can make it shift A. So that it becomes an auto layout. And the next amount of text, let's say the size is smaller, and I'll write a dialogue is a type of modal window that appears. Okay. So this one is a text, right? So if I put this text here, what will happen? Because this is an auto layout frame, right? So when I add it here, like do Control X and put it here, like exactly how the plus appeared, this also appeared on the side. If I had added a plus sign, right? Are you guys okay with it? You keep on adding Control C, Control V, left, right arrow. Makes sense? Like if a plus is added by doing Control C, Control V to auto layout frame, then a text will appear like this. So now if you hold the frame, I'll just delete it. And let me just add these buttons, Control C, Control V, Control V. Okay. Now when you hold this thing, it has one auto layout, two, second button, a text, and another text. But things are horizontally spread, right? I can change this gap. I can change the gap outside, right? I can change the gap like this. But what is wrong here? What is the gap outside? 24 pixels. 24 pixels. Everything okay. But the problem here is that 24, 24. Yes, the problem here is that it is horizontal because horizontal layout is selected. Let us select vertical. See, immediately it becomes vertical, right? Now, what did we learn about good UI? The alignment should be consistent. So now in this layout, the alignment is center. So this is where you choose the alignment of the auto layout. If I make left aligned, everything will be left. Now these two buttons, right? I can go inside a auto layout. So this is a frame, right? Tarun Pal, for you, you have doubt, no? So this is a frame. Inside there are 4 auto layout. I can take things outside. I can add things inside, right? Because this is an auto layout frame. it helps me keep the same amount of gap, 24 pixels.
Right, sir.
Right?
Right.
But now see, in order to do auto layout, what did we do? Shift A. So let us create auto layout inside auto layout frame. So what is the gap between basic dialog and this? 16. And what is the gap between this text and the text? 24. So if I make 124 gap, is it meeting our 16 pixel criteria? No, right? So we need different criteria. One is 24, one is 16. So that's why we are going to select both of them by holding shift, and we will do shift A. Now this is another auto layout. Now I can control this gap and make it 16. But see, these buttons, should they be horizontally aligned or vertically aligned? So, but this entire auto layout is vertical, but I can create an auto layout inside an auto layout with a different property. So I can create this to shift A and add horizontal property. Now I can control the gap between them, isn't it? So now I can hold the entire auto layout and make it right aligned. And this one, if you see, this is where auto layout becomes a little bit difficult, just a little bit. Like if I stretch this guy, you will see that this basic dialogue and this thing, there is a condition. The dimension is 239 pixel, but I want it, I can make it into these three conditions. Currently it is selected as the fixed width condition. But if I choose fill container, then what happens is that whatever is the size of the dialog, this thing will fill the container. So as soon as I do fill container, you will see that a blue tag is appearing and the red arrow is appearing. Can you see, all of you? The blue tag is the container and the condition to fill is the red arrow. Okay, but why is this text not filling it? You see, this is another auto layout which we created, and this is another auto layout which we created, right? So in this small auto layout, if I hold this guy and if I go to the condition, I will see it is fixed width. Let me make it fill container. Now what happens is that this guy is filling this container, which is container frame 15. And this entire thing is filling the higher container, container frame 14. Now this entire frame has become responsive for me, see, right? With this logic, I could actually create a spacing of 16. I could create a spacing of 24. I could create a spacing of 24 all around. So whatever Google has given me, I have created the same design like this. But when I make it bigger this way, I should select the top condition here. And for now, let us consider it to be as hug content. So we will deep dive more into this hug and fill and all these things. But if you look at it, this is basic dialog component that we created. Now, to make things look more interesting, let me just quickly grab the example of Airbnb, right? So in Airbnb, although I think Airbnb will be a little complex, but let us look at some small example, something which you can create easily. So if we go to our auto layout reference and let's look at this, Control C, Control V. So we will again try to make this as auto layout. So let's say these are all tags, right? I'll bring it outside to create a tag. We'll look at the atomic way of creating tags. So I will hit T, I will call it tags. To create an auto layout, I'm going to make Shift A, right? Which makes it a frame. Now I add a fill color, add little bit of a grayish fill color like this. And I change the padding to make it look like this, okay? If I change this tags to wildlife, anything, see, it will automatically expand. That means the tag is created with proper auto layout, right guys? Okay, I think I started following someone, so the page got changed. Okay, like this. So one tag created. So if I make a copy of it, I can hold this to separate frames and I can do Shift A. Now I can consider whether they should be vertical or horizontal and the gap between them how much. So I can keep on adding Control C, Control V, Control V like this. Okay. tag is done. Next is there is a set of text, okay, and then there is an image. Now, in order to add an image, I typically take a rectangle like this, and I'll do right click, plugin, okay, manage plugin. I'll look for Unsplash. So Figma has Unsplash built inside Figma. Okay, it is running now. So I can choose. What I did is just I took a rectangle, and now if you remember on the first day when we were exploring Figma, we did it right. So we'll click on animal, and let's say I select a beautiful, gorgeous image of a fox. Okay, make it a little taller like this. So now this fox image, I can make it a little bit of a corner radius. We already practiced it. Now between these three, if I hold and if I make shift A, that creates an auto layout where I can change the distance 16 pixels. Okay. What else can I do? By the way, this auto layout, if I stretch, you will see that the image is not stretching because the image is currently out of the three conditions. This is fixed condition. If I make this image to fill this container, see with the red arrow, you can see which container it is going to fill. It is going to fill it like this. So what happens is now if I make it smaller, it becomes like this, right? These tags, the tags should also fill the container, but that doesn't make it fill it in the way we want. So what we have to do is that instead of horizontal vertical, there is a third condition which is called wrap. So when you use wrap, the tags will cascade to the next line. See, like this. Let's say we have a lot of tags here, like this. So let's say we have tags like red, we have tags like fox, we have carnivore, we have Africa, right? Lot of tags like this. And you can select from auto layout, you can select and you can delete stuff like this. But this is a frame. Frames, we can add colors to frames. So when I add a fill color, whatever color I add, the frame is going to take that color, right? But how do I see this border around is, if you look at this auto layout frame, is there any padding? No, right? If I add a padding of 16 pixels, then it adds a padding across. And then you can add a corner radius on the top and finally change this thing's color to white. So now you have created this wildlife card for your designs. If you want to add buttons here, and if these are the Google buttons, so let's say I have one of the buttons like this and the other button is like this, right? A primary button, a secondary button. We learned from good UI that the same type of button is not a great design decision. So if I hold both, I can do shift A, 16 pixels, I can control 16 or 24 or 40, whatever. Now what happens if I drag it and put it inside? It gets added. And I can make the entire thing as right aligned, right? I can go here and change this gap to 8 pixels. I can choose these buttons color to match this color, or little bit of a dark red color. So this is buy, this is cancel. Okay, guys, see, so much of control. Stretch it, the card goes with it, right? But tell me one thing, guys, is this atom or molecule? This is molecule, right? So when we mix molecules, what happens? Shift A, organism. Yes. So I can now copy multiple of them. Isn't it similar as the Spotify example? It's the same as the Spotify example, but a different animal. So if I go to plugin and unsplash, I can update the data also. So I can hold the fox, I can go to animal, right? And let's say I select this. I go here, I select this. I go here and I select something else, right? Make sense, guys? This is how you create a set of, and now you can copy this entire thing. Shift A, 16 pixel. See how you are scaling this entire thing in through auto layout. So we started with this, okay. But now you can see how we can make a scalable thing. So now when I actually take this whole organism out of this, and when I actually stretch this thing, I have to hold each molecule and make full containers. So see, the beauty that happens here is that now this entire thing is responsive, right? Okay. So folks, we are going to talk through advanced UI design, color in UI design, style guides, design systems. So I will go back to our auto layout thing. I'm going to delete this stuff and we'll bring it when required. So first of all, just look at how auto layout works from within. Let's say I have just taken a rectangle like this, right? So it's a rectangle. In order to make it auto layout, I will do Shift A. So as you can see, a frame is added. Now, why do you see this gap? Because the padding is added, right? If I reduce this 10 pixel to 0, then there will be no gap. If I reduce this vertical gap to 0, then there will be no gap. Now within this frame, there is a rectangle. So if I stretch it, the rectangle stretches with it. In order to look at it, properly, let me continue adding, let's say 24 pixels gap here. So within this gap, if I hold the rectangle, then what is the condition given in the horizontal? This is horizontal resize, right? W, and H is vertical resize. So in the horizontal resize, you will see fill container is given, right? But let's say I want to, change it to fixed width. Then the fixed width becomes 476. So now, even though I'm changing this thing, this guy is always 476. But on the other hand, this guy is left aligned because it is left is selected in this grid. I can make it center align also. But what happens is that no matter how much I make it bigger or smaller also, it will project out of the frame because it is fixed. It is written in stone, fixed. The moment I make it fill, it will become like water, from rock to water. Now it is like, I don't know what my parent is. I will accommodate. If my parent is rich, I will spend a lot. If my parent is poor, I will spend less. But this is like a neat bacha, I'll say. No matter how much your parent earns, this bacha will always spend a lot. Fixed expense kid. I'm raising a teen, so I'm giving this example. Okay. This is like, even if the parent is earning like a, a very scarcity of income is there, but this bacha will be like, I'll buy iPhone. But this bacha is a good bacha, fill container. If the parent's earning is less, it will buy a feature phone. If the parent's income is more, now at one point of time, okay, one iPhone done, another iPad. So Control C, Control V. That's what you see. Two things which are both filling the container. But how they're filling the container? They are filling the container vertically, right? This is the condition of the layout. Vertical layout or horizontal layout. So if I make it horizontal layout, then they equally fill both of them. See? That means both the parents are earning equal. This bacha will take equal share from both the parents. And whatever the parents give, 100 rupees, it will take 50-50. 1 million, so half of a million, like that. So this is how auto layout works with shape. So this is, let's say, this person is getting, he has to equally divide money to buy a lot of his stuff. So if I do Control C, Control V, so 3 boxes, 4 boxes, 5 boxes, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. See, you keep on adding because all of them are fill container. All of them would try to fill container, but then they don't fight with each other. But let's say there is a rebel. One of them, I add fixed. See, this is what fixed. As soon as you stretch, it becomes fill to fixed. So let's color this fixed one little rebel like this. So what happens? Everything will stretch, right? Except the red one. Even though, I can select all of them. So this is how I can delete them. I can delete them. So this is how shapes work with auto layout. Now what will happen? Auto layout will calculate whatever space is given, the gray ones are going to take equal space. Now see, this is purely based on mathematics. Mathematics means the surrounding has 24 pixels of what? Boundary wall, right? House has to be inside the boundary wall. So if you change it to 1616, you will see the gap is changing, right? So this is the frame 273. Inside that you have so many, components, but these three will equally fill it. But this guy is a rock. It will not equally fill it. So what happens is that, let's say, even if I delete two of them, what you initially see is that, okay, if it is bigger, even if it is bigger or smaller, this guy will always be fixed with, right? One small example of this thing, how it looks in real applications, right? Now let's say I stretch it vertically. So if it is horizontally, now the entire thing, what did we make fill and fixed? We made the horizontal layout. So if you see on hovering, it will say horizontal resizing is made for the gray one is made fill, and for the red one it is made fixed. So what is the vertical resizing? The vertical resizing is fixed. That's why see, it is neat. It is fixed. The moment I make it fill, this one will fill. So can I have a horizontal fixed and vertical fill? Yes, you can have. So it is filled vertically, but horizontally it is fixed. See? So now can you think of creating layouts with these rectangles? Now with that, let us try to play around with this thing. Okay, so first in Pinterest, let me look for dashboard. Right? Now look at this dashboard. How is this created? So I'll just get one of the rectangles out, right? Like this. So if I want to, play around with this logic of creating a dashboard using auto layout, first is I need a rectangle like this, right? And let us just add some corner radius, 24 pixels. And I select this color. Okay. So this will be really difficult to look at. So I will select outside and I'll change the color of my background of Figma to be a little darker. Okay, guys, so that you can see it properly. Okay, now I'm going to make a copy of it and smaller like this. I, green color, copy. I, this color. Okay, 4 of them. Now holding all 4, what do I do? Shift A, right? The gap is too much. I'm going to make it 8 pixels. Now when I'm stretching it, see, nothing is responsive, right? Horizontal resizing is what? Because of which this is happening? Fixed. I'm going to change the horizontal resizing to fill. As soon as I change it to fill, this is happening. Now when I stretch it vertically, why nothing is stretching? Because the vertical resizing is fixed. So I'm making it fill. Now look at this component, it becomes so powerful, I can accommodate it into any size, right? Like smaller, bigger. Isn't it much easy to handle now? I am not worrying about each size, but the spacing is always 8 pixel, guys. That is important, right? So let's say I keep it here. Now I'll make a copy of it, paste it, and I'll stretch it like this, and I'll make it like this, right? I'll make one more copy and I'll put it here, right? So holding these two, now this is where one of them being fixed, the other one being fill is required, because I'll show you. If I make it shift A and if I stretch, why they're not stretching? Fixed. So if I make both of them, select this and this, if I make both of them fill, what do you expect to happen? Same size. So, but look at the design. Are they same size? No. So we have to make either of them fixed. Either you can make this fixed or this fixed. But let's say I make this one fixed. You cannot say which one is better. It depends on what's inside, what makes your life easier. So I'll make it also 8 pixels, right? Now Between these two, now look at this auto layout frame. This auto layout frame is superb. In its universe, this auto layout frame is doing its job. And here also, this auto layout frame is also doing its job, right? Oh, vertically it is not doing its job. So vertically, what do I have to do? We have to make it fill, right? Now look at the frame 276, this frame. In this frame, this guy is horizontally fill, vertically fill. But this guy is horizontally fixed, but vertically fill. This was the example that we're seeing here. But now because of the dashboard reference, it is much easy to understand, right guys? Because you have a design in front of you, now you know why something is fixed and why something is fill, right? Now, if I make it stretch like this, you will see this is how it is happening, right guys? So I can choose one of them. I can make it, different size. Sorry, I can choose this one, make it thinner or thicker, something like this. Let's say, okay. Now, this is auto layout 1 and this is auto layout 2, okay. Between auto layout 1 and auto layout 2, we will do another auto layout. So we will hold both of them, shift A. So this is how auto layout, you can go from atoms to molecules to organisms. Now between these two, let me keep the same gap, 8 pixels, right? Now I'm going to just treat each auto layout as a rectangle. Okay guys. Now if I stretch it, why is it that both of these rectangles, they are not stretching? Because it is fixed. So how we were solving it looking at a rectangle, now look at each auto layout as a rectangle because they are fixed. If I make them fill and if I make them fill, then it will fill it, right? Now see, you created a responsive data dashboard basically. But let's say if you want to keep the proportion of the top one square, what you should do? Make the top auto layout, the vertical resizing as fixed. So I'm going to make it fixed. See? Now what happens? Vertically it will scroll like this, but horizontally, I mean, this guy will not vertically distort itself. Otherwise this will be like 50-50. It will not make sense for the dashboard, right? It will look weird after some point of time. See? So basically what we are doing, either we can make the top one fixed, or what we can do, the bottom one we can make fixed, right? Bottom one we can make fixed like this. This is auto layout 3. Auto layout 3 is equal to auto layout 1 plus layout 2. Here guys, now you can play around with similar stuff. Let's say, look at these things, right? Me and me, you have 2 bars like this. So if we have to create something like this, let's say I will get a rectangle. Okay. So one of the blue colors I have created, I'll make it small. And next to it, the green one is created, right? So blue and green like this. Okay. So between blue and green, I can hold and I can make it what? Shift A. Right? Shift A. So if I stretch it and if I want both of them to grow, is it possible? If I hold both of them and if I make them fill container, what will happen? Both will grow in the same level, right? So it is very difficult to control the height growth of these things separately. So we have to work on variants for that. But for now, let us say that we are not looking at this aspect, but we're looking at creating different kinds of auto layout. So this is auto layout between 2 rectangles, the top of which is round, right? Let me make this blue little catchy blue so that you can see it. Okay, like this. So how do I write May? I write May by writing May, something like this, and we'll make it as regular. Okay, May. So how can I make sure that this one and the May one, they are connected to each other? Selecting this one and the text and shift A, right? So now this becomes one of my asset. So if I make another copy and if I make it as June, okay. So this frame, this is, you can consider this as what? Auto layout 1. Okay. This is what? Auto layout 2. Auto layout 1, auto layout 2. And I will just go inside and I can change the fixed height. So these are all fixed height designs, let's say. Okay. A1, A2, you can make it as A3 also. I'll just go here change the height again. Okay, let's say 4 months, or let's make the 5th one also. If you can make it for May, I guess you can make it for all the months. So how many auto layers have I created? 5 auto layers. Now between these auto layouts, if I hold everything, right, and if I make shift A, then what happens? This is where we will learn another concept. The concept is that now what is deciding the spacing between them? This one, right? Look at it. When I'm stretching this, what is happening? This guy's width is changing, right? Sometimes it is big, sometimes it is small. So how can I know that this guy is going to fit this width? It is impossible to know, right? So can we just decide it's 42 or 36? Impossible. So we have to make it flexible. How do I make it flexible? Like from this drop down, if I choose auto, then this happens. See, whatever is the width, it will stretch like this. So being said that, now if I try to put it inside a frame, this is already an auto layout frame. So I can add, let's say 24 pixels and 24 pixels padding and consider it as a frame. So in our first class, when we learned about adding colors to frame, I can go and add a color to this frame, right? I can go here, I can pick this color and I can change the corner radius of a frame also. Okay. Now, when I make this thing bigger and smaller, see, this is what happens. Now, why is this guy always at the center of the frame? Because center condition is fixed. So always try to look at the alignment in this particular box. So if I make it bottom aligned, it will be bottom aligned like this. So now I will show you one more thing, that if I do Control C and if I hold this frame and if I do right click and if I do paste to replace, then that becomes part of this frame. Why is the vertical thing shooting out? Why do you think it is happening? Why do you not think that it is not coming inside this box? Why the height is so big? If I make it fill container, it will fill container, right? And if I make it 48 pixels, it will be 48 pixels. So now we have added a component inside it, and why it is not horizontally moving, I have to make it horizontally from fixed to fill. So with a dashboard element, now it has become responsive, right? So like that, we can even create a responsive dashboard. So we will learn more in our advanced classes, like how to create advanced dashboard layouts. But with this whole concept, I think we are trying to talk in a language where we have vertical arrangement, horizontal arrangement, fixed fill, horizontal fill, vertical fixed, horizontal fix, vertical fixed. So depending on the nature of your design, you will decide whether fixed fill, how they should work horizontally, vertically. I think you guys, all of you are smart enough to decide that, right? Depending on the need. If you feel that your design elements are getting crushed, so if I make this thing also as fill container, then I will decide that, oh, this is making my design horrible. So I will make these two at least have fixed height like this. And then I will let the bottom ones get, flexible like this. Okay. So like this, basically you can create this kind of structures with AutoLayout. So what we learned so far is that we learned about making shapes with AutoLayout, but there are also other things, like sometimes you have seen enter email ID, password, or connect with your social account, right? You have seen, let me find an example. If you look at this example, so can you see that there is this sign in and there is this small line? No, there is a line or line, and these are the three things here. So let's say if I have to quickly think about creating this kind of a thing. So email address is here, right? Enter email address is here. And then this icon is also here. Okay, like this. So between, and let me make the background little lighter again so that we can see. So can you write a text like this, email address? Can you write a text like this? Now see, the text is bigger than the bounding box. The bounding box is bigger. You click on the first arrow here, which will automatically width it. That means Whatever is the text, the width of the container will be that. Okay. Okay. Now, if we want this kind of icons, then what we do? We go to right click plugin. There is a plugin called Iconify, and in that plugin you can look for I. See, you get most of these plugins here. So this one is similar, right? So you can click it and you can drag and drop it outside. In order to discover that icon, you can do shift 2. So you will find it immediately, because sometimes it gets dropped here and there. Now I have the icon. Icon is too big. So I'm going to click on this proportionate thing and then make it 16, right? Which is okay. The color I'm going to click here and choose this color. Now let us look at more examples of creating auto layouts, right? And while doing it, we started with the discussion of creating the button. We will look at lot of inside out, outside in auto layout examples. More examples you see, more familiar you start becoming with it. So this icon is here, the text is here. So what I can do, I can select this and I can select this and do what? Shift A. Done. Auto layout done. So as you can see, there is a gap here. How much is the gap? If you hold it and if you just use your Alt key, you will see 16 pixels gap on all sides. Okay. So how do I add the 16 pixel gap here? Right. Padding 16 and padding 16. Okay. Now there is a color, a background fill color here. So I will add the background fill color. It is not white. It is little gray. This color. Okay. Color added. Now there is a corner radius. Can I add corner radius? Yes. 24 pixels. Too much. 16. Right. Corner radius added. If you look at it, there is a stroke also, right? So can I add a stroke to this frame? Stroke. Is such a dark stroke is what we want? No. We will go here, click on the eyedropper and click on the stroke. So have we just created the field component using auto layout, right? This is a field component. So if you select it and the condition here is auto, that means if you stretch it, the eye will be always on the right hand side. If the condition was not auto, if it was 16 pixels, then it will always stick to the enter email address. Is this what we want? We don't want it. We want whatever is the width, this eye should be on the right hand side, always right hand side. That means the extreme end. So we are going to make it as auto. Okay. First problem solved. Okay. So this is what, let's call it our auto layout 1. Okay. First auto layout. Now what is our next auto layout is to work on this button. So let me just get this text out. This text. I'm going to hit on this auto width. So it will be only this text. So in order to make it auto layout, what should I do? Shift A, right? And look at it. The arrangement is that it is center aligned. That means no matter how big I make it, it is always center aligned, right? So if I make it big, how do I add color to the frame? Plus, right? Like this. This is a lengthy route. I color. In order to add this kind of a corner radius, usually I will type 9999. I mean, nothing can be more than that. Around. So this is my auto layout. What? 2. So I have created 2 auto layouts. And mind it, here I can use fill container. I can use fill container, or I can use another condition which is called hug. Hug means whatever is the text, it is going to hug. So even this button, if you see, the button is what? Fixed width. If I make this button as hug, the button will hug the text. That means if I make this text as subscribe, the button will scale, right? But we don't want it. What we want is that we want this button to be the size of the field, right? So we will come to this thing. Let us keep it hugged for now. Now, do you have an account? Create account. There are ways to write these things. Let me just copy this text, and I'm copying by holding Alt and Shift. So this entire thing can be written like this. Don't have an account or like this. Let me just get it from here only. Don't have an account, create account. Or what I can do, if you want create account to be clickable, then what do you need? You need to create it in two different layouts. First is do not have an account and then create account. Then what do I do between these two? Auto layout, Shift A. So what you can see here is that auto layout is possible between everything. So this is text to text auto layout, only text auto layout. This is text and icon auto layout, right? So this is my auto layout 3. Okay. Now we will look at another type of auto layout, which is line and text auto layout. So let's say you have or. You can write or. Now I am holding pen tool P and just drawing a line. Okay. Let's say this is the width of this line. Okay. So I am going to copy one more of line like this. Sometime text is going out of the button after Shift A. So we created between text and icon. We created with text. We created between two text. We created, now we are going to create with two pen tools which do vector lines and a text. So now if I select 3 of them and do what? Shift A. Now if I look at, this is what, auto layout 3 or 4? Auto layout 4. Now if I expand this, why is it that the two lines are not expanding? Make it fill container. See, now you have two lines. The lines are responsive. Or is always at the center, right? Look at the beauty of it. How many kinds of auto layout we have created. Now, this is another kind of auto layout which you guys will need. So I'm going to show you from scratch. Let's say I'm going to Iconify and I look for Google. See the same icon, I'm going to drag and drop Google icon, right? And then Apple and all, you can all understand 0.5. So I'm making it smaller. Let's say 32, yeah, or 24, right? Like this. Now with this, how do you add this kind of a circle around it? So it's an icon or an image. Sometimes it's an image also, right? Let's say if you have an ellipse like this, and you, in order to add an image inside, you can go to a plugin which is manage plugins. You can look for content reel. So content reel is a plugin for getting all these images and metadata. Okay, I'm going to choose image. This plugin will be immensely helpful. Okay, avatars, male, and let's say I choose this image. Okay, so this is what a persona image inside your software. Now, what if I want to add a circle around it? I will do Shift A, and as soon as you do Shift A, see what happens. So you have to understand, sometimes you need to protect objects from breaking because it is created by all these pieces, right? The Google icon is created with that. So in order to prevent breaking of items, and it can happen for any one of your dashboard item also, like, this guy may break because it is created by overlaps of 3 circles. So what you do is that you right click and you group it, right? If you group it and then if you do Shift A, it will not break. And now if you stretch it, now this guy should be at the center of it. So I'll select center, and now you can see it's 36, 36, right? And if I want to add that background color, because now it's inside an auto layout frame, I can go and choose a fill color, right? And I can add I and fill color. But how do I make it circle? 9999. Done. Now, how do I make it bigger? The gap is bigger. Increase the padding, right? So now when I make it bigger like this, actually, I mean, this is going with absolute position. So let's say I make it, let's say 50, 50, or let's say 48, 48. So it's bigger now, right? Same, if I want to add a ring around it, how do I do? Shift A, right? Shift A, and you can add a fill, but you can also add a stroke, right? And then don't add any gap here, right? The stroke here, if you see in this frame, the stroke is inside. Make the stroke outside. and add 9999. Now, if you change the stroke thickness, you can make sometimes, in Instagram, you may have seen this kind of colorful rings, right? Okay. Now, don't make it so thick. All right, guys. This is how you add borders around stuff, objects like that. So with this, now I can just simply take these three, but I will absolutely look at the auto layout of these three things. Let me just ungroup them. So Google, Apple, Facebook, in order to make it auto layout, what should I do? Shift A, right? Now when I stretch it, for it to get stretched, what it should do? Auto. Okay. So this is my auto layout 5. So see how many auto layouts I have created in this frame. But it's simple like how I created 1 auto layout, 2 auto layout, 3 auto layout, it's the same thing. Because it was rectangle, it was easy. But now this is also easy, right? What difficult it is, right? Now what we have to do, once we have created this stuff, I just copy them. And then this is where, I have the raw material. So what do I have to do? Between email address and this guy, I have to shift A, right? Because I want to just manage different gaps between them. So the first gap, let's say 16. Okay. Now when I stretch it, this guy is stretching perfect. Amazing. Now I'm going to make between this one and this one, I'm going to make another auto load, shift A, right? And then the gap I'm going to control is 24. Okay. So the first gap is 16. The second gap is 24. That's why I'm creating 2 auto layouts. Otherwise, I could have done it together also. Now, why is this button not stretching all the way? Because fixed. So if I make it fill, then you have a similar button like that. Okay. Now don't have an account. This one, and this one. I can hold 3 of them and make shift A. And I can control their gap together, let's say 24 pixels. Now when I stretch it, this is how it is working. I think it is good, right? I can make this one, I can make this guy, I can make it fill container and auto. But is this what I want? I don't want it, right? But I can make it like this. So what if I want to add, not make them go all the way from left to right? What trick can I play with? I want this behavior, but I don't want it to go all the way left to right. So I'll add 36 pixels padding. So this, what will happen is that this is a guardrail. See, it is going, but it's maintaining that 36, that padding. It can be more padding also, 40 pixels. Okay. So this is how the entire thing looks like. I think it is decent. Now I am going to connect this auto layout and this auto layout shift A. And this gap is the highest, let's say 64 pixels. Now when I stretch it, see, this is how it works, right? So what if I want to add a background color to this guy? Can I add a background color to this frame? Every auto layout that gets created is a frame. A frame can have a color, I and this color, right? But see, there is a gap on the right side and left side. How much? 24 pixels. Padding. Okay. Even after adding padding, it is responsive, right? Now, if I make it vertically, why is it not vertically, not going the way I want? Because it is top aligned. If I make it center aligned, I think this works. This is really good, right? Like this. See, we have created our first screen in UX, and you're going to need sign-up screens a lot. For every project, you need a sign-up screen, right? Like this. We created a responsive sign-up page like this. Now, why is this guy not getting, responsive? Why do you think? Because it is fixed. Make it fill. As soon as you make it fill, it works responsively, right? Like this. Now we created a button. We created a field. We created icon buttons, whatnot. Now let us complete this whole thing, right? So let's say I have this, text, which is 941. And I have these 2 buttons, right? Like this. Even, go granular. You have you have this, you have this. So what do I do first? I do an auto layout between them first, right? And then I do an auto layout, okay, between these two. So when you look at this one, you will see that there is a lot of thing on the right hand side, right? So because this is also fixed width, but here let us understand the concept of hugging. So when I click on hug means if there are two things and let's say there is no padding, then adding a color will help you understand properly. So if you see it tightly, the bounding box is tightly capturing these two things. I mean, there is a gap which can be changed, but even though the white thing that you see here is tightly surrounding these two things, right? If it was, so this is where you are not able to see fill container, right? Why we cannot see fill container is because this is the container, the highest container. What is it going to fill? It cannot feel itself. What is it supposed to feel? It doesn't have any emotion. It cannot feel anything because it is the highest container, right? So if I add one more, it is going to hug, maintaining that 16 pixels gap. You can make it 8 pixels gap or what. You can add a padding. You can add padding on the top also. But whatever you add, it is going to hug. Now whether it is icon or it is text, Shift A, I, let's say this is one of the buttons. Now this one also, if you see this particular frame has nothing to feel. That's why there is no feel, right? It can be either fixed or it can hug. If it is fixed, then the button is always going to be of this size. Now this button is also another neat button in that sense that if you write, it doesn't care about the button. I mean, what use this text is going to be of, right? If it cannot, conform to the button it is supposed to write. So the moment I change it from fixed to hug, it will hug. So it hugs the text. Now, why is it still there are gap on the surrounding? Because of this padding. Remove the padding. Yeah, remove the padding, then it is hugging it tightly. So hug itself is a very emotional UX terminology, if you see, hug, right? So if I change this thing to 16 and 16, then it will maintain the hug after it gives 16 and 16 pixels, right? So if I change this thing to cancel, the button grows along with it. That is the logic of hugging, right? That is why you don't see fill container when you are looking at the highest container, which has nothing to fill. But let's say I remove it, I remove the padding, I remove the background color. And if I hold this and if I do Shift A, it should be center aligned. But because it has an auto condition now, it is auto like this, right? So this is the topmost information bar of our smartphone. Now, if I want to maintain, so you can see it is a separate thing on top of it. So I'm going to add 24 pixels of padding like this, right? 24 and 16. So between this one and this one, we'll create one more auto layout and the gap is 0. But this guy, why is it not filling the frame to 84? Because of fixed. Make it fill, right? So now look at it. We added one more complexity, but rest of the thing was all sorted. So everything is working in the same way as we were expecting. And if we want to add this kind of a sign in and back in all this component, so this is a different kind of a problem. So let's say I have a back icon, I have a sign in thing, right? So I want to sandwich it in between, right? Between this top one and then between this one. So let's say when I do Shift A, now what will happen is that they are going horizontally. But do I need it horizontally or vertically? Vertically. So let's make it vertically. Now when I'm making it vertically, I need sign in at the center. And this thing should, this thing should be right now. Why the sign in is not moving with it? It is not fixed that is stopping it. It is this 159, which is a hard coded thing. We change it to auto. Like how we change this horizontally to auto, vertically also we should change it to auto, right? Otherwise, if we put 150, the sign in, the gap between this and this is always 150. It doesn't care about frame 285 dimension, right? So we make it what? Auto. But even after making auto, why the sign in is on the left? Because the entire thing is left. So if we make it center aligned, what happens? Array, we want the arrow on the left, sign in on the center. So what should we do? The sign in, we'll make this sign in as fill content. Now, because sign in is filling the container, before sign in was what? Hug. See, before it was hugging. Now, when I made it filling the container and it is center aligned, see, center aligned. So what can it do? What else can it do, right? It is in a container where it is center aligned and the container is filling. So that's a sign in will always be at the center, right? And if I do I and this color, and we can have the 24 pixels padding also to maintain consistency. Is it 24 that I added here? Yes. And now you can also add like 16 pixels padding here. Sorry, not here, in this one. And if you make it, little bigger or whatever you feel like, and then you can just drag and drop it inside like this, see? And you can make it as fill container. So now you have a complete, but now why is this guy delete again? Why? Because it is fixed. Make it fill. See how we are building a relatively complex screen on our day one, but it is actually not complex, right? Now, if you want to decrease this height, what do? This is auto, but you can change this padding to 8, so it will be tighter, right? You can make this whatever height you choose between it, because it is auto, it is going to choose the fix that height. So you can control it and the entire design is going to follow like this. See, everywhere when you are creating these kind of things, make sure that these alignments are well respected, right? 24 pixels on all sides. Become a carpenter with a pencil behind your ears. Okay. Now, look at this thing. Do you think that the email address is center aligned in this design? This entire thing. See, now we will look at playing around with AutoLook. So this was what center aligned. If we had made it top aligned, it would have been like this, right? But can I do a custom gap which matches the red line? Can I do it? How? By adding padding, right? So this way you can control exactly where you want something, or you can top align, or you can center align. So all these are variations of the same design, right? It's the UI that we are playing around with, not the UX, which has some connection to UX, but in a way it is like this. All right. So is this making sense, everyone? How we use auto layout to create fully responsive designs. See, this design can become horizontal, it can become anything. If you want to make it tighter, you can go inside, you can hold, make shift A and make sure that they are small like this, so this will become a wave experience, see, right? So it can become a landscape experience, it can become a wave experience, it can become anything with the help of this fixed fill. If you practice it around, you will be able to manage all those stuff. Now let us look at another aspect of it. So now we will look at master component and variants, and you will understand why we created it differently. We'll take the same design and we will add states to it. Now, if you look at it, if I want to see the prototype of this design, I have to do shift spacebar, and that opens the prototype mode of this design. And then you will see that it's a flat thing. You don't know whether something is clickable or not, right? See, you're like, nothing is clickable. It seems everything is flat. But now we will look at, options or, designs where on clicking on continue changes the color. In order to show you how it works, let's look at our usability testing sample. ordering flow. Okay. Now let's say, I click on open, this thing comes. So we will build, eventually we'll make prototypes. So see, when I click on continue, see what happens, right? This button changes, right? In order, so, in order to have that clickable behavior, I kept it separate, right? So we will eventually, go there, but overall, creation of auto layout, there can be, just take it as a challenge that whatever you see around, whatever screens you have in your mobile phones, you can take screenshots, you can add it to Figma and start building them. So let us look at, some different aspects of it. Now, this is my raw material with which I created my auto layout, right? And we learned about the different kinds of atomic design components and all. So if we quickly revise, see, this is an atom, right? This is we can say this is a molecule. This is a complex atom. Together, these three things, they are a molecule. And together, I know this is a molecule, this is a molecule. Together, it's creating an organism. And when it is coming into this back and signing this whole experience, it is a creating a page around it. So let's say I created a lot of flows with this thing, right? And 1 screen, 2, 3, 4, something like this. And then later I realized that the button color needs to be changed or anything needs to be changed. So it becomes very difficult for me to control and go and again, let's say someone said that don't have an account, this part, or let's just add a disclaimer here, some kind of a disclaimer, which is, let's see if I can get something from here. These are all screenshots. Okay. Let me just quickly grab something which will be a placeholder for now. Yes. This one. So if I go to auto layout and if I want to introduce it here, what I have to do, I have to do Control V. This text is added. So first of all, whenever text is added, text behaves little differently in complex auto layout. So this is a proven auto layout, which is extremely good, responsive and all. But text, when you click text and when you see the text is hugging right now, right? So what should I do to make the text fit the screen? Fill container, right? Now the frame filled, but no, not the text. So go inside and select the text, the real text, and then you make it again fill container. See, this is how the text becomes 4 lines. Now this text is too big. I'm going to change the size of the text to, let's say, 12, right? It's a small text. So when I'm changing the width, you will see that the text goes from 1 line to 2 line, like this, right? The text is also responsive, which goes with it. So contact me if you need complete MIDI code. Now, if I want the text to stay at the bottom of the frame, the vertical thing should be fill. But why is it not hitting the exact bottom? Because it is center aligned. It can be top aligned also, or it can be bottom aligned. Now, exactly bottom aligned doesn't make it look good, right? So what can I do? I can adding 24 pixels. See, now it looks like a little disclaimer kind of a text, right, in the design, and it's responsive also, this text. So you are going to face, now we will look at a lot of stuff. Now you have to add this thing to all the frames. So again, you have to go Control V, you have to hit Control V, right? Now tomorrow someone comes and says that, oh, change this text. The text is not good. We also need to add something here. That is where the problem happens. And we are going to tackle it, that when a complex design works, the example complex design can be the doctor's appointment tab. When you look at the set of screens that are created for this app, the light mode screens, what do you see which has been used repeatedly? Buttons, right? No matter where you look at, buttons are repeatedly used, right? There are 2 types of buttons. Also, what do you see here? Find doctors. The design of this find doctor is repeatedly used. in so many places, icons, right? But if you look at it, like tomorrow, if someone says and asks you, the design of the doctor's card needs to have something else, which it does not have. What are you going to do? Change everywhere? That would be too much of work, right? You have to first hunt and look for those things. Where did I use? So now we are going to learn about, we create variants and components in Figma. So now you have understood auto layout. Then we are going to learn about how do you make modular things which can be changed at one place and throughout the design it changes, right? So when you look at things which broadly impacts a design, let us look at what is the concept of components in Figma. So we have this design, and let's say I take this button out, right? So this button is there. If I go to the right hand side, there is something which is called create component, or it's Control Alt K. If you do Control Alt K, then you can see that a purple outline comes around this button. And in the layers panel, this is how this particular component looks. So before and after, if you see, before it was a auto layout frame, which was represented in the layers panel like this. The moment I do Alt Control K, this becomes like 4 kind of dotted lines like this, 4 purple things, boxes like this. So if I make a copy of it, see what happens is this gets another kind of a symbol, which is this symbol of an instance, which is a outline shape of this complex shape like this. Now this instance, what happens is that, let's look at them side by side. This is a non-component auto layout. The second one is a, right? Then this is called a master component or a parent component. And this is a child component or instance component. Okay. So a parent and child, the relationships are that if I select this button, change this corner radius to 0, then the child also becomes sharp cornered. If I change the color of the master component to something else, child color also changes. If I change the size of the master component, the child component also changes. So this is how the relationships work between them. Now let us create another instance component, but this time the instance component, I change the color. Let's make another instance component, and this is where I change the corner radius. But now if I change the color of this guy, what happens is that whatever is not impacted, so this is where you can see how many dimensions are there in this component: corner radius, color, font size, width, all those things, right? So here I have just changed the color. Here I have not changed the color, but I have changed the corner radius. So now the parent component, whenever I change this thing to sharp, who will get impacted? The yellow one, not this one. Let's say I add the corner radius as 16. See, this guy is not changing because there is a override property. Similarly, if I change the color of this one to red, this will change, but this will not change because that property is override. Okay. So this kind of gives you flexibility also, that you can create a master component. Looking at this example, doctor's appointment tab. So you're going to see that there are a lot of cards. As you can see, there are a lot of cards in the doctor's component, right? So if you see this color is similar, right? That means this is an instance. See on the left hand side, the symbol you see in the layers panel, this outlined rhombus, this means it is an instance. Because when I make a copy of this card, lot of times, every card is going to have a different image of a doctor. Yes or no? Every card will have a different rating. Every card will have different name, right? So that's why instances, you can change some stuff that makes that instance unique. But at the same time, things which you have not touched, that still gets connected to the parent component. So we are going to work on creating some kind of a component like this, and then we will understand that how this whole structure helps you in creating a system inside your design workflow. Okay, so let's say this is one of my cards, the doctor's appointment app card, and the same goes to the Airbnb card also, right? Oh, okay, by the way, one more thing that I wanted to ask is that this is an instance. When I right click, let me just make one more section to it, which is called a detached component. What is a detached component? Let's say this component, right? Now, I really like the way this yellow color has come out, the corner radius and all. I don't want any connection with this component. Okay, let me also have one last thing, which is reset component. Reset component. So this component, if you see, I'll just make a copy of it. So the moment I do right click, so the instance has little bit of override property. What is the override property here? The override property here is that in the parent one, it was having a different corner radius, but this one does not have that corner radius, right? That means I have changed this corner radius. This corner radius is 16, this corner radius is 0. Even if I change this corner radius back to 16, it doesn't have built that connection again. So let's say I change this corner radius now to 24. Is it changing? No. So how can I make that connection again? I right click and I do reset all changes. That makes it connected to this component again, 100%, all properties connected. See, I change this color also changes, right? But then if I want to detach this component from this system, so now this one, if I do right click and if I do detach instance, then what happens is that it is no more a component. After detaching, it goes back to a non-component state like this. So what you can do is that after detaching, you can make again Option Command K or Control Alt K, and then again you can make this as a master component. So like that, there is a rhythm of work. Basically, there is not too much things here. A parent component can have children component. The children component may have done some changes like color, corner radius, padding, all those stuff, typography. Many things they can change. Few things they cannot change also, which we'll come to know in a while. But when you have parent component and instance component, if you feel that some changes are unique, I don't want any connection to keep with the parent component, I'll detach it, right? So a parent component cannot be detached. So when I make a copy, the instance can be detached. So if you see, I can make it any color. So this is also changing. But the moment I right click and I make it detach, then this has no impact whatsoever is happening in this component. It has no connection, right? So this is how, based on your workflow, you create component, you detach component, you reset component state. So let's say this is a component which I derived from here. So this is a component which I brought from here. Now this is an instance component. Let's say I change the corner radius to 100. I change the color to blue. I change the font. I change the font from Open Sans to Inter. I change it from bold to light. A lot of changes happened. If I want to bring it back to this thing, right click, reset all changes. It goes back to the parent, right? So this is how the basic, the way after auto layout, what you should learn is these are the states or the component. I'll just make it bigger here so that you can understand. This is components in Figma, right? Now there is another angle to it. Let's say I have created this. This is my master component, the same blue component that we had, right? And let us apply this thing to this. This is my application area on the right hand side. Let me keep it. Okay. So far, we can keep all these are our auto layout things here. So I'll make it even bigger. These are all components in Figma and these are my auto layout stuff, right? Okay. Now look at this button. The button, this is the button. So if I have to make it a component, what should I do? Either I can click here or I can do Control Alt K. Okay, done. Now when I look at this button, I can make a copy of this button. Let me just first show all of you Airbnb. Okay. See, some change is happening on the button on mouse hover. A gradient is moving. Can you see? Airbnb is superb actually. The area where you hover, that changes. That is every time it surprises actually. But overall, if you see in Pinterest, see the save color changes on hover, right? These are called states. So if I, if I copy this particular thing from here and if I paste it here, so this is one of the things. But then when I hover, you'll see that the color is different, right? This is the hover color. Like that. Even the NFC printer also, as you can see, there is a hover color, right? There's a small hover color like this. So same way, our button should also have a hover color. So in web, we have hover. In mobile, can you hover? Is there a mouse interaction in mobile? So what happens? It's press state. So when you click something and then you release your finger, right? So as if you are pressing something physically. That metaphor is used in mobile. It is called press state. And in web, it is called hover state, right? So this one, this particular component, let us take, this is an instance, by the way. So this instance, let us take this color, make it darker. So this is the pressed state, right? Now what we are going to do is that this is an instance. So let us detach it. Okay. And let us make this also a component. Now there are two components, A02, A02, same name, doesn't matter. Now when I select two master components, not a master and a child, by the way. This is a child and master, right? So look at it very carefully. This is a scenario of child plus master, right? What is this scenario? Or let's say parent plus child, right? And this is a scenario of parent plus parent, right? Parent plus parent. When you have two parents, that means the power is same between two. I will put a rectangle around it. Find out. I'm just adding this rectangle around it. Let's make it blue only. Okay. Parent plus parent. You select both. And on the right hand side, you will see combine as variants. Right? Parent and instance. Are you seeing it? Combine as variants? No. Parent plus parent. When you combine them as variants, look at what happens. So I'm going to make a copy of it and then I'm going to detach it. Now both of them, so I'm going to right click and detach both the instances. Now both of them are non-component, right? So first I'll make this component, then I'm going to make this component. Parent component both, selecting both, combine as variants. See what happened? An outline got created. And when I select this A02, on the right hand side, you can see something called property. And there is error that some variants have the same property values applied. Change the values of these to resolve. Okay. So what is the property value? In order to understand the property value, let us select this. The property is what? Default. What is the property of this? Default. So in a variant system, and a variant system can be really complex. We'll learn a little bit about variant. Let us focus on simple variant like this. So what is this state called? This state is called as rest. And what is this state called? Rest. I can write. As soon as I gave different names to them, see, they are all variations. That means inside this purple dotted box, whatever you see, everything should be unique. Only unique things should be kept. No same things should be kept. Only if there is a unique property, they has to be kept. Got it? What is the unique property of this button? Rest. What is the unique property of this one? Rest. No conflict. The moment I name this also rest, what happens? Problem happens. hold and name it like this. Now, when you hold this A02, this is property 1. Now, property 1, property 2 looks very not that, right way. If I double click on property 1, I can call, what is the property? This property is called states. Now it looks good. States rest. So what happens now is that if I drag this thing outside, look at the layers panel. This is what? An instance, right? Same thing. What was happening here individually, there is no difference between these two. This is also an instance, this is also an instance, but this instance comes from a single parent. This instance comes from a variant system. That is the only difference. Both are instance. That means detach instance, reset properties. Every property is same. Detach instance, right? Reset properties. You can override properties like, how we were doing, making it 0, changing it color. Everything is same. Same thing happens for both. Okay, same thing happens for both. But if I go right click, reset all changes, same thing. Only thing, this is now connected to the variant system. So what extra benefit do I get after this kind of effort? If I hold this one, where is this guy coming from? From the variant system. Where is this guy coming from? Single parent, right? So the variant system on holding, see on the right hand side, it gives me states. I can change it. Wow. Isn't it good? Right? Now I can basically select this guy. So this is not only a master component, but it also has the states in it. Let me delete this guy. So now this component, if I actually hold this guy, and just a very short introduction to prototyping. If you go to the prototype tab on the top and you just connect these two things, basically when you go to prototype tab and there is a design tab, there is a prototype tab in Figma. When you go to the prototype tab and you hover on frames, basically you see these kind of 4 dots coming on the 4 corners. Choose any one of the dots and connect it to wherever you want to connect and choose the state, the trigger condition. The trigger condition is what? On clicking, on dragging, what do you think? Remember what we are saying for mobile? So while pressing, it changes to this. Now look at it, guys. What happened? If I have to replace this is the instance, right? Because it can change from rest to pressed, right? But it also has the prototyping link added. Now if I do Control C and if I go here, right click, I will do paste to replace. By the way, folks, this is the most useful Figma feature I have felt. Paste to replace. I copied something, I paste to replace it. No auto layout, nothing is disturbed. Exactly in the same condition, it is pasted, right? Now, if I want to see shift space bar, it has a press step. It's a living prototype now, right? Now just take a step back. Look at, okay, now let us look at, okay, I have created the first interactive component in my entire life for Figma, right? Let me delete all this stuff. I don't care. So look at how we can transform this entire design into with this beauty. Now this, I don't need to keep any instance. The instance is already added here. Now enter email address, this entire thing. So enter email address. I'll show you another way of creating variants. Now this is this a master component, guys? What do you think? Look at the layers panel. No, this is an auto layout, right? We created auto layout, right? So what happens when you click here? This becomes this, and then, right? See, this text is a helper text. Helper text in UI is to help you, but this is a real text which you have entered. So the color should be bright, right? And here the cursor should be same as this. Okay. Now when I am typing, let us just look at it and let's say that the thing becomes darker, right? And because it is now the focus state, it is called a focus state. So I'm going to change it to blue, not that blue. Okay. Makes sense, guys? So I'm just working on the UX of the different states that might happen. Everyone agrees that on pressing, this happens, and then on clicking, this happens, let's say, right? Now we select everything. Again, I'm asking, where the master components? No, right? Only auto layout. So we learned about creating two master components and combine them as variants. Now we are selecting group of items which are not even components, and from this drop down we will set create component set. That creates the same thing for us. Isn't it time saving? Otherwise, first option is, okay, let me show you all the options. First option is select it, make it component, select it, make it component, select it, make it component. Okay. Now
Right.
selecting everything, combine as variant. Understood? First option. Second option is select everything, go to the drop down, create multiple components. So it immediately creates multiple components for me. I don't have to do one by one, because if you are creating an icon system or all, you have to select hundreds of them. How many times are you going to do Alt Control K, Alt Control K, Alt Control K, Alt Control K? Not efficient, right?
Right.
But see, there is a difference. If you had clicked this, it would have created one component considering all three together. This is not what we want. We want individually create components. That's why create multiple components. Right, guys? Now we have to do combine as variants. Same thing. We are creating chicken korma. Same chicken korma recipe. Same rajma chawal recipe. Different people are creating. Taste will be same, guys. Don't expect different taste. It is a convenience of creation. Now these are not components. I'll go here, create component set. Clear, guys? 3 ways to create the same stuff. Now select any one of them. This property, what should I call this property, guys? States. What is this property? Rest. What is this property? Rest. What is this property? Or let's say entered. Right? 3 properties. Now if I select it, prototype, connect. First trigger is while press. Second one is while clicking. Okay. Just simple baby prototype. Now I select this, Control C, and the most powerful tool in Figma, paste to replace. How to check the prototype? Shift spacebar. Okay. Now, if I press it, this happens. Something is wrong here. See, if I press it, it immediately changes, right? So how do I change it? Basically, this is where let us understand how to add things inside a variant, right? That also might be a requirement, because you may have created a variant using 15 things. How do you keep on adding, deleting stuff from variant? That is the requirement, right? So let me just drag, copy and paste like that, Alt Shift. It is part of it. And let me just add a hover state. So this is a, or whatever you call it press state only. This is pressed state. And this is blinking state. And this is entered state. So now, for the sake of testing it in this thing, basically I can detach this stuff also like this. It's just gets detached. Now I'm going to change the color of this thing, this fill color. I'm going to change it to this, right? Like this. So, and this color also I'm going to change it little bit like this. So by that, what happens is that if my mouse enters this space, then it changes to this. When I click, it changes to this. And when I click again, it changes to this. And when I click again, it changes back to this. So you can make a lot of connections. The connections are free to make here. So Control C, I don't even have to change anything here because everything is being connected from this A01. Now, if I check my prototype, you will see mouse enter, see R. Let us change the first mouse enter prototype to hover for now. You can make it hover or you can do it both ways. Let us keep it hover for now. Okay, see, on hover changes, on clicking, and then again clicking, John Doe, right? Again, if you click, it goes back to the first state. So that's how you can create so many interactive components inside your design. Okay, look at our create account. Why we created it separately? I am creating two versions of it. The second one, I'm going to change it to blue, dark blue like this. The first one is little light blue, okay, like this. So selecting two, how do I make it a variant system? Drop down, create component set. Right, guys? Easy. Immediately it creates. And what is the property? States. What is this property? Rest. What is this property? Pressed. Rest to pressed. Prototype. Connection. While pressing. That's it. So see how we are creating collection of components in my design. Control C and paste to replace. Shift spacebar. See, can you see the color is being changing like this? If you want to make it more explicit, you can even add an underline, right? You can create blinking cursor, all those stuff like that. So this is one application which is really strong. Now let us look at our Material 3 design kit. Okay. Now in the Material 3 design kit, if I look at buttons, you will see that there are so many buttons here. Control C, Control V, right? This is the variant, guys, which Google has created. Same variant. Now you will see that where is that dotted line, right? Because they did not have a stroke. Add a stroke and look at the stroke detail here. The stroke color is this. So if I just do Alt Control C, oh, okay, sorry, that thing doesn't work. I have to match the same color here. Control C, Control V. So it's nothing but a stroke. And if you go to the strokes property -10.5, so add the -10.5 under the stroke properties -10.5. Isn't it looking same like how we were creating, right? Now look at the amount of properties. So just to show you, if I take one of the buttons outside, just look at on the right hand side. This is what is required for all of you to be, really good at while creating your designs. I can make this button filled or outlined or text or elevated or tonal, right? For each one of these buttons, I can make it enabled or hovered or focused or pressed or disabled, right? I can show an icon. I may not show an icon. And I have a label text. So I can change the label text from here to cancel. And I can immediately change it from filled to outlined. Look at the speed of my design. If I have a system like this, cancelled, I can make it filled, right? I can select this, I can make it agree. Isn't it fast? Now select both, Shift A. How I can immediately change the representation of a component from one to the other and make just fragments of auto layout. That's it. My designs will be flying like rocket, right? Like this. So, and at one place, let's say, you have a scenario where you haven't done any step because of which this button should be in the disabled state. Okay. You make this thing as disabled. Cancel also disabled. See? So easy to change stuff like that, right? So this is how design systems are created. We are looking at the Material 3 design kit. Everything that you see here is created using variants. So whatever components we learned, now it is time for you to go deeper inside each component and you see how many types of those components exist in an universe. Look at cards. These many. So this is a building block of card, horizontal card, stacked card, horizontal card. See, so many different types of, cards are created. This is the building block of a card. This is what a design system person builds in Figma, right? So this is where any design system you go. This is one of the design system. But tomorrow, if you go to, let's say, if you go to Explore Community and Design Resources, if I go at UI Kits, Material 3 Kit, iOS 18 and iPadOS 18, this is uploaded by whom? Apple. Simple Design System by Figma. This is Apple's design system. Ant design system. Instagram UI kit by Ashley Gaunt SEO. That means it is not the official design system. You will find this is base gallery created by Uber. So you are going to see. So if you go to designsystem.com, all of you please keep a note of it. If you go here, you are going to see there are a lot of design system repo. See Atlassian, if you are working in Atlassian company, this is Atlassian's design system. See if I click it, it's taking some time. See I am going where Figma community. So the Atlassian design system is an open Figma file. If I open it in Figma, see ADS foundations from community. So that's how you can get any design system. We learned about our components, right? Design components and all those stuff. Now it is time for all of us to go deeper inside each of these design systems. Now, if you look at it on the left hand side, there are a lot of, this is the foundation thing. I think the parts they may have kept. Okay. So these are all, if you see, these are all variants, right? Whenever you see this purple dotted line, it is variants. You go to icon, you see all these icons. All these icons are variants. So just looking at the Material 3 design kit only, you will just go to all these things, chips and all. You can learn more about the C design guidelines. So when you click it, you go to the material design resource so that you can learn more about the design component, that where it is used, why it is used. You can go and check the specification from where we were checking the specifications. And at the same time, you can also look at how many kinds of input chips are there. So we will just look at, so if I just paste it here, you will see that so many input chips a designer would need while working in a Google design system. So if I take it outside, you will see label only, label and leading icon, label and avatar, state, right? Enabled, hovered, focused, dragged, selected, not selected, show closing icon, not show, avatar, choose any avatar from the design system, and text label. It can be, let's say, country or something, right? Whatever you write, it changes. So how do you must be feeling overwhelmed that how do I create such a complex design system, right? So let me just quickly show you how. I'll just keep it as it is, take it outside, and then take every single component, drag it outside. So what happens, guys? When I take it outside, they are what? Instance or parent? Instance. Now, if I want to break it, now if I want to detach it from this guy, what do I have to do? Right click and detach instance, right? Now they don't have any connection. All of them are individual auto layouts, right? See on the left hand side, they are what are the components or they are the auto layouts? Auto layouts, right? Now if I have to collectively create or add them to a variant, how do I do? Create components. Now the property is totally deleted. There is no property, right? So how do I know the property? See, this property is filled. So this is the styling property. This property is also filled. So let us look at the properties first, right? The entire top thing is filled. This is outlined. This is text. This is elevated. This is tonal, right? So, and what is this property called? The property is called style. So let's create the first property, style. Okay. Now what you can do is that you can do bulk action in variant. So again, look at it. What is the property called? Filled. So you can select everything and name them filled. What is this property? Outlined. Select everything, call them outlined. Okay. What is this? Text. Clear, everyone? Bulk action. Elevated. Because all of them are group of elevated designs. And what is this? Tonal. Okay. Chalo. First style thing, everything we have done. What is the second property that you see here? State. Enabled, hovered, focused. So I'm just going to take a small screenshot so that I remember the names. Okay. So button. Now, do I have that property here? I'm not able to see that property, right? So if I go to the properties line, there is a plus icon. So if I create plus, I can create a new property here. Just a property. And what is this property called? State. Okay. So when I collectively select all the first line, they are enabled. Second line is what? Hovered. Third line is focused. Fourth line is pressed. And fifth line is disabled. Okay. The fourth row style is elevated. So I can go back anytime. Style is elevated. Okay. And the state is, if I select everything, this is the first state is enabled. So I'll select everything, right? And the second one is covered. So enabled, the first one is basically filled. So this style is filled. This one is outlined. This one is text. This one is elevated. This one is tonal. Okay. And this way it is enabled, hovered, focused, and this is what? Pressed and disabled. Okay. So the last property that it has is show icon. Now this is a very typical property, but if I call it out as show icon, right? Now this one, shift, and this one, this one, this one, and this one, do they have icon? No, right? Then write no. Select all these things. Do they have icon? Yes, that's it. Now we have created a Google design system for button. If I drag it outside, I can change it to anything. Filled, outlined, tonal, show icon, without icon, everything is created. Now when you look at this thing and when you look at it, see the order is different, right? Look at this order. Look at this order. Now this is the right order of things, because when you create such a complex system, the order also matters. Otherwise it becomes here and there, right guys? But we created these things. So when I hold this button, the one that we created, if I go on style, what is the order? First one is what? Filled. So I can drag and put it to the top. Okay. First is filled. So when I hold it, when I go here, gripper is not moving. Edit variant properties. Let me go back to my old UI. The new UI has some bug here and there. Okay. If I go back here, style, first one is filled. Oh, here also there seems to be a glitch here, because this is how we ordered the properties, right? Let me go back to the new UI. We use new UI. So this is how, more or less, look at how Google created it and how we created it. It's the exact same properties that you see from both the things, right? So now you can look at these things and you can see how these things are constructed. So go to the design system of Google and look at all these things and now think how they may have been constructed. Look at this thing. This thing is constructed like, it will not have a lot of properties inside. When you drag it outside, it has density 0 to 4 like that, and scroll bar or not scroll bar. That's it. So to make something like scroll bar and not scroll bar, this is that yes no condition for which you basically create this yes no. Does it have a scroll bar? Yes. Does it have a scroll bar? No. That's how you get this toggle function. I guess this is like we built on top of our auto layout knowledge to components, to variants, to little bit of interactive variants, right?
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, you also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
Initially. Now let us look at the variance part, and how we can use this concept of auto layout and variance more in little bit of a complex screen. So we will take the example of some screenshots. So I'll not deliberately take the real screens, but let's say I'm just going to show you how you can build this one this one, and let's say this one. And what happens when you click on book appointment, select time slot? Okay, this one. There's a lot of details. Let's just take till here, Control C, and we'll take it to our variables page. Sorry, not variables page, variants page. So in the left hand side, I'll just add these screens, right? So we are also going to learn, looking at this screen, you can imagine that these things will have horizontal scroll, right? While using in a mobile app, you may have seen. And it may also have vertical scroll, right? So this is a complex scenario. Usually students face difficulty in doing this stuff. So we are going to use the concept of auto layout and variants to create a screen like this, which will help you at least to start thinking about your case study project. You will be able to think around some designs around it, because this covers most of the complexities of a screen. All right, so first of all, let us look at one of this doctor card, right? And what we will do is that we can change the designs also if needed. Okay, so I'll just hit T and let me add doctor. I will, okay, while I'm doing it, I actually have to, I'll show you another important thing while I'm doing it, which is the style guide creation also. Important agendas. So let us say that we use the Open Sans, or we use, okay, popular fonts, and we select Segway regular 16. So I'm going to make it 12, right? So doctor is added. Now, tomorrow, if I look at it, some font is bold, right? Some font is black, some font is extremely big. So look at this popular doctor's font, look at the 4.8 font. So there's so many types of font, right? This is a 12 size font. So what I can do here is that once I'm using it, I can click on this, the 4 dots, and then I can hit on this plus sign. And then let's just add a description of it. So what can be the description? Let's say this is metadata 1. Okay, so that means whenever I have a metadata, I can use this. Okay, then let me just, okay, so we have cardiology, right? Cardiology, and let us make this this is metadata 1, which is a type style, which is, I just created. On the right side of it, you can see there is a James clip. So I can remove it. And now let us make it 14 size, right? And let's call it, again, I'll click on the 4 dots and I'll call it plus sign. This is metadata. Let's call it metadata large, right? I'll feel like, oh, this one is called metadata 1, this is called metadata large. Doesn't make sense. Can I rename it? Okay, let's hold this. This is called metadata 1. So when I click on this font, it can be any font. And then when I click on this metadata 1, the text styles available here comes out, right? See, metadata large we created, metadata 1 is something that we created. So I can click on this slider here, and now I can rename it as metadata small. Okay? So metadata small, see, the way it is written is also different. Let us write it in the same way, metadata, then dash, then small. Done. So now let's just try to make anything, like let's say when I write doctor, and it is any font. It can be anything for yesterday's class, or something from this Google font, or anything, something which I have taken from here. What I can do here is now that I can click here, I can add the style that that I just created. So on the right hand side, you will see when I select the text, I can see that I can choose Let me just detach it because it also brings its own properties. So when I hold this font menu item, I can choose from the styles that I created. So if I make, every time I make it metadata small, it will be small. And when I make a copy of it, I choose metadata large, it will be large. So this way, when you create your design, you will have a very consistent typography which is used, because you will use the typeface in the application area. Whenever you have a metadata one, then this is what you are using. Then let us just have this is metadata large, metadata small. So without selecting any text, what we can do is that on the right hand side, you'll see that already, these 4 fonts styles were borrowed from Google. When I use the Google component, it got all the styles from it. So what I can do is that I can right click and I can delete all the styles also, no problem. We will just keep styles that we are creating. So far we created 2 text styles. Now when I again create on this plus sign, without selecting a text, I can create a font, I can create a style, and let me call it as metadata small. But in bracket, I'm going to write bold. So it was, if I remember correctly, it was segue regular 12. I'm going to make it segue bold 12, create style. So now I have small bold, I have small. I can group them together like this. See, metadata small bold. Again, I click on plus, I can create a text style which is metadata large, create style. So it is segue 14 and bold. So you give the properties here, create style. So now I have created 4 different text styles here. So we will look at the beauty of these text styles, right? So let's say now I have to write. So I'll just delete all these fonts because I don't need them. So when creating this design now, all typography becomes little easy for me. I can click here, metadata large, bold. But do you think this size is same as this size, or should we need bigger one? We need a bigger one, right? So let us call this thing as heading 1. So we will click plus text style and let's call it as heading small bold, right? We will select segue, we will select bold, and let's say 16, create style. Now when I select it and when I change it to heading small, see, now it is almost matching. Yes, it's matching it. The C and C, they are of the same size. Yesterday we realized that when you guys were doing your assignment, this was a problem to like establish the font styles and all. So now let me call it as service category, like this. Okay, done. So whenever I'm using, let's say now I'm trying to create this doctor thing, I can go here and choose from my established text style. So let me choose, metadata small, and I will call it, okay. And I need this, small illustration here. So I'll just go to plugin, manage plugin, and for the time being, I'm going to use a plugin which is called Blush. So Blush, what it does is that it helps you get some characters and all. So let us get people. So the pro things are paid. Doesn't make sense with the story. Let us try to find, if we have healthcare, it will be these. This is a plugin to create these things actually. So I'm not sure where they are. You can, like, for example, if you select one of these characters, na? See, these are all groups. Like, for example, if I choose healthcare, oh, see, healthcare was there. Wow, healthcare. And let me just get this. So this this one came out. And on the right hand side, you can see I can change the dress, right? I can change the style also. Right? Oh my God. Mask, even glass. This looks like a pig. Okay, healthcare worker. So let's have this, and then this dress just right like this. Okay. Let's say this is my doctor thing, and this is a what do you say? This is an image. So basically, when I go to crop, I can crop part of it. Like when selected, I can go to crop, and I can crop part of it. Right? Okay. So let's say doctor is this. So in order to create this auto layout, what should I do? Select both, Shift A, right? So auto layout is created, center aligned, right? 8 pixels gap. Now 8 pixels gap or 6 pixels gap, I will not, spend a lot of time here. What I will do is that I am going to add the corner radius, the right and left padding. So if I make it center aligned, and the moment I stretch this guy, it becomes okay. First of all, so this guy is getting stretched. Why? Because it is the image condition is crop. I have to make okay. The fill problem happens. So what we have to do? The same image, I have to do right click, copy as PNG, and we have to go here and paste to replace. So now this is an image which is in the fill condition, so it will not get distorted. So that it has forgotten that crop thing, whatever. Okay. So now let's say this is one, yeah, one of my right. So I can make it more or less similar size. We'll make sure that this is square 7676 I this color corner radius of 14 pixels. Okay, so one of this, if you see, it is created here, right? So if I have to think like a system designer, then I will say that what is the problem that this guy is solving? Let us also talk about those things. Who can tell me what is this service category? What is the problem? What do you think from you? Yeah. So if we say that your target users may want to come to seek a doctor, or they want to buy a drug, or they want to get caregiver. So what is this thing helping? This is kind of a station. Whether you want to take a train from Delhi to Gurgaon or Gurgaon to Delhi, you choose. So this is helping. So in UX, discovery is a very big topic. Maybe your offerings are so big. You give crypto, you give share trading, mutual fund, policies, so many things. But you need a place for people to discover them, right? So this is on top of this entire thing, so that so as a user, I can add a problem like that. As a user, I don't know what exactly I need while I'm exploring. So I need hand holding. This is doing hand holding. As a user, I want to quickly understand the services you are providing, and then I need to discover them. This is solving that. These are the problems that are typically solved, right? So now that I have created this, I should make it right. So this becomes a component for me. Now, let us also understand that if this illustration that you see here, there can be so many illustrations in your illustration bank, which you may want to use, right? Like if you go to websites like Flat Icon and all, you will see a lot of illustrations already. Healthcare illustrations, if you search, CPIC, see, lot of healthcare vectors, whatever you want, asset type vector, you will see that lot of type of these things are coming out. So what we are saying that healthcare icons. So one way to discover while you are doing a project is like this. So this may help you, something like this. Another way to discover for doing your own projects is go to community, and in community you can search healthcare icon. So in community, you will see that there are a lot of files which are given to you. So if you go back, healthcare icons, show all search result, you'll see if you choose the free thing, then you are going to see that there are so many healthcare icons already given by or curated by many people over here, right? So you can choose. So we learned from using Plus plugin, or you can go outside, or you can use. So this is the design that you can find similar screens also online from where you can get inspired. So let's say that we want to choose something like something from the top only, open in Figma. Okay. So when you come here, if you go to the icons part, you see that there are a lot of solid icons. There are in the thumbnail part, there are the colored versions of these icons added. Okay. If you are not satisfied, you can again go to community. You can close this thing by clicking outside. You can go back and try to discover other icons. So let's say these are all the 3D healthcare icon pack. Let's see, open in Figma. So you are working on your design and you have not yet decided the style of your design and all. This is the case where you can just borrow these things from community. Later on, you can replace them. So we are working on a system. We are not, stuck because, we don't have few assets with us. That is the approach. So let us say objects. Let us just try to take one more pass and try to see if we can find. So this time, let us open this one. Open in. Okay, all vector icons. Oh, this is a huge list of vector icons. So no problem, we can select vector icons only. So let us have one of these, Control C. So now when we are going back here, we can say Control V, and you will see that this is our style, which is okay, flat style. And the moment we replace it here, you will see it is coming like this, paste to replace, right? Which is okay, not a bad thing the way it is coming out. We can reduce this spacing. So this is how the doctor thing is coming. Now we will understand about let's say we want this, and then we want medicines, something like this. We want something like, let's vaccine, or some SOS. Where is there any ambulance thing that you guys can see? Now ambulance, medicine, and these three, right? So we bring all these icons together here like this. So what we will do now is that we are going to select all these three icons. Even we can take it outside, and now we have set of 4 icons. So we can select all these 4, and in order to make it a variant group, what should we do? We should go here and make it a component set, right? So we can say this is my icon library. Lot of icons you will need. And in the property, this time let me call the property as type. So the property here is ambulance, here is truck spill, here it's insurance, and here it's, let's say, call it doctor 4. What you can do is that you can also make a copy of these icons by selecting everything, copying them here, right? Now let's just see that in case it lets me lets me add color. So if I add color, and let's say if I choose colors like this, so colors will be difficult to add here. So let us get rid of it. We'll not use this second set, which is here like this. We'll delete it. So here I have 4 icons, which is part of this variant system, and I have this influence into this thing. So if I do Control C, and if I come here, right click, and if I do paste to, once the person hovers on it, or yes, you can do it. It's not that you cannot do it. For now, you have to spend time making it happen. So what you have to do is that you have to select everything, make another copy, right? And let's say you have to make it, because this was borrowed from a community, right? It may not let you do the field stuff. So let's say, I have to do it manually like this. And the color of the field is, let's say, blue or something. Yes. So you have to, that is not a big challenge to do. Only with these icons, they should also let you do it. Hold this guy. See, it is filling the entire thing. So let me say, we add it like this. For now, let us just, add whatever colors it is. So we'll have this, right? Then for this one, we will hold and we will add red color, right? Like this. And for this one, even if the mask is, it's allowed to, add color to the mask. Yeah, this looks good. See, if this face, if it was allowing me, the face is made like this. So it may not allow me. But let's see, whatever it is allowing, see, it will make the face like that. So no problem. Even if the mask is getting highlighted, our point is valid, right? So what should be the next property here? Let us understand the concept of variance also. The property here, we have to create one more property. As we discussed, variance cannot have same name. So when I add another property, let's call it as field, right? So are these field? When I drag all of them, are these field? Yes. So the moment you do it, what happens is that you can change this thing. You get this toggle here, say, like this, right? Now there is a glitch that is happening. You have seen the ambulance changed because the name has to be same. If this is ambulance, this cannot be type 5. This should also be ambulance. Same name. So the name is ambulance sharp. Done. Same name here, ambulance. This is drugs. Control C, drugs, right? This is insurance. Control C, insurance. Same name. This is doctor. This is. Now what happens? I can hold this. I can change it to, okay, ambulance streamline. It's a long name coming, I think, because of this one. Okay, now ambulance, and this is, okay, same name. Now when I go here, see, doctor, drug, insurance, ambulance. I can change it to insurance and make it field or not field. So you can create like that, you can create variant of anything. But now this particular thing, what do we call it? Let's say this is a discovery pill, right? Discovery pill that is created for this design, this one. Now I can make a copy of it and I can change this fill color to little bit grayish, right? Like and child, they cannot be created a variant system. So it has to be, both has to be parent. So I will detach it first. I will again create it a component. And now I will create a variant, create component set. Combine as variant. So when I combine them as variant, what is the property that it becomes? What is this one? This is rest. What is this? This is, right? You can also select both of them and you can go to this effects thing, plus sign, and see I have added a drop shadow. So whenever you add drop shadows like this, they become very strong. So we were learning about creating styles, right? We learned about creating 4 text style. See, shadow can also become a style because every time you add a shadow, maybe see this shadow, if you have to tweak now, you have to click on this property here, effect settings. And this is where you choose, let's say, X value, Y value, like this, right? X2, Y2, blur, make it 16, very blurred. Then the color, make it very subtle. So maybe make it 8 pixels. See, it's a very subtle shadow. So every time you have to create a shadow like this, or you have to go here and you have to edit the settings, it becomes a problem. So what you do is that you again click on this add effects thing here. Sorry, not here. You basically you click on these 4 dots and you click on this plus sign here and you call it as my shadow, right? So if I have to apply the same shadow here, I will just click on the 4 dots now and select shadow subtle. See, the same shadow is added. So tomorrow if I have to, now this is one of the components is done. So if I make a copy of it and here, let's say, I'm making an auto layout now. This one, shift A, right? 16 pixels gap. So again, Control C, Control V, Control V. So in order to change the property of the image, I'll double click here. I'll go here and I'll change it to doctor, right? Now in auto layout, you can move things left and right by using the left arrow and right arrow. See, you can reposition them. That is also very nice, the way you can arrange. The second one, first is doctor, second one is drug, third one is, let's say, ambulance, and fourth one is insurance. Okay. Now, if you look at this particular component that is created, you can already feel that there is a shadow, right? I can make it, let's say 16 pixels, 16 pixels. I'll just add a fill color in the background so that you can enjoy the shadow. So can you see the shadow properly, right? You can see that these are the shadows. Now tomorrow, while you are working in your design, this shadow is applied here and there in multiple places. The doctor's card also similar shadow is added. When you go inside the date tags also same shadow is added. It's possible, right? Here, while choosing the, time slot, this shadow is added. Possible? Now suppose you are, giving a design review and your client says that the shadow is too strong. Who added this shadow? So I'll remove one of these shadows which was created before, shadow subtle. So I can immediately go to this shadow subtle effect style and I can, go to this property from here and I can change the opacity to 4%. See, it affects everything in your design. Isn't it a much larger control, right? Such a nice control. So look at this thing. What is one thing that is inconsistent? What is something that is hurting the text is same. Chalo, the van line thickness is too strong. But thanks to my component system here, I can select, this thing. And when I hit enter, I'm getting inside. So the stroke is 3. So the moment I change the stroke thickness to 1, right? When I change the stroke thickness to, it becomes too thin. So let's make it 2, right? So now it is in line with it. Now I have to change this text. So this one should be drugs, right? This text is ambulance and this text is insurance. Okay, done. Now the text that is used here, if you look at this text, the text is using small. Tomorrow, if you feel that the metadata small text is not right, or if you feel that the gap is not much, right? We have to increase the gap. Where do you change to influence the gap? You select both of them, and then from here, see the vertical gap is nothing. You can add 4 pixels. See, it changes here. Or you can make it 2 pixels. Wherever this card is used, it is used everywhere. Okay. Now, if you want to change the metadata small thing, which is used, metadata small, you go to this setting and tomorrow you change the text here, the metadata small here, and you change this segue regular to segue semi-light. See, it changed. If you change it to segue black, it will change. Isn't it?
Yes.
You have one place for all the controls. You can even change the way text is used, whatever. Anything that you want to change for that particular style of text, it happens everywhere. Okay. What is something where we still do not have control? By the way, this already, if I make it like shift space bar, what it has, what it does not have, let us look at it so far. On long pressing, why it is not changing? Because I haven't, I have to select it, I have to go to prototype, and I have to connect it. And we say while pressing, instantly change, right? And this one, what should be the state? It should be the filled state, right?
Yes.
And then this color should be little gray, like this. Now look at it, shift space bar. So you will see this. So in order to tackle this problem, we have to do it in a way where, you basically look at this discovery thing. So if you look at these icons, it is sourced by who is contributing to this variant? This variant. So we can say that this is a supplier to this variant. We can talk it like this has supplied icons here. Tomorrow it will supply or more. Okay. So if I discovery, I can go to this properties sign and I can click on net. And here I will say currently it has only one supplier. So I click. So what happens now? We will, and also another thing we will do is this thing, right? When we select, you can see where the label is added. If you remember Google's thing, right? When we were taking the, did you see that a label text was coming where you could change it to doctor or nurse or anything? So how do you create this label property in variant? That also let us understand. So when we change these things, we manually change them. That is not the right way to do. We added the nested instance here. Now what we will do is that we will select, holding control, we'll click on the text, not like this, right? So we'll select, make sure we are selecting the text, and right next to typography, you'll see there is this small icon which says create text property, and we'll click it and we'll call it as label. Okay, create. Again, holding this thing, we will go here and we will see that a label text is already there. So same thing we will apply. Now look at the brilliance of it. When we and we put it this, right? The first candidate is this, and Control C, Control V, Control V, Control V, right? 4 icons are added here. Let us now do it in a different way. So if I select this on the right hand side, can you see an icon thing is added? So if it is doctor, what should we add? Doctor. And the label is doctor. The next one is, let's say, drugs. So I will write here. The next one is ambulance. So I will add ambulance here. The next one is insurance, right? Now look at this. Okay, I think this problem is happening because we changed the state. So let me just delete it once. And this is the rest state. Default and rest. So let's call it, let's hold states. This is rest and this is rest. Okay, rest and pressed. So here I'm going to use the filled version of it, and both the places we're using insurance. So let us connect it while pressing. Already pressing is yes, now it is working. And we are also going to add the properties here. I think properties is already added. So if I change it, and if I change insurance to drugs, and this is drugs, this is a glitch. Okay, okay, here nested instance icon, while pressing change to state is pressed. Yes, and in this one, this is the let us try to break it again. Some kind of a glitch may have happened. So I'm getting one of these icons from here and having a text from here. Yes. And having shift A, 6 pixels, center aligned. Okay. This is the color, and 14 pixels. Okay. We have 88, same size. From the effects, we are choosing shadow. Okay, and if I have one more state here, which is create component state. Okay, this was generated with already a component. Okay, now there will be no problem. Prototype. I'll tell you the glitch also. On while pressing, change to this one. Okay, and here I'm going to add the property as icon. Okay, and I'm going to choose the text. This is label text. Label text, and here I'm going to use the same label text. Okay, now when I take it outside, shift spacebar, yes, and when I change it to insurance, yes, see, now there is no problem. Now why this glitch happens is because if you remember, we created a master component first, right? And then we detached it. So the way to create is that, if you remember, we created components without any treating them master components. Those were simple auto layouts. Now simple auto layouts, multiple simple auto layouts, like this is detached instance, right? When you have two of them, and then they are simple auto layouts, and then you create component set, then this problem doesn't happen. So basically what now I'm going to do is that I'm going to open this nested instance thing from here, add icon here, done. Then select the text, and I'm going to click here and add label text here, right? Label text here. You select this text, add the same property called label text. Okay, done. Now this one, and this one, I'm going to add shadow subtle is already added. I'm going to select the pressed state here. Okay, done. And let's say I want to add a stroke, some kind of a stroke, and let's say the stroke color is little grayish, something like this, and there is also a fill color which is little bit of a grayish or something like this. Okay, so now this component, this is kind of my discovery component that we create. And what are the properties here? Let's call the properties as states. So this first one is rest, and the second one is pressed, right? Pressed, right. Now when you take it outside and Control X, and now when I keep on adding it, paste to replace, paste to replace, paste to replace, and paste to replace, like this. So first one is doctor. I can easily find a drop down here to choose doctor. Second one is what? Drugs. So I can write drugs here. Third one is ambulance. So I can go here, choose ambulance. Ambulance here. Fourth one is insurance. Right? Insurance here. Right? So now when I'm doing shift space bar, see, okay, they also need to be connected. So prototype like this, while pressing immediately, change to the press state. Okay, now let us see. Yeah, these two are okay. Did I get the wrong one? So here, if I change this thing to, why is this glitch happening? Okay, I think this is where it is fixed. Let us test it again. Because the problem happens when there is a master component and you detach and you again create a component. That is some kind of a internal memory it tries to retain. So this component, if I check, this is okay. So if I change it to insurance, insurance is okay. If I change it to drugs, okay. Only on the drugs part, it is a glitch. Why there is a glitch in the drugs part? Let us find. Drugs, no. Drugs, yes. And doctor, no. Doctor, yes. What happens when I change it to the doctor part? Okay. Let me fix this thing, guys. This is a very weird problem happening. Because if the problem had to happen, it would have happened for one of all three of them. So if you look at the ambulance part is working fine, the long press thing. And if I look at the insurance part, the insurance part is looking fine. And if I change it to the drugs part, the drugs part is going to the wrong thing. Okay. Ambulance and ambulance. Okay. I will fix it, guys, and then I'm going to show it where. So nested component use is that, let me just show. Maybe it has, let us just try to see it. Okay, why we are doing nested component first, like tomorrow if we want to add, this is a icon. Tomorrow we may want to add more icons here, right? In this same row. So we want our icons to be one source of growth. We want the icons so that grows on its own. We want a control on this thing also as a separate thing, because tomorrow if we want to change this thing, we would like to change the icons also for this, right? So that's the reason. So let us so that is the reason we create nested components. Usually, all these things, they typically grow as a big nested component structure. So that's a typical workflow of Figma, where you create one thing and then you make a row and then that becomes another component, so that you can control multiple levels of the design, right? So let us also, okay, let me just give one more example with the cards of this doctor. So, and then this one I'm going to fix it and then I'll show you again where is this glitch coming up. Because if this glitch is coming while you guys are working, that also you need to know why this glitch is coming, right? So this card, for example, if I take a rectangle like this, let's say it's a rectangle like this, and you can add a corner radius, let's say like this, and you need images of doctors like this. So one option is that you go and look at doctor portraits. You can use another plugin here also, which is called Unsplash. You can use Unsplash and then you can find some doctor images.
Yeah.
Oh, so if you see, this is only icons. This is only icons,
Okay.
but this is icon plus text plus a gap between them plus a square around them with a corner. So out of all these things, one of these is fueled from here. But this icon, the ambulance has no influence from discovery. So icon is not nested instance of discovery, but discovery has nested in, yeah. Okay, one of the another reasons that can happen here is that because the way these things were created, I can take examples from the variables. I have a, in my variants page, if you go, you are going to see there are a lot of icons kept here on the left hand side, right? These are called hero icons. So there are lot of, tons of icons kept here. And the moment, if I take one of the icons from here, you can see I can variants only added. So most probably, yeah, you can go here and you can go, get the right. Okay, this is the archive box. I think their variants are go to main component. Oh, it is connected to this file. That's why it is not taking. So this is kind of the link. If you search from hero icons, you are going to see this as the final, the page of hero icons. It has many commonly used icons that are required in your design. So like page, yeah. So this is where you see, let me just delete this one. So every icon, if you see, there are small size, medium size, large size, right? Different versions of the same icon. So if I take something outside, I think it works in this design only because of the connection it has here. So once you take it outside, this is where you can go here and you can swap it with other instances. So these are hero icon solid. You can go to hero icon mini or micro. So there is a micro version. You can change it to the micro version, right? You can go back and you can choose the outline version like this, same design like that. So a lot of use cases you can do it from this particular hero icon like this. So if you go here, you have to from this because this is the local component. So you have to go here and you have to, I think from here you can, it's already a khichdi. So best is that you can go from that hero icon thing and you can use a lot of icons from there. So what we will do is that now let us try to understand and create the doctor's card variations also, because this is where you have to replace the images as required. So for images, I'm going to use this plugin called Unsplash, and let us look at doctor photograph, and we will keep, let's say we use this image, right? Okay, one of the image added. Now text, when we take text here, T, we can write John Wilson like this, and we go to our typography, these 4 dots, and we will see our typography is added. So if I choose metadata large, this is how John Wilson comes out, right? And if I make a copy of it and let's make it cardiology, here I will go to metadata small, right? But not the bold one, this one, cardiology. Okay. Then we need a star and 4.8, this thing, right? So in order to create it, let us add a shape here, which is star like this. We can change lot of properties of the star, like you can change the gap, something like this. We can add corner radius. So more or less it becomes like the star here. So I, okay, we'll copy cardiology, we'll add 4.8. Okay. So between these two, I will create a small auto layout like this, center align, and let's say it is 6 pixels. I will add around 4 pixels of padding, and I in this color, okay, very light color, make it 6 pixels of corner radius. Okay, So this is one of the component designs which I may need to change lot of times. So I will do option command K. So this is my rating component, right? And here I'm going to choose 4.8 and push it as a text property. So this is rating. So that you don't have to click this component to change this text. So whenever you have an instance of it, see rating comes like this, you can change it to say 5.6. It will change like that. Okay. So I'm going to take an instance of it, put it inside. So what all things do I have? John Wilson, cardiology, rating, and photograph. These are the things that is creating this card. I'll make it more, horizontal like this. And if I select everything and if I do Shift A, then this becomes an auto layout for me like this. So if I expand and contract, then this is how the image grows in size like this. So if I make it option command K, then this becomes a doctor's card like that. So if I take it outside, so in this doctor's card, what is the nested instance? This one, right? Only this one is the nested instance. So if I select doctor's card and if I add property, the only nested instance I'll find is rating. So if I add nested instance means one of the instance, one of these components inside this master component is instance of another. Like this rating, if you see, rating was coming from here, right? Tomorrow, let's say if I want to change the gap, if I want to make it 8 pixels, right? How do I get that control on all the rating component? That's how I create a component here, master component. Let's say I want to change this, padding from 4 to 8. So I can do the change here, and in all the doctor's card is used. So this is in itself a master component. But this master component's baby, which is an instance, this is added here in another component. That is called a nested. Why did we make it? Is that tomorrow if I want to make it as fixed size, tomorrow if I want to change the padding from 5 to 6, how do you change all those things across your design? What if tomorrow if I want to add a additional padding of let's say 8 pixels and add a white color, right? And add a corner radius. See, now everything is. Why did we create it? Because I want to have a place from where I can change and it impacts my entire design like this. See, now this card looks right. I can go here and change this radius to 8. See, now this card looks more, in a way it's getting even better, right? I can go here, I can create another out here, Shift A, and add a left padding of let's say 8 pixels like this. I can go here and the bottom padding I can increase to 8 pixels. So basically, the reason of creating designs like this is even they are working really fast. You haven't thought about a lot. Tomorrow, if someone comes and says that add years of experience, right? So you can do Control C. So let us understand first that how do you make changes holistically. So this is one card which is an instance. You make more copies of it, right? Shift A, and let's say you are making it, let's say 8 pixels gap. Control C, Control V, Control V, right? 4 doctors. So how do you change the data here? So you can make it, let's say, Alexa Johnson, right? You can change it to heart surgeon, right? And the rating, so you can select it, you can change the rating here. If it is a nested instance, so add property, if it is a nested instance, you can change it like that, nested instance rating. Then whenever you hold this card, you can change the rating to let's say 3.6. See that it changes. You can come here, see some team something. So while creating these cards, another problem happens is that what kind of image do you get, all those things. So what kind of text should you add? So go to this plugin which is called Content Reel. In Content Reel, what happens is that you get a lot of name examples. So let's say I select this text, and when I go to my text, you will see that there are not a lot of full name. So on clicking it, it automatically changes the name, see, so that it is easy for you to create designs, right? Robert Fox, something like this, Lloyd Miles, Christine Watson. Then again select this text and full name, Jacob Jones, Daryl Stewart, right? And you can add, let's say, microbiology. And you can add, let's say, specialist or something. So when I'm creating designs, I need to change all this data. These are datas are called metadata. See 4.4, and I'm changing it to, let's say, 5.8, whatever, or 5 is the highest, so let's make it 5.0, like that. Now, in order to change the names, the photographs, you can do plugin, Content Reel. You can use Content Reel also. Plugins, Content Reel, and if you hold all these images, go to avatars, it changes it like this. Doesn't look like doctor, but right. Again, you select, you keep on clicking Alexa. So when you go to images, you will find lot of male images, female images, and all. Many people have created across like this. See, it keeps on rotating like this. You can search doctors. Let's see if you can find doctors. Some people may have created doctors also. Avatar doctors, yes. See, Nikita Petrov, someone created, right? So you can actually create your own image bank also here. Create your own name also here. See, Christine Watson, and then select here Daryl Stewart. Yeah. First one, John Wilson. Makes sense now? Right? So I have, set of these images. But tomorrow, if someone comes and says that add the number of year of experience also. So I will come here, and you can just look at the influence of this master component on all these things. So I'm making everything smaller here. So you'll see that if I just, go select this, Control C, Control V, everywhere it gets added, right? If I move it up, it moves up. Selecting this and selecting this, Shift A, and horizontal align and center align, and I can add, let's say, 10 plus years, right? So I can go here. I should make it auto, right? Auto, like this, edge to edge. You can select it, remove the left padding. So this is how your card looks like. The card doesn't have enough space on the sides, so maybe I can make it 8, 8, 8, 8 pixels throughout. So this is how you change the designs. You keep on updating the designs, and it gets reflected, right? Let's say you want to now add, right, or available or not available. So you can, do Shift A, make it little tighter like this, or 2 pixels like this. Again, hold Control C, Control V, right? Can add fees, $100. Fees is also added. So what do you think the only thing here which is not in my control is the color of the text, right? So how can I also make use of or change the color of the text is something which is done through color style. So we learned about creating text style. We created 4 text style, also a shadow style. But there are some color styles here. So let me select everything, and I'll just delete all the styles. So let's say I create, I create the local styles plus sign, and I create a color style. And this one I will say neutral 100%. Right? Neutral 100% is what? Pure black. Like this. Create style. Okay. Then one more color style, neutral 90%. Neutral 90% is that same black, but little bit grayish like this. Red style. Then color style, neutral 80%. And change it here. Red style, neutral 70%. And 70% is this. Okay. And then the last one is neutral 60%. It is very light. Lamp of gray color. So you can select this 10 years. You can go to the fill 4 dots here, same way. So you can choose, actually the local variables is conflicting here, lot of local variables in this file. I think I should I have to delete all these things. They are all conflicting, but I'll get this file cleaner. Okay. So when you select it and you go to fill, so you can choose the library inside, whatever library you have, and you will see that there is, because of variables in from previous batch, it is coming like this. We have to find our neutral. See, I have added all these things, styles. So let's say I'm putting it 80%. See everything here. Now when I choose John Wilson, I'm doing it in the master component. That's why I'm doing master component. Okay. Now when I go to fill, all the way down, I'm making it neutral 90%. So I don't make anything 100% dark or 100% black, right? Cardiology, 4 dots, and I will choose neutral 80%. And fees $100. This $100 basically, if you look at it, this fees, it's metadata small bold, because fees has to be strongly mentioned. Now, if I have to change it into 2 styles, Control C, Control V, Shift A, horizontal, center align, and I'm going to make it fees and $100. So this fees, I'm going to choose metadata small, and this is $100. So the color that I'll choose is, let's say, neutral 90%, neutral 90%, and this one is also neutral 90%, right? Like this. Variable. No. For that, you don't change the nested variable. You just either you double click and you edit it for every instance. So yesterday is that every metadata can be changed. Metadata can be changed. This is not linked to the main master component. What is linked is this. What you do is, what you do is $100. You go and click this property, create text property, and you call it fees, right? Okay. Then whenever you select the card, you will find something. Okay. Change it to 100, right? Like this. Okay. Like let's say this one. If you want to change it as specialization, then you click here and make it specialization. Create properties. Okay. Okay. Then what happens is that every doctor will have specialization. Now you write, let's say, whatever, then it changes here. Either you double click and then the same way you click this one. What should you call it? Name. Create property. Got it? So now when you click the instance, you have name also. So you can select it and you can reorder these things also, like name on the top, then name, specialization. Okay. And then this is the nested instance. So every time you select, you have name, specialization, and years of experience also you can select and make it as a property. Right. Years of experience. Is that, ratings problem, if you see, you can break them now. Ratings, the problem is that here I just want to control it from outside. You can control it from inside also. Like instead of this, let's say it does not exist, right? And I just put it inside, paste to replace. like this. So you don't need it basically, right? It is detached from its main instance. Now when you change it here, you can do it from here also. 12 pixels. See, every time it changes everything. You can similar way you can do it and add the color. The property, add the color as neutral. Let's say 80% or something, right? So now you can see your entire card is, first of all, it is auto layout. You can change the proportion and everything, and at the same time, every single data of a card you can. And the moment you go to the main card, you change the things. 4 pixels, 4 pixels. It affects everything. You can make it 0 pixels, 0 pixels. Also, it becomes like this, and remove the fill color like this. So you can control it from all those things. In a similar way, we will do a small recap and we will build these cards also. And then we will see how to add horizontal vertical scroll. And then we will learn basics of some basic prototyping and animation things also, how you can do. But styles you have understood, all of you, right? How color style, text style, shadow style, all can be created and you can control it at a different level. Okay. Now, if you guys, saw how this card was created, let us try to quickly repurpose the same card to create another card like this. So it's the same information. If you see, only one or two metadata separate. So I'm going to make it, detach instance and make it horizontal like this, right? Okay. So let's make it little bit squarish like this, because it's a small card that we are looking. There is some white border to the right of this image. That's what is coming. Okay, no problem. So let us say that this is our card, number of years of experience and all these things. So we can just redesign this card. So I'll do Control C, Control V, years of experience added here, and Control C, Control V. I'll move it to the top. This and John Wilson, right, Shift A and right aligned like this, auto, right? Top one I can now delete. Okay, cardiology, fees, and there is one more thing. How much far from you? So fees is added. So let's have Control C, Control V, Shift A, right click, center align, fill container. That's how you make it to the right hand side like this. So I will go to plugins, Iconify, and let me. So this one also, color I will choose from my set of colors, neutral 70 or 80. Okay, and Control X. If I put it on the last row, it will come like this, really big. So I will make it 16 pixels, 16, 16, and make another auto layer between them, make it tighter, 8 pixels, and hug. So they will hug them together. I can move this icon by using the left right arrow like this. So the distance is 1.0. So this has become now my horizontal layout of, right. This property stays as it is. This is doctor name, I guess. Typography. If I hold this, John Wilson, metadata, same name thing should be added here. Control C, paste to replace. Yes, now the name thing is coming. John Wilson, and we will call it as, oh, okay, because I need to go here and first of all, I need to make it a component. Otherwise, I cannot add the text properties. So Alt Control K, this is another doctor's card, another variation of it, doctor's card, and we'll make this one as the name, right? This is name, then this is rating, create property, rating. Okay, Then this is specialization. This is fees. Years of experience. By the way, guys, this is something which can be a result of a research, that what matters to you while deciding which doctor you, how do you build trust with the doctor? This is the solution of that problem. Distance. Okay. Everything added. Now let me just make a copy of it. Right. This time it is going to be horizontal. By the way, I can also add the shadow that I created. Effect, 4 dots, shadow subtle. Shadow added. So now see, I will check the responsiveness of this card. This is perfect auto layout. Only this image I am going to make it square. So 100, 100. Okay, done. Or let's say 96, 96. Let's see how it is coming out. Yeah, this is perfect. Shift A, another auto layout, 16 pixels. So now you can see I'm stretching them. They are responsive to me. Control Z, Control V. So let's say I have lot of doctor names like this. Okay, this is another card. So if I keep my primary assets, I'm going to use it to fill the data. This becomes my primary asset. This becomes my primary asset. See, I can change the design of these two things, and any screen that has these things will change, right? That is the power of components. So let us now try to create some screens like this. I will go to our auto layout page. I will borrow this page, Control C. I'll come to our variants page, right? And in this page, I'm going to add it. Okay. So as you can see, there are some things which are already there. Let's just change the name of the doctor, plugin, content reel. So images, and search doctor. You can rely on this avatar from Nikita Petrov. Okay, select this. Whom did we miss? This guy. Okay, right? All different doctors added. Now we'll go to text, doctor's text, position doctor, right? So if I select cardiology, oh, this is all Russian, I think. Some Russian person did. Text doctor, by and doctor type, doctor short name, doctor specialties. Yes. Of this is some different language. Okay. Doctor specialization by Kellen Minner. Seems like English. Yeah, pediatrics, perfect. Urology, anesthesiology, internal medicine, ophthalmology. See how fast the working style is, right? Then name. So we can look at name. Doctor name. Let's see. If not, we can take directly. We can take names. Avatar male. Doctor name. Okay. John Wilson. Dr. Nasreen Akhtar, Shirin Khan. Fake doctor name. Oh, I also created by Kantik Banerjee. Doctor names by Anant Roy. Yeah, a lot of my students also created. Dr. Vikram Singh, Priya Sharma, Nandini Gupta. Okay. Photos and names are not matching. Rajiv Singh is there? No. Okay. Let's say these are some of the metadata that we added. Now let us add this design. We already have this back button. So now in this auto layout, what we will do is that we will make it horizontal auto layout, right? Horizontal and hug. So we are changing or repurposing the same auto layout we did. So instead of auto, now I have one more icon on the right, Control C, Control V, which is the 3 dots. So I'll go to plugins, Iconify, and I'll get a 3 dot icon from here. The reason I'm showing all these things to all of you is that sooner or later you will create your portfolio. So these are all best practices to create designs fast, right? So let's say this size is 2424. I'm going to reduce the size to 24 pixels, Control X and paste to replace. Okay, 3 dot added. This is popular doctors. So I'm going to write popular doctors. And the size of the text, I'm going to choose metadata large, right? Heading small, popular doctors. Great. And the color that I'm going to choose is from here, neutral 90%. Okay, done. So from here, I'll do Control X and I can paste to replace. So all my doctors will come and sit here. The moment I make them fill container, it will come and fill the container. I can add 16 pixels padding. So the cards will be smaller in all directions like this. Okay. So now we will learn how to add vertical scroll to it. So I'll add just a fill color of white in the background. And this is my frame if you see guys, right? And this is the list of doctors which can be even. So if I make it fill container, then it will fill the container, but the content is more than the frame, right? So the moment I make it clip content, I will see content like this, right? The content gets clipped from the frame. And this is the frame where I am going to go to prototype and tell overflow vertical scroll. So if I go to this shift spacebar mode in this particular frame, you will see that I have this scroll added. Okay, this is how you add verticals. No. We don't have to put the scroller on the side because the size of the scroller depends on the content and lot of things. It's just that in the prototypes, you're going to see this scroll is working, right? No. You don't have to put the side scroll. So when you go to Instagram, do you see, right? So when you see something is truncated, right, like this, that means that is the usability angle to it. Go to Amazon, see if you are seeing a. So no need. When you see this truncated, then you see it means that there is content below, and that's how you scroll it. And in mobile, you see that elastic behavior. That means, yeah. So in Figma, you cannot control the scroll. That is also another constraint. When you add a scroll on the right hand side, the size of the scroll depends on the content of the page. So when you have say 1000 of item, the scroller will be small in size. When you have this much of content, the scroller will be big in size. The scroller size is proportionate to the content size. That is impossible to control in Figma. You're getting it? Okay. So in your prototypes, when you will actually execute your prototypes, just you need to add this behavior to your prototype. That's it. You don't need to add the scroll bar on the right. Okay. So if you see it, you can drag it with your fingers and you can move and see that this is a vertical scroll added here. Because scrollers appear on scrolling and then they disappear if you leave it. There are a lot of behaviors associated with it. So if you are using a static screen, then you can add a scroll on the right, like how Google added it here. If you guys remember, see on the right hand side, if I make a copy of it, you can see that show scroll bar. See, can you see the scroll bar on the right?
Yes,
right. So this is for static screen, you can control. But in a prototype in Figma, the moment, let's say I make it like this, smaller, and then I have clip content, and then when I do shift space bar, right? And then if you go and make it vertical, you have to first of all, detach instance, and when you add vertical scrolling, see, is this the behavior a scroll bar does?
No, sir.
This is why. And this is the Google component we are looking at. This is not possible in Figma, right? That is why. Okay. So not required also. Okay. Now, did we work on the press state of the cards? We did not. So what happens is that when you are actually working on these things, you can keep on increasing the complexity of the card slowly. You don't have to do all the things together. See, now the cards do not have press state, right? When I'm clicking, nothing is happening. So what I did, I just duplicated this card, detached it. I'm again making it a component, and I'm combining these two components. Right? This is combine as variance. So now I can look at it. I can change the fill color, right? I can change the fill. I can also, add little bit of a bluish hue to it if required. Some kind of a color difference like this. Let's keep it grayscale only like this, right? And now this doctor's card, if I go and if I create a property which is called, I think the first property only is states. So this is my rest state. This is my rest state. And I'm going to go to prototype, connect them while pressing. Only for once I did. So here I'm going to see that this is the rest state and the press state. Okay. The typography problem is this John Wilson is name. This John Wilson is not name. That's why this problem is happening. I have to connect it to name, right? Cardiology, I have to connect it to specialization. This I have to connect it to fees. This I have to connect it to years of experience. This I have to connect it to distance. This I have to connect it to rating. It's the same thing now, right? So when I go here and now I see I have the press state, right? So this is how I append to my design slowly as the designs are evolving. And if I feel that some of the things needs to be changed here, I can select both of them. I can change the padding to, let's say, 4 pixels, 4 pixels. See, everything changes here. If I feel that no padding, 0, 0, that also is possible. Okay, with that, I can come here, I can make it, fill container, center aligned. See, everything is changing. I can make this have a 4 pixels padding, not the doctor one. There's so many design decisions I can take later on, right? That is the beauty of this process. Say 8 pixels. I can look at different paddings like 4 on the left and 12 on the right, right? 4 on the top and 12 on the bottom like this. See, I can work on so many variations. And here I'm going to make it, fill container, something like this. So whatever, I have added here, padding, I can do Control Alt C. I can come here and I can do Control Alt V. So the same padding logic will be added here also, fill container. So this one also we're going to make it fill container. So now I have changed the designs on the fly while I was working on it. So you need not work on the high level design initially. You can work on this kind of step by step. You can mature the design. So this is a byproduct of this particular card, and this is a byproduct of this card. I can always add another version of it. Right click, detach, option Control K, and combine them as variants. Add this property as states. Now I'm doing it a little fast. This is rest and this is hover. or pressed, right? And you have to connect it like this one was rating. So you have to connect it always to the things that, you know, the nested properties. This is years of experience. This is name. This is cardiology, which is specialization. This is fees. Okay. All right. So now when you look at this particular set, they are not, they also need to have similar colors. So same color. Okay. Here I'm going to go to prototype, connect them while pressing change to. See, now they are also changing. Okay. Like this. So let us look at how can we create this page also. This first page that we were just seeing, right? So we have, you know, we will change it with this particular group, Control X, and we can put it inside here, paste to replace, right? This comes, you know, big because it is big. So I can go here, I can make it clip content and fill container. That way what happens is that part of it is outside. If you remove clip content, you will see everything, right? Like this. And now if you add, go to prototype and add horizontal scroll, then this guy gets a horizontal scroll to it, see? So the funda of horizontal vertical scroll is you have to clip. Okay. So from here I will, you know, add, let's say 16 pixels of gap, and this entire part, let's say I have different sections of it. So how it was popular doctor, here also it's popular doctors, you know, like this. So if I add it, Control V, it gets added on the left hand side, right? Like this. So how should I do it? I should, you know, either I can put it like this, you know, one after the other, like this. Popular doctors, Control C, Control V. With popular doctors, I have Shift A, right align, auto, right, and fill container. This is how fast you can do it if the concepts are clear. 16 pixels, done. Here I'm going to remove the 16 pixels and I'm going to make these two as one component, like this. Why did I make again popular doctors here? So I'm going to call it as see all. Right? Let's say see all is my button basically. So I will change this color for now to something like this. So this one has clip content, horizontal scroll. This one doesn't have anything. That means the scroll will happen like this, right? Okay. Why is it all black? Because this does not have a color yet. So if I add fill color of white, and, you know, if I make this thing as fill container, then the whole screen starts looking much better. So I'm not going to keep popular doctor here. Instead, I have to, you know, write this huge text here. So I'm going to write keep hi John. This particular sentence I need to add 16 pixels padding. So I will change this thing because I have my styles. So I'm going to make it metadata large, non-bold version like this, right? So I'm going to call it hi John. Hi John, and then Windows spacebar, I think. There was an emoji shortcut. Let me just quickly find it. Emoji shortcut for Windows. Anyone remember?
Yes.
Windows period. Yes. So Windows and full stop. Okay, right. So I can add a hand. So this wavy thing, right? Hi John. Then popular doctors Control C. I will add Control V here. But I don't. Instead of this, I will add a small circle here for putting the image of John, which is the avatar image, like a ellipse, small, let's say 36, like this, Control X, and paste to replace. Okay, this is hi John's John face. These two are Shift A, but the entire group is vertical. like this, and the gap is like this. This guy also is 16 pixels, so everything is falling in place now for both the screens. And we will do a small prototype to see how things look. 16 pixels. Okay. So we don't have such a big font, by the way. So let's add a text style. This is heading large, right? Heading bold. We selected Segway. So Segway UI, bold, and 24. Create style. So I am going to change this style to heading large, bold. It is even bigger. So I can edit it and I can change the size to 36. See, it will change, or 32. So that's how, flexible it is once you connect it, and you can control it later on. Keep taking care of your health. So why is this guy going through and through? Because it is hug. I need to change the condition to fill. Then it goes to the second line and you make it left align. Keep taking care of your health. I will again go to my content reel and I will borrow an image from here, male avatar, which will be done. Who knows how John looks? Okay, guys, now I have to add this search button over here. So let's again revise our auto layout. Plugin, Iconify, look for search. Okay, so we have, let's say, this search button here. Okay, we have a search button. It went here. Okay, we have search button. We need a settings thing also. Why there is a settings thing, I don't know. Settings slider, some kind of slider like this. Okay. So two icons we borrowed from Iconify. Yeah. Filter, yes. So search and filter. So you have this thing. So I'm going to copy this thing, remove the hand. So I'm going to type search. Luckily, I have that, thin color. So Shift A, center aligned, 8 pixels, right? And now I will just add some padding. Let's say 12 and 12. So you'll see it becomes big like this, right? Little bit of a corner radius. I, white color. So search looks like this. The color that you see here, this color, we are going to choose the lightest one, right? Not that light, 70%. Even this thing also, we need to go and choose the same. So let us have the 80% one. Okay. Or the 70% one. Yes, done. Filter one, Shift A. Okay, center align. I. To add color, same color, 14. 14. 14 is too much for it, 6. Okay. And we'll make it same size, 48, 48. And this is height is 48. Perfect. This looks too small, so I can go here and I can change it to proportionately to, I can make it 16. And I'll change this color to white. Okay. So selecting both, Shift A, see one of them is going to be fill container. Who will be that person? The search one. Search is fill container. This is fixed. That's why this moves like this. Okay, guys. Control X. You can add it below. Fill container. Now, why the search looks so blunt? Because there is no shadow. So effect, subtle shadow. Slowly it is taking shape. See, now between these two, shift A, you can do one shift A, one group. And now when you check this prototype, you'll see it is like this. All so like this. So you can make Control C, Control V. So there is one more group here, right? Two groups here. There can be popular doctors, there can be specialties or services. So even if you look at this particular group, Shift A, Control X, and let's say if you replace this group with page to replace it with that icon group, something like this, and let's say you have more icons. So the way you do it is you make it fill container and you crop it and you add horizontal scroll. That's it. So now when you go here, you will see, okay, they have their hover state. You can go here and there, and here also you can go here and there, right? The glitches are still there, so glitches will be resolved soon. But this is how it looks like that. So on clicking on see all, what happens? On clicking on see all, what happens? We go to the so we go to prototype, we connect see all and this one. Now we are not doing it inside variant, guys. Okay. So on click, navigate to, and on clicking on back, what happens? It comes back. So we created our first prototype, I would say, where you have these things, and on clicking on see all, it comes here with a scroll. Everything has a hover state also, and on clicking back, it comes back. And this is the first basic prototype that we created, right, guys? So if I expand this prototype, what happens is that you see this prototype comes in a full page like this, and you can make it fit width and height, so it fits like this. So see all and back, like, and you can let me know if you are also seeing that line. So this is the prototype link. Copy the prototype link, so you can play this prototype. Who is not saying? See, what I did is that the highest frame, I just added another fill color, and now the line problem will be gone. See, now you'll be able to look at it like this. So in this entire prototype, as you can see, the shadows are not there for these doctors. Thanks for creating the prototypes where I can add the shadows here, and in the prototype you will see the shadows will be added. Effect subtle shadow. See, now shadows will be added. See, now are you able to see the shadows also, right? Everyone able to see? See, now in the design, when I move, right, in the design, when I move stuff up and down, in the prototype it happens automatically. See, now in your prototype, the specialties move, change the designs, the prototype will get automatically updated. See, all these cards have this thick border surrounding it. What if I go to my master component, and if I remove this whole gap that it has, right, the 8 pixel gap, if I make it 0 0, see, in the prototype also it's removed. So everything happens in real time. So we learned about horizontal scroll, vertical scroll, and basic prototype. Now you connect 100 screens, 100 prototypes. You can make each component interactive. This problem can be easily solved. So the problem that we are seeing here in this component, because this component is getting a conflict between, because this is also a parent component, right? And the parent component is dictating this particular, the doctor thing. So the problem can be solved easily by, when you actually make unique components here. See, when you make everything unique, then there is no. So basically, you have doctor, you have ambulance, like this, page to replace, page to replace, right? And ambulance, you select the field 1, and here it is drug, and here also it is drug, right? Like this. Here it is, what is left? Doctor, ambulance, drug, and care, insurance. Insurance, pays to replace, and insurance pays to replace with the field like this. So now discovery, we are saying that this is state, but at the same time one more property, which is, so we'll have one more property type. So doctor, and this is ambulance. Okay, this problem happens because every text is connected. So what will result, will detach this text property. I was trying out if it works, but it will always face a conflict. I tried it in a separate Figma. So what you do is that you have to create, because they also have states, so you create it separately. So you can have doctor, right? Then you have ambulance, you have drug, you have insurance, and insurance. So you have prototype, everything is connected. So basically these two, the current type is doctor, right? These two are ambulance. These drug, these two insurance, right? So prototype, everything done. Now what I will do is that I will just replace it in the main design. So we will have doctor, Control C, paste to replace. We'll change it from doctor to drugs, to insurance. Oh, let us get rid of all the nested properties also. We don't need the nested properties. We'll just do it in the basic way, like doctor, this is ambulance, this is insurance, and this is drug. So now look at the prototype. This will not have any problem. See, everything will, okay.
That's what happened.
I think I missed it. Yes, now it is working. Now look at this thing. The transition that is happening, right? It's happening really strong, in a strong, clear terms. So what I am trying to mention here is that the transitions that are happening here, if you see, they are very strong, tuck, like that. So in Figma, we have the trigger type, right? On click. Action is also okay. It navigates to another frame. Destination is done, but the animation is instant. So the moment you change it to dissolve, right? See what happens to your animation, the one that you guys were checking. See, it dissolves and slowly goes there. If you change the timing of dissolve to, let's say, 1000 millisecond, by the way, is 1 second. See how it will dissolve. Very slowly, right? You can also make it, instead of dissolve, you can say move in, right? Move in, and you can say, let's say, 500 milliseconds. So, and by the way, when you want to restart the prototype, you have to hit R. When you hit R, it starts from the beginning. R for Rangoon, okay? R for Ronaldo. So when you click it, see, now it moves from the right, right? So you may have seen that many applications, this is how it happens. But also the way it happens doesn't make it look natural. So there are different ways by which this transition happens. If we make it, let's say, ease in, then it happens like this. If you make it ease out, then it happens like this. If you make it, let's say, gentle, this is one of my favorites. So when you do gentle, see, this is how it happens. This looks much better, right? So when I, again connect it back, what happens is everything is okay. Instead of instant, I will make it move out, right? So now it goes from here to here and gentle. So see, like this. Okay, coming like this. So the direction is wrong. So what we'll do, we'll change the direction. Now see what happens. See all back, right? Now we have two different interactions to it. We have this thing sorted, right? And okay, one thing that we can sort more is all these things that we have seen, we can add little bit of a gray into it in the hover state, like this. So now you have little bit of a gray tint also added to it. So this, you must be now realizing that this color gray, you need lot of different shades of gray to get things. She was asking, how do we decide so many colors are there? So what you can do is that there is a excellent plugin which is called Foundation Color Generator. So when you look at Foundation Color Generator, this plugin actually creates color style for you, and it generates ramp of color, rest, hover, because colors not only are for beauty, but they are also related to accessibility of your designs, right? So that's why, the colors are also really important to be accessible. So let's say I have one of my colors as a dark color, like this, the same dark thing that we selected. As soon as you select a dark color, you'll see it automatically created from very light to dark, and it has all the states in it. And this AA, AA, triple A, they are related to accessibility. In the left hand side, you can see, in the left hand side, you will see that light, light hover, light active, normal, normal hover, normal active, dark, dark hover, dark active, right? So many colors are given. So we can name it as my neutral dark, right? This is a neutral dark palette. And when I do, if I click on palette, so what happens is that it creates a ready-made color style guide for my page like this. And it looks really nice. It's all created in auto layout. Where did it go? Yeah, all my designs. So I can keep it here next to it. You can see it's a neutral dark palette which has been created for me. And when I say create styles, see on the right hand side, text styles, color styles, this is what it looks like. But the moment I do create styles, it creates a style for me, neutral dark style. See, now it is much easier for me to choose my colors, right? It is properly named in a proper ramp. Yeah, this is a very, very popular plugin to create this kind of colors. Not only this, let's see if you want to create an accent color, like the purple color that we have. So I'm going to, select this color, the purple one, and the purple ramp is also created, right? So if I call it accent, and you can, by the way, you can play around here also, like you can play around and create your own purple ramp or color ramp that you feel. Okay, like this. This looks good. Too blue. Okay. Then create style. This is the accent style will be created. And if you create the palette will be also generated. So in one single click, you have created. You can create this thing. How can we choose exact hue color by saturation, by brightness? And do you mean, Ansh? Exact hue color by saturation, by brightness. I mean, oh, what type of purple? That is where you have to decide the accent color of your intimidated Ansh. There is no right purple. If you have to look at color psychology and all those stuff to understand more about. So there you can decide that, okay, if this is a finance thing, then I should look around this kind of blue shades. If it is a restaurant thing, I should look at this color. So that's how you choose your hue. But there is no right blue. Can we say SBI blue is better than? So this is how you get it. And let's say out of all of these components, I choose this. Now I want to, I'll take this component outside, and from here I'm going to choose normal hover, and from here I'm going to choose normal. Two different shades, create component set. So I'm using color from there. While pressing change, Control C, and I'm going to replace it here. Paste to replace. Okay, Control C, paste to replace. Now when you look at the designs, the same prototype, now it has a hover step. Why it is dancing, I don't know. Right? So every single color that you see here can be mapped to the foundation color generator that it has. So when we work in UX problems, there are a lot of times we keep on saying something in the industry or wherever you work, that let's use this pattern, right? So what is a pattern in UX is extremely crucial. See, when you look at a smartphone of a Samsung smartphone versus a Oppo smartphone, they ideally should look different. So they try to bring out some differences, right? But when we talk about UX, the usability part of it, not the look and feel part of it. The look and feel part is called UI, and the usability or the way we interact with the product, that is the UX. So there are a lot of parts which people build some muscle memory in their brain. Like let us go to examples like, you go to my orders. Okay, Mintra. So in Mintra, if you look at it, let's say I go to men and I go to jackets. So this is pattern of e-commerce. So anyone can call out any other e-commerce, Amazon, then anything else, Agio. Yes, then we have right. So when you look at all these are all similar classification wise, they are similar kind of product. So all of their jobs to be done is what? To help you buy products digitally, right? These are digital commerce platforms. So like you go to a mall, you go to a shop, you buy a product, you go to this place, you do shopping. That is the end jobs to be done. You go and you buy stuff. So when you have the same jobs to be done, if you look at all of people, you will see that they share some common philosophies across, right? So it starts with a like a broad search bar on the top for everyone. So there is search on the top coming up. Mute, right? Perfect. So yeah, let us go through the UX part, and that is extremely important for all of you to work on your projects and all. So so when you look at this whole product holistically, when you go to the homepage of Flipkart, you will see that there are some sections. See, there is a carousel part. This is kind of the advertisement section. So this has an advertisement section. Here also you can see an advertisement section, right? And when you go to eBay, this also has an advertisement section, right? So eBay and Flipkart and Amazon to now, because of different Diwali season and all those things, they bring this thing, but it still has this advertisement section. See, it's a carousel, right? So this similarity of thing, it meets a higher level jobs to be done for the end user. The end user is going to a mall and then they are seeing some billboards, right? While entering the mall, something is saying, that this fashion thing is coming up, this food joint is coming up, or this electronics, this smartphone is there. So it builds some, lower term, like short term memory in your brain when you're entering into the mall. It makes you biased also that, oh, okay, without this advertisement, then things will be hidden inside such a huge universe of products, right? So this also becomes a space for what? Paid promotion. So whenever, let's say some company wants to bring their product, so when outside a mall, whoever has gone to Ambience Mall in Gurgaon, you'll see a lot of billboards outside. So are those billboards for free? Anyone can go and put their things over there? No, right? You have to pay money for that because that's a prime real estate. People are entering the mall through the main driveway and they are getting influenced through those advertisements. This is also an important thing. But what Amazon is doing, that Amazon is advertising their categories with offers going on. And these are all nudges for you to click and go inside, right? And this is where they are in e-commerce. The biggest pattern that you can observe is e-commerce is full of containers of nudges. So this yellow zone is a container of top deals of exchange, trending deals, another container. And these are small containers. Then again blockbuster deal container. Then another minimum 60% of container. So they have actually classified their thing. Imagine it's like a huge Chandni Chowk market, but there are separate lanes for electronics, separate lanes for clothes. So they are classifying using that real world metaphor, try to put it in this whole thing. So when you are asked to design an e-commerce store, you have to look at these kind of UX patterns. These are not UI patterns, these are UX patterns. Here also you'll see a lot of containers. Juicer mixer grinder, it is not about Preeti. It can be Preeti, Philips and more. Whoever has paid them money, their name is going to come here, right? Then if you look at this one, Motorola, they must have paid money for them to, appear in this kind of a, huge important real estate like this. So this also has containers. So the way you design the containers, sometimes if you just, keep on making the containers row after row after row, it becomes extremely boring and monotonous for people. So just like every lane can have a different kind of a color, lighting, create a vibe of that place. So as you can see, this best gadget and appliance, what they have done is that they have 4 gadgets of different categories and one top selling smartphone thing. So they can also charge you different kinds of money for promoting your stuff in this platform. And that's how these platforms, they are making money, right? Like that. So again, container. This is another type of container. So a set of four, and then a card. Here, what did we see? A set of 4 and a big card, right? And sometimes you're going to see, okay, again, see, set of 4 and big card. Do you see this particular thing and this thing? They are the same component in Figma. It's the same component, just replaced with different data, right? As you can see. So that's how they are going to scale this system to break the monotony. They are going to create different types of containers, and that's how they are going to see. This is also the same component, but just different things. And when you go to eBay also, you can go here, find your favorites, discover kaleidoscope of cards. See, this is what they have created these kind of discovery things. Now this is one way of one UX pattern. But then there is another UX pattern. Once you go inside something, let's say I go inside this yoga mat. Now then what happens is that I should also be able to go to the entire universe. That's why on the top I have all. I have this, all those things, they become part of my navigation. So when I go and hit inside these towels, on the top hand side, if you see, I can go to this mega universe of the entire e-commerce platform of Flipkart, right? That means although I'm in towel, I should be able to go to home and furnishing, and I should be able to go to sports books and more and gaming consoles. So for me to switch the context of this, look at window shopping thing, it's context of one product to other product, I should be doing in Flip like this. That's how the navigation should be. So a pattern in UX we can say is that it's one click context change is a pattern. In Amazon also, I'm in the context of this NBR yoga mat. I can go to table tennis and it brings me to the entire world of table tennis like that. I can go to eBay, and on the eBay also, left hand side, as you can see, I can go here, shop by category, and from here I can go deeper. So the way these things come up might be different, but the UX pattern remains same. Same is when you're going to search, if you see, you can search based on categories. Isn't it exactly the same for Amazon? that you can search based on categories? Isn't it also the same for Flipkart? No, Flipkart, they didn't use it. For Agio, they also didn't do it. But see, eBay and Amazon, they have this category defining thing. Now, where did Amazon define the category? Before the search. And then they define the category after the search. So this becomes a UX pattern, that a search experience by pinpointing the category, so that you find within that category. I'll say, let's say I can go to stamps, and within stamps, rare. So it is going to find me rare stamps for me. That becomes, but go look at the highest level jobs to be done. We are here to do shopping, but then as part of shopping, this particular experience is called discovery, right? This is discovery. When I am trying to find something with or without an intent, so this discovery becomes a larger UX pattern. For e-commerce, discovery works like this. If you guys know, and if you, when you actually start working, you will feel discovery is one of those huge parts that drives all user experiences, because we're in the world of information technology. We are getting go to Spotify. Isn't discovery an important part of Spotify? But the way you discover stuff is different. So you have search, you are looking for music, but can you also not have that category drop down, choose Telugu, and then this is where we're talking about UX pattern, which is domain in product above that. So are you guys now connecting UX pattern what it is? So for me, discovery is the problem to be solved. I can go to Netflix also discovery, but these people, they created discovery like this. But Netflix also has genre, and every time you search something, I haven't even typed, but it has given me so many results, right? So the way this search result happened, that I could have typed humor also, right? So when I have typed H, Netflix doesn't know horror or humor, so it is mixing everything. If I go humor route, HUM, then it goes humor route, right? Or human, right? See, now it will go humor route, sense of humor. So this automatically populating the stuff as and when we. Do you guys remember any common platform where this happens here? But in Spotify, does it happen? If I see, Spotify also happens. So how the result of that pattern comes, the UI may look different, but the UX pattern is same. The UX pattern is, when discovering through search, it automatically should populate the stuff that I'm looking at. That is a UX pattern. And we can easily use these kind of UX patterns from these common products. So we'll go more deeper inside all these things. But this is in a nutshell the reason we are going into this is because we can use these as building blocks to design our own. Now, need for UX design pattern. Why do we need UX pattern also? That user familiarity is something that we deep dived and we went through all this. Then usability. So when people are using Netflix, they are used to this kind of a way of things appearing. I can type, and it's super extremely nice experience where I am just typing, and every second I get a full of 18 movies with one letter. The movies keep on changing, right? So this is extremely important, this kind of a UX pattern. But how you want to use it in a context of e-commerce? Let's say now I look at here, I go to Amazon.in and I search yoga. This is also very powerful. It is giving me a set of these kind of things. Now, uh, what do you guys observe when you see this suggest? What is the one thing that you see as a pattern related to yoga? But look at the design. What is it coming there? After typing, the bold part is coming. Be specific. Suggestions are suggestion bold. What you feed is right. Look at suggestions are
Okay.
so it goes to because you have to specify it in your actual like work which you hand off. You have to specify these things. In Netflix, see, I am looking. Let's look. I'm asking for let, but it is not celebrating the opposite end. Do you see there is a break because everything is right in the same altitude. So we have to, as a designer, just look at the small nuance. We have to spend some time to create this pattern. That this is a pattern that we are suggesting based on our study from uh, Amazon and Google. That the feed-in thing will be light, the suggested thing will be bold. There might be scenarios where the suggested thing is light and the feed-in thing is bold. You will just try to today because the search experience you will feel what's in it. But see, there are so many details in it. Sometimes in your product, let's say you're working on a XYZ kind of product, where your search is as complex as this. See, look at the Google search result or search suggestion types. What do you observe here? Yeah. What do you what are the search result or search suggestion? What are the search? These are search. So what are the types that you can just no look tell me the design detail of it. Like how we were talking about bold and non no, that is okay, but I'm talking about type. So so either it is going to find you the absolute references. If it has a image, it is going to render that image, right? But sometimes like if I click on Tokyo Skytree, it will take me to Tokyo Skytree image, right? From here. But if I search again TOK and if I look on Tokimaster, it will also take me to this. So this is a explicit search page, Tokimaster and all. But sometimes you will feed an image here. Sometimes you will not feed an image here when you are confused what image to refer to. If the image is not on the first search result, see Tokyo Swindlers, you have reference images for Tokyo Swindlers, right? And that's where Tokyo Swindlers comes with this image first. So your search result either will have image and text metadata in two layers, or it is not going to have image. It will just have the search icon and this. But the complexity here begins in which order it, right? So do you see any pattern? So this is where you have to go detail into these concepts that you are building, because the logic, creating that logic thing and the rational thing is fueled by the user need. So you can say that either it goes from most popular to least popular, most searched things with TOK, or it goes alphabetically. You have to give some logic, right? In which way, right? Without that logic, things will be here and there. I mean, you have no logic. Some things are coming, some things are not coming, like that. So this specific example here, and when you look at the Amazon experiences, and when I look at yoga bat or yoga bar oats, so let us just look at this example: yoga mat 8 mm, yoga bar muesli. So how do you think this experience can bring more a pattern which doesn't exist? But what if we want to create a pattern? So first, don't get stressed. Yes. So, okay. When I am typing yoga here, I am seeing yoga and then 10 options, right? But then out of these 10 options, what happens is that, see, if I click on yoga bar, I go to yoga bar and then I'm like, oh, no, not this one. I go back and then again I do yoga. right? And then again, I see a lot of options. Maybe I'm not sure if I have seen the same options before. And then now what do I do? Again, click on something. If I don't like, I go back. So there is some kind of a friction here which can be solved through user experience. What kind of things think of? Where the problem that we are identifying here is that, so in this kind of multiple reference, search reference option, this kind of a UX pattern, and if we are doing it for our own project, then we have to go back and forth, right? Maybe we can do yoga bar cashew, yeah. Search option should at every page. So you are saying, Ansh, that if I click on yoga bar, then this drop down should stay. So I come here. Now when I click here, I have to remove it, and then you are seeing inside every page you have the search reference. Yeah. So that's where this is a complex product coming up. You can solve it through multiple ways. One is what Ansh, you are suggesting that because see, there are some set mindsets here that once you click, you enter through that keyword, right? It fills that keyword, and that's the at that time the other things, because they were recommended based on Y or G, whatever you type. Now their relevance again, we cannot say here that you typed Y or G and these are the because now people can see yoga bar cashew. So one of my friends, he tried solving it in a very novel ways. What he did was, and this is the kind of problem that you will be asked in your interviews. This is or something similar to it. We will try to see how quickly you can think around something. So let's say yoga bar. So what he did is that on hover there is a preview. So you look, you have a fair idea. So expanded this on the right. Yes. Right. So this is a UX problem that we discussed. We tried to solve this problem. Right. So there are a lot of nuances inside, hidden inside all these things. So going back, what is consistency? Consistency is that when I am doing something, what I did for this, yeah. So in mobile version, you basically have the drop down, and I think it's long press with which you decided, but I don't know if he has worked on. Also, not sure if that platform will go to the mobile version also, but that's another problem which. So here when we say the absolutely, so when we say consistency, when we work with your product managers will give you few feedback every now and then. One of the feedback will be your feature is not discovered. So one of the problems that you have to solve is your feature not being discoverable. Okay. The second one, too many to what, right? Then the third thing that you will see is it doesn't look inconsistent navigation. I will talk about inconsistent navigation, right? And so these are some of the things, and the last one is that the hierarchy doesn't look nice. So these are people, business people, they don't know about design, but they are human beings. They are what is the problem that can happen for not being discoverable? Do you know what KPI adoption you guys? Yeah, my screen is frozen. I'm not moving my screen. Now you can see my screen is moving, right? Yeah. So what I was saying is that, yeah, what I was saying is that not being discoverable, the problem is you and your developers and and your product managers, you worked on a feature. And then the feature is, let us say, look at this Spotify. We worked on a, or let's say this feature in, yeah, let's say but is I am feeling lucky here. It comes on the next page or something. You haven't made it upfront, not as direct as this one. Or let's say, what all features do you see here? One is this: Google is a simple search bar, but you can search by voice. You can search by image. Let's say you added a drop down here, or we know, right? Clear trip. All of you remember clear trips discoverability?
Yes, yes.
Round trip and single. So if we added this pattern here, let's say tomorrow, search by voice, search by image. I am feeling lucky. Down there. Say I am feeling lucky. Maybe I add a lucky here, right? And people know what lucky icon looks like. I can add it here. Fourth, maybe I want to add some other feature. So that feature can be, let's say, search by or build on your previous search, let's say. So 4 icons. Now 4 icons, 1, 2, 3, 4, and then there is a cross. It will look crowded. So as a UX designer, you decide that let me use this UX pattern. UX pattern
Drop down.
drop down, right? Let me see. You decided to use a drop down pattern, but then here, where to round trip, there is a discoverability problem. So your product manager will say the adoption of round trip feature will be very low because people will not be able to it. And how? Radio button. So how do you solve that Google problem? You bring different hierarchy. Okay, these 2 icons here. I am feeling lucky because feeling lucky is a very complex thing to communicate. We'll not use icon here, and we are going to we're okay. So that's how basically you create different hierarchy for different elements, and that's how you solve this kind of problems, right? What did we discover? And please, these 4 points that I just focus on these things for all your interviews, because people are going to ask about these things in part of your interview, right? So everyone, what matrix gets hampered when the NSAT, there is a satisfaction score for every experience that is measured. That goes down. Code usability high, no problem. So when we look at consistency, the consistency thing is that whenever we go through navigation, we enter into a particular screen, and we click, and every page, irrespective of the product type, every single page of Amazon is going to look like exactly same, right? Suppose you have more images than 4 images, right? Every page, when you hover, the images become bigger. When you hover more, the images become more bigger, right? So this is a pattern with which, this Amazon, is doing the product reveal. Let us go to, any other product. This is another pencil box. And so on the left hand side, what do you see?
3 more.
3 more. So when you click on 3 more, you basically look at all the different images like this, right? And this entire experience comes in a modal like this. And no matter what, you click on this pencil box or any pencil box, but we're looking at only pencil boxes. Let us look at, this particular product also. Everything comes in the same way. And to maintain this consistency, that is why using variants help us adhere to this UX principle that it has to be consistent, right? So we support 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 images. On hover, every image changes, and on hovering on these tiles and on hovering on the image, a big image opens up like this. This is the overall experience of Amazon, like that. And when you click on 2 more, you go to this particular modal where you can look at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, all the. So this is how the pattern works. And when we look at these patterns, whenever you are looking at this kind of consistent patterns, you have to look at design for scale. So this is another thing that you guys might be asked. This is the 5th point.
Can you repeat?
What is the design for scalability? Slide here. Yes, the pictures. What is the design for scalability? Consistency is there, but design for scalability,
Two.
we can add more. Exactly. That means we are respecting our sellers who be free with adding as many images as they want, right? We may have minimum one image criteria in this platform, but if anyone wants to promote their product, we are not stopping them from doing it. So how the UX pattern evolved over here is that we are going to move it till 6 thumbnails, right? And it's okay. But this 3 plus can be scaled to so. And if you guys remember, where when we the design first, no matter how many images you have, you keep on adding them. So when you click it, and it takes you to a new page, this is where you go to show all, and that's where you see all the images, right? But they don't stop you from uploading. So here, as we are talking about design for scalability, there is one more important thing which comes here, which is called progressive. So please try to, note down the things that I'm sharing. These are all the keywords that you will need as industry jargons, right? Progressive disclosure. What is progressive about this thing? See, first at this level, I can look at all the images. I can click on the image. It takes me to a new tab where I can look at a thumbnail, like a collage of 6 images. Then when I click on show all photos, it takes me to this page, right? So it progressively discloses everything, because the last part is so heavy, so much of data, that they had to use progressive disclosure, otherwise the system will crash. Look, okay. First of all, when you land into a page, let's say I land into this pencil box page, right? So it's a really happy page, high resolution, good image, but progressively discloses other images, right? Not only that, progressively it makes it bigger also. And when you click them, then you go to the highest experience of enjoying the images. If this was the first page of your landing experience, imagine you created this page, then a lot of this important information like pricing, like call to action, like reviews, there are multiple important information which helps you in buying a product. It's not only image that helps you in buying a product. You have to look at price, you have to look at discounts, you have to look at offers, you have to look at thousands of things. Then you decide that I'm going to buy. So that's in order to respect everything. So everything needs equal attention. So in your research, you will find that I can buy a product only when I see that the number of reviews are more than 100, when the average rating is more than 4 star. Isn't it true for all?
True.
Right? We need so many data for us to behave, for us to believe, and then we try to take a decision. So now when so many conflicting or competing data, they try to prove their importance. Oh, more than star rating is the most important thing. So let me come in big size. Image is the most important thing, big size. Or price is the most important. Let me come in big size. Offer is the most important thing. So what happens is that the UX becomes cluttered. So in order to have a negotiation, every UX section, they basically say that, okay, we will all stay together happily, but we will progressively disclose ourselves. See, isn't this guy progressively disclosing? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of us like this? Isn't this guy progressively disclosing? Right? So these are all progressive disclosure patterns. EMI options. So this is a progressive disclosure pattern. And look at the complexity and the beauty of this progressive disclosure pattern. I'm just hovering, not even clicking. This thing is coming up, and I can go inside. What are these elements called? Tabs. So it's a whole tab structure, so much of information, because it is really important. Let's say I want to bike. Now in Amazon, you can buy bikes also, right? Who has bought a bike in Amazon? No. Like a real bike.
bike.
So these delivery boys come to deliver. I'm like, I stay in 15th floor delivery. Yeah. Maybe I thought it's a bike, small toy bike, but it's a real one. But look at this one. For buying this thing, most important thing might be this. It's a 1,20,000 thing. So many people will be driven by the no cost EMI option. So it is a complex financial mechanism progressively disclosed in a small all EMI plan, cute thing, not overwhelming your shopping experience. Such full, right? Then it keeps on going. It's a carousel, controlled carousel. Here also look at the different things that you get. Now when you come here, you'll see that this about this item, this thing usually comes in Amazon. So let's say I click this particular bike. I'm not sure if it will have a lot of description. Yes. See more product details. This is also progressive disclosure, guys. When I go here, I come to this page. If I had to put up, just try to redesign this Amazon page by giving importance to everything, because your research will say everything. Without progressive disclosure pattern, you will not be able to solve it, right? So this is where I'm spending time, because you guys need to understand the importance of it. Okay. And then these are all suggestions. These are values offered to you. Similar bikes, similar products and all those stuff. And when you go below, these are all some carousels added. Okay. And when you go here, you see some reviews. On the last, you see more reviews. What is the
Okay. Right.
progressively disclose all the information, not at one go, right? Like this. So progressively, whenever progressively you disclose, that's when this pattern becomes effective. So user familiarity, usability, accessibility, trustworthiness. These are in a nutshell things that you should consider. Now we will go here UX pattern and UI pattern. So UX patterns are basically reusable patterns for user flows, like infinite or continuous scroll on a social media platform, Instagram. The scroll never ends, right? The user recognizes that they can scroll down to refresh the page. So it's a learned behavior, and you are leveraging on that mental model to create your product, a dating app, right? UI pattern. Reusable patterns for visual and interaction design, like a hamburger icon, a button, an accordion menu. Then common examples of UX design patterns. So although we talked about a lot of them, data input and output. So when we were looking at the search example, understood that the input and output mechanism, that's a really important thing. We saw how Netflix has handled it. We saw how Amazon has handled it. We saw how Google content structuring. We spent some time with the Amazon example, and now we understand that with a lot of conflicting importance, from user research, how do we structure the content differently with progressive disclosures, layers of progressive disclosures, like how Amazon. Okay. Then navigation. So navigation, don't look at navigation that happens inside a product from the homepage to a product that you reach. So when we were looking at the Flipkart example, from any page to any page, I can go in a click. That is the beauty of this navigation. Even if I go deeper inside, let's say place 5, right? Let's say I go deeper inside this Piper healthcare. At this level also, I can go back to any other detail that I want. So also when I'm here, I can also see frequently bought together. I can see, you might be interested in. I am also seeing similar product. So while I'm in the altitude of a single product, I'm getting enough hand holding to find similar product, like the packaged products, frequently bought together products. So it is basically giving me a rational way of scaling my shopping quota to shop more basically. More you shop, more money they earn, right? Like this. But at the same time, I can go immediately back to any other thing. Like I can go back to industrial testing devices, and it is going to bring me industrial testing devices for me, right? And here also, let me look at, see, Isn't this search reminding you of some pattern that some of them may have image, some of them may not have image, right? So, but this problem is nicely solved. This is the category gets this image, and let me, yeah. So whatever category you see under storage that they have used, and this is where you can go deep inside these categories. So, and here also the input is in light color. The suggestions are in not bold but dark color. So here bold and light is not used for hierarchy. Color is used for hierarchy, right? Light color gray and darker gray for hierarchy is used. Whereas in Google, what was happening, or in Amazon, what was happening? If we were looking for, let's say, royal, here also you will see color only, but I think this is bold and non-bold use for hierarchy, right? Between the fade in thing and the suggested thing, like this. So, yeah, and then incentivization can happen non-monetarily also, like when you give them this kind of EMI opportunities, offers, and all those stuff. By the way, and hierarchy is something which we'll keep on discussing. Hierarchy, helps you build the way you scan information. Hierarchy keeps you on top of everything. Whenever you will look at these things, you'll see that the size is bigger, then this is smaller and gray in color. This is gray in color, but this is dark in color. So that when you are reading it, for you, free delivery is important, but the date is more important. What is more important gets. Yeah. So incentivization is like sometimes you get incentives through user experience. Like if you look at this Flipkart thing, you select something and then it says that frequently bought together with a better discount. So you didn't come with a plan to buy two products, but because of this bundling that is happening and you're getting even better discount. So I have many times ended up buying more than what I came to buy. And then also when like look at all Zomato and all those things, they incentivize their experiences by giving you some points. They're like, you can use this thing to get additional discount, especially for many places where people expect this kind of discounts like flight ticket booking and all those things. Their incentivization pattern works. Incentivization mostly works that you have something in your cart and then you it, and then it gives you a revised offer. Next part, this is an interesting part which is called law. And yeah, so now this law, this is an excellent site also. Please go to this website to learn all the. They are a collection of different psychological results. So many years back, there are a lot of famous psychologists who did a lot of experiments on human behavior. So this is about using psychology to design better products and services, like that. Oh, the second edition, I think this is a book, Designer's Guide, Laws of UX, using psychology to design better products and services. And it's a fantastic place, a fantastic resource. Many times you would not even think that, oh my God, that's why I was doing it. So look at some examples. The first one is law. So the Fitts law says that the time required to rapidly move to a target area is a function of the ratio between the distance to the target and the width. In simple it is where you place and how big you place the CTA is the success rate of that button, right? So because if you keep this CTA, your main visual focus area is here. You keep the CTA here, and it is also really small, not a full button, but it's like small text. Then for you to move from here to here and click, that exponentially increases, right? So this is one of those examples. The second one, yeah. So Hicks law says that the time it takes to make decision increases as the number of options. Let's look at Craigslist. So when you go to this Craigslist site, you'll see it's just a list of links. Let it just open. So where do you want to focus here? It is one of those poorest examples of UX. It's not in a hierarchy. And just look at the same example when you have so many things. Let's say I search, and here, if I click here, it's a lot of information, right? But the UX has taken care of it. See, it kind of, reduces the opacity of everything else. It helps you reduce. This is a practical application of Hicks law. So with Hicks law, what you're doing is that with lot of options, decision making becomes complex. So you're reducing the options through a user experience solution. Now you don't see so many options. You just see this here, everyone. This is one of the applications of Hicks law, where we are reducing the number of things. But see, there is one more application. Have you guys ever done? Have you guys gone through this experience where select your state or select your country? This option has come from a
Yeah.
right huge 200 300 list. So the question is, how tall will you make right? So just simple. Look at these things also. When I am searching here, what is the number of items I don't see? Right? So similarly, when you look at Google also, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right? Yes, when it comes to contact list in phone, and also when it comes to choose your mobile phone that network provider or country code. So when you go to that country code drop down, long list of drop down things come, and then you have to choose. So that is where the drop down length is kept to 7. So 7 is the golden figure. So we'll quickly come to another law which will reinforce it. But Hicks law states, so if you look at these examples, X list versus categorically kept in hierarchy, right? Then when we look at this page, Jacob's law is basically the foundation of UX patterns. Users spend most of their time on other sites. This means that users prefer your site to work the same way as all other sites. Not copy. So when you copy, you will say that this is not copy, but this is leverage on the UX. So this is the that is why we learned about UX patterns before we are learning about it. So the UX pattern is that when you start typing, it keeps on giving you options. Now see, this is where Netflix applied Jacob's law, but in a different context, right? Do you think they have copied? But this is Jacob's law. The behavior is same. The manifestation is different. Context is different, right? So this is not copying. This is leverage on the pattern, what people are used to. Do not create a new animal every time. That is not good for good user experience. Okay. Then we look at the next one, von Rosterov effect, also known as the isolation effect. That when multiple similar objects are present, the one that differs from the rest is most likely to be remembered. Go to Airbnb, choose any of these. I mean, this entire page, okay, this is a sold out property for a bus. Let me choose. This is also sold out. People are buying this kind of vacation, see. Now look at this entire page. Where is von Rosterov added? The button. Because of this color, button is something which is drawing my attention. Rest everything has similar hierarchy, right? So this is where, isolation effect happens. So in your experience, whenever you want to make anything stand out, use contrast. The contrast can be added to color. Contrast can be added through this also. In Google, what we were seeing, contrast is added. So even contrast is added through motion. So you will sometimes find that that in YouTube and all, in Spotify also. So when you like any song, then a small micro interaction happens. So in your entire page, everything is same. That one thing went through some difference, and that is something that creates an impact on your brain, because it goes through the serial isolation effect, the isolation effect, and that's how it stands out from the rest. Then, yeah, serial position effect, that users have propensity to remember the first and last items in a series. When is this thing going to hit all of you? Is when you are creating navigation, home and user. They are going to remember these two, the most important things. So people tend to remember these two most. So when we go to Netflix, so I actually use this a lot. So home and browse by language. So when you are creating this kind of a navigation, the important thing which you need to test with your user is the importance of all these things. Why did all these menus exist? Is through users has been asked, and people right that okay, we need home, a place where everything will be there. We need TV shows, movies, new and popular, my list, browse by language. After you have these 1 2 3 4 5 6 things, what you need is the order of these things, because alphabetical, no, right? Alphabetical. If things are not alphabetical, then you need a strong reason why this order should be followed. And because of this, the isolation, the serial position effect, the research may have given them insight that browse by language and home are the important two most things. So after research, the result, you can ask a simple question that out of these things, what is most important to you? Just add numbers. And maybe this is the first ranking, this is the second ranking. Maybe this is the third ranking. Because TV shows and movies, if you see, between the second one also, TV shows and my list, this is what people will try to focus into, like this. Here also, in continue watching, they have no control here, right? But there is one more UX law which we are going to come, the Tesla's law, that okay, let us go to the, let me take it from here. This was, if we go to the Miller's law. So Miller's law is also interesting. So what Miller's law says is that Miller's law is not in that the deck, but you can see it from here. Average person can only keep 7 plus minus 2 items in their working memory. So maximum 9. So how many phone numbers can we keep in our working memory? 9 phone numbers. 5 to 9. That's it. So this is average person. This is the data of a research. Now look at Netflix. How many things do you see here? 1 2 3 4 5 6. How many movies do you see here? 1 2 3 4 5 6. Right? And after that, they add the scroll. The next lot comes. Go to Hotstar. You will see similar examples. Okay, it's locked out. But let us go to Airbnb. 1 2 3 4 5 6. So because when you design this thing, the decision that you have to take is, how big should I make each of these cards? How many things should appear in a row? Right? And because average people cannot keep more than from 5 to 9, 6 is a golden number, 6 to 7. The same thing happens when you choose a drop down. So when you go and get a drop down, Airbnb or home, here also if you see 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then the drop down starts. So a lot of this, lot of these places, you'll see that this 5, the 6 plus minus, or this Miller's law is, then we are almost there. We can question. So serial position we did. Then we have Tesla's law. So Tesla's law says that it establishes that for any system, there is a certain complexity that cannot be reduced to the maximum. So we keep on saying that make the experience simpler, easier, make it easy to use and all. But for a particular system, let's say an aircraft, to fly an aircraft, we cannot make it so simple to fly that it it goes into a toss. There is only a limit to which the complexity can be reduced for any system. It depends from system to system. And then the last one is Zeigarnik effect. So the Zeigarnik effect says that people remember uncompleted or incomplete or interrupted task better than completed task. So many times in LinkedIn and all, you'll find that your profile is 80% complete. So you will not remember 80% complete. You'll remember 20% incomplete. So that is an important cue to push people to complete their stuff. See, people never think about how much money they have. They always think about how much they don't have. Right? There is always a psychology to look for the stuff you don't have, then feel happy about the stuff that you already have. Right? So these are mostly the laws, guys. But in this module, I actually created this little detailed version of it, laws of UX, where I have also added lot of, some other laws and added some examples. So I think these examples are going to help you. By more examples you see, more you understand that, okay, this is where I'm going to apply it. By the way, this is a law which stands good for our portfolios, which is called aesthetic usability effect. So whenever you see something beautiful, you consider it to be usability wise also good. So no matter how, even if they suck at their usability, people will think that, oh, this is good because they look good. So there is a psychological impact on it. Okay, then Hicks law, right? Goal gradient effect, and you already have the main list of all for elderly people. See, this is the kind of information that if you guys have, you can proceed to this level of study. If you guys have done research on your case study to survey, then this is a survey of 20 people, 5 interviews, right? And this is the result of the survey. And from there, and this is kind of a in-depth one. And from there, this is the result. So please look at these examples, how user research is explained in the here. The user survey is done, and 42 users, 15 questions. You don't have to explain what exactly the user research questions were. And from there, user and when the jobs to be done, things were done. That is it. Only this much part is required for your okay. So after you are done with your research, the end convergence of the research is establishing the. So when you guys said that we have done the research for the elderly fitness app, have you guys reached a level to define the jobs to be done for the it? See, unless you are doing these, assignments for an objective to, influence your case study, there is a high chance that you will be spending weeks on the research, weeks on the design, and suddenly at one point of time you'll have no time to work on your case study, which is not efficient. Because without case study, there is extremely, almost no chance of getting a job without a good portfolio. So in order to be strategic, just look at your MVP scope. You do the research. See, design thinking is non-linear. You can come back and do the research. Elderly people, you have asked them what fitness, what
Yes,
kind
yes.
of expectations do you have. You have a contextual inquiry, you have a research. Maybe those people were doing morning walk, you went to the context and you asked them questions. You also did morning. Get those photographs like this, right? I did contextual inquiry. These are the 4 things that came out of that contextual inquiry. Time box it to 1 day or 2 day. But in 2 days, I should have something. See, this is another example of a case study if you want to become a design researcher, I think that is Leafy. Look at this person. There are two friends who worked on this case study, not Intellipaat students, but separate students. But look at the volume of research pages they have added. See the problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 insights. Our solution, and then the design UX process, then user research, primary research, right? All survey results, key insights, qualitative research, key insights from the interviews, secondary mapping, research outcome, sorry, competitor and right, target market, and then coming to the coming to this user persona creation, and then again empathy map, and then comes to the user journey map. So if you can just create this kind of a user journey map, because that is where you reflect on all the journey of an user and where the ups and downs are, what they're trying. But this is an extremely research heavy thing. When you are saying that I have done the assignment, maybe what is the output of the assignment? Is it a PowerPoint or a Google document? What is the output that you guys have? What is the output? Word document. What good is this Word document going to do in your portfolio? You have the information, translate that to something like this, right? So whatever you're in Word, PowerPoint, you have to present it in your case study, right? So in your case study, these are some examples of presentation in your case study. All those heavy research condensed into the key meaning of the research. That okay, after the research, I can clear everyone. So try to translate it into this kind of a pitch. See, after we are done with a little bit of Figma mode, all those stuff, you should start with your in mind. If you keep on chilling that okay, one day I will start, then there will be a lot of work to do for your portfolio, right? Consider this amount of research as good amount of research, because you have to put your right. Only research is not,
Because
see, all the assignments are created in a way that it will fuel your.
okay.
Look at the assignments. The first assignment is to create. Yes, that assignment is for a case study project only. See, elderly app and this digital art museum, whatever you have got. If you take that as a case study in future, the research that Professor Kaur has given can fuel that. Consider them as connected. Then it will help you. If you disconnect them, then you have to do twice. Free to do, then you are free to do a separate effort for research, and then you work on the research part of it. But get to the what of the research faster. Don't spend weeks. Okay, all I'm trying to tell everyone is that if you are working on a fitness app, try to don't make your app. First of all, see, I want all of you to become successful after this course, right? So for all of you to become successful, you have to be exceptionally good in whatever you are bringing to the industry. So when you are creating a fitness app where the solution is very predictable. In my fitness app, I can measure steps. How many of you are, wow, what a feature? How many of you are feeling this? My fitness app can, I mean, is this a wow feature? That, oh my God, never thought you can measure steps. No, right? No, think differently. If you are not thinking differently, when you are presenting, growth is an excellent work where holistically the concepts are presented in a professional way. But if you look at the actual concepts, if you look at the navigation, okay, I onboard. Okay, after onboarding, I start the application. I create my plan. Okay, this creation of the plan is something where you can think about more personalization things. Maybe it can create your plan by taking a photograph and asking some small amount of quiz. Okay, what is the next kind of a thing? When you are discovering workouts, you are just getting all these suggestions, and then you are going into each workout, and then you are typing these workouts, and then basically you are doing this workout. So the actual wowness of the experience, the problem that you have solved differently, that is not that well showcased here, I would say. that what is the workout with a trainer or use tracker. So what this person is doing, you can work out with a trainer or tracker. So after this, what happens when I hit extreme HIT, let's start, when this thing happens, or should I go to the not sure? Then when you go to, can you think about taking a photograph and measuring the calorie? Now these features also come in. But how do you track foods? How do you, because this is a conventional way of finding categories, and each category you see a lot of food. You click on one food, you basically see a lot of things. But people are going to ask you questions that what uniquely did you solve in this experience? That is where your thought, right? Your problem solving is going to come over there. That you can say that, okay, based on my preferences that I set initially, this is going to dynamically change. Based on my travel plans, based on, it can ask me how am I feeling today. Am I feeling hungry? It is going to dynamically generate list. We have to think about some wowness, guys. Otherwise, people will be extremely bored about what you are presenting. And then they will focus on things where they will say that, oh, your design system looks like inconsistent because I can see extremely circular things. I can see little less circular things, and I can see rectangular stuff. So why didn't you make your search also rectangular? They will try to look at all these details in your design. But out of all those things, this design is almost in a very good shape in terms of craft and overall storytelling. That's where this project comes in. Track your fluid intake, right? So this is where types of water and how much you have taken. This is where you are taking your fluid intake. So you can say that, okay, normally water intake happens, but I'm doing fluid intake. And this is where you do fluid intake. But then people will come and say, what if you want to add some other? Then you'll be like, I haven't thought about it. And this is where I'm coming, guys. In your research, your user may not tell you that you need to add all. There will be things suggested. Don't think that your designer, you are a designer for your user, you are doing user centric design, but at the same time, you are creating things that user has not asked, and you are validating.
Okay.
Okay. So you are basically creating this concept, and in your user research, you validated it with them. Because what is design thinking? Okay. 90% of the times when designing, we don't have 100% research. And
Okay.
the velocity with which we work on a day life, and especially with AI and all, we are working on features, we are working on new direction week. But after we are doing, we are trying to put it through user testing and all, trying to validate them. It is going together, hand in hand. So this might be a concept for everyone, that my user is going to tell me what they want. I am going to design it. Is it true? Everyone is thinking. There
Yes.
might be a mindset. There might be a mindset. You are thinking that your user is God. Your user everything. They're just going to give you a checklist and you're going to put it in Figma. That's not how.
Okay.
Your user may also not know. See, Ashnir Grover,
Absolutely.
right? So I just came from Bangalore, and there was a Salesforce design days. So he came as a speaker. So when he was doing Growers, he bought a Harvard friend, who was extremely good with analytics and research. So first they did Growers without any research. Their business model was delivery by supplier. They were just supplying delivery boys. And then they thought, okay, we can also add, it was a B2B model. And then they started B2C, saying that, okay, people can order also store. Then we asked Ashni, think you do research for everything before you invest in any company, or if you start jobs and all. He said, no, I don't do research at all. This was his point. He's like, after we were earning lots of money from Grover, we thought that, okay, now we are a big company. Let us bring this research analytics fellow from Harvard friend. And that person, after 2 months of research, he presented an extremely important. He analyzed all data Grofers, and he said that, when people order bread, their probability of ordering
Okay.
And then he was making fun. He was saying, because chote bacche also know in our country that anda and bread go hand. We don't need a Harvard, right? It's like, look at Steve Jobs' recordings. Your user doesn't know what they want. He never believed in research. Steve Jobs. Your user never knew they need made iPod. Your users never knew they needed. If research was the way to discover this revolutionary, groundbreaking thing, it would be very difficult. We don't know what we want down the line. We are all facing problems in our life. That doesn't mean use everything. But what we know is that what we are working for them, is it going to make? So that's where validation research plays a much important role to validate a concept before you launch that concept, right? It's not that you go with the absolute blind face and brain. User, what do you want, my user? I want this. I come back.
Such thing or
Out of the box means out of.
that, like,
Yeah. So you have lot of vectors which in product. One of those says, let me quickly scroll to that part. This one,
okay.
right? So your user research people didn't say training rating is, but in competitive rating, you will see most of your competitors are giving it. Right?
Yeah.
So competitive analysis adds this thing. Then user research adds the basic user pain points and all. But third is the innovation layer, which you create and you validate with the right. Basically, I know when you are designing something or proposing something which is based on strong fundamentals of UX principles, then there is no question of usability. You are generating value, novel value by something which nobody thought before. Let me example. You are looking at fitness app in a unidirectional way. Fitness app, I think, for elderly, but most of you will doing fitness app. Yeah. So when you look at fitness app, your brain is already biased with so many fitness app that you guys have already used. You have already used fitness trackers. You know a fitness app will track your number of steps, your heartbeat. That means that has become a saturated domain already, and your brain is biased. In order to break that bias, challenge the whole saying, I will have a zero experience. I will create an experience that will nudge me to do fitness by fitness. My fitness is do 5 minutes of workout every 1 hour. I'm going to nudge you to do chair workout for long, sitting people who are working from home. So there are apps actually like that also, but you are looking at something which people haven't heard before, right? There is a fitness app where you walk and you convert your steps into money, and you isn't it looking at the same problem differently? You are walking for your health and for if you ask an person, if you do not ask this question, then does it mean that it's beyond research? No. When you were asking questions, it was not part of that scope. That means when you were envisioning this product, you had limitation in your thinking, right? It was not user. So when you define the value of your first work on the value of the application or value of the product building, when you have generated the value of the product, then you reach out to the relevant audience. That same fitness for elderly people can be understood or represented through 10 or 15 different ways of representing it. It can be for connecting through different motivations. It can be connecting them through communities. It can be connecting them through motivations. Different ways can be interpreted. But first, in your brain, you should have a novel idea which can be told, which can be written which can be said in an elevator. Have you guys heard of elevator pitch? Is that elevator is going from ground floor to 11th floor? You have to sell your product during that time. That is an itch. So what is the elevator pitch of SAP? Right? Then you search. The problem with people when they first start design career, I have studied design for long time, and then this is what I've realized, that It is not a formula that, I create set of question, I go to user, and
Okay.
the creativity spark is the key driver projects, right? So just setting expect here, guys. Don't make trivial projects represented in a much trivial way to go out of the league of this whole job industry. This job industry is extreme, you guys. Every second a UX designer is born in this country. That kind of competitiveness is there, right? So you better try to position yourself with that kind of a value creator. If you cannot propose yourself as a value creator, you will be like there can be 100 Figma operators, but one creator. So yeah, so with that thing, please try to structure your portfolio. So let me also show you these things. I think I have showed, right, the way I dissected the portfolios. I'm not sure if I have uh, case. Yeah, this page has it. So go to your Figma and you will find this page, case study evaluation. This page is loading, by the way, guys. If you see, it is loading. See how I have done this exercise just for all of you to, just, take this model and further. Now, holistically at one level, you need to understand how much, design I should do, how much research I should do. This is problem that, all of you must be having in your brains, right? How much of what should I do to qualify it as a portfolio project, right? This is a very usual problem that comes. So first we are writing the screenplay of the movie. Without the screenplay, the movie cannot be made, right? So look at this. These are all fitness apps. Everyone has the same story to say. Something around fitness. Value around fitness is the motive. But these are, like one of the projects, the size of the project, this is the growth one, this big. The size of the second one is this big. Third one is this big. But if you look at, is this the one? So if you look at, if you just come to this page, you have your promotional part. When see everyone a project. So can you start there? So these are all context setting that, this is the heading, this is the project initiation, then you have the about project, it sets context. Then if you look at this one, this is the design process. Okay. Now this guy never worked on design process, which is okay. You don't have to work on that. Means adding this design process thing may not be an important thing to add. You can skip it. So now you can, even go below like this. You can, move it below. And scope of work. Okay, someone added a scope of work like this. Done. Then competitive analysis is part of this person's research. This person has worked on user survey. And then these two more things he has worked on. And this person has directly worked on the flows, which is okay. But job stories, this is the second research part. This is also the research part continuing. Okay. Then we have CJM, Cano model, CJM, all part of your research. And here, so I have to move it down to bring it to the same altitude now, right? And here, if you see information architecture is part of the research output. All these folks, they haven't done anything. Then you have user flow. So user flow is where these guys, so now I can match them with user flow. Okay. This is where user flow is happening. Okay. Then we have, prototyping, one of the screens, he added. And I'm going to bring all of these things down. You have user flow, user flow, user flow. 3 ways of doing user flow. Then I'm going to, hit everything, move them down. So you can see color and typography, color and typography. And this guy also did color and typography. Okay, done. So slowly and slowly you will see I am going to bring them down to the design part. So this is the design part that, this Grow Fitness app did. This is the part, this person I think worked on some typography thing. So we can add it here, typography thing. These are all UI kit, all those things. And this is a low fidelity version, which this person worked on, but other people didn't work on low fidelity version. So we can keep it separate like this, right? So there are different zones being created. Now, can you see how I'm trying to, do different zones? So there is a usability thing created at this level, which they didn't do. So when I'm working on some ideas where I don't have confidence, I will create usability. So now I am coming down here and I can see, okay, this person has also worked on grid. So I'll move the grid part up above here. Okay. So now I am basically talking layer by layer to the same section. And this is where the code design part has worked of them. And last, you have so first work on this kind of a strategy. Okay. From the top, I will work on this and I'm going to time box it to hours. And to get the best thumbnail of my life. Was this an assignment? Yes or no? This was an assignment. You have considered it done. Work on your project goal. What I'm saying, the value of the project. Don't just write, I want to make a fitness app for elderly. No. Write the value of the project. That with this thing, someone is going to do this, and that's going to change the. Write it with that kind of a maturity. Once you're done with this, design process. Is it too much of a brainer to add a design process, guys?
No.
Not a brainer. Get it done. One done. Then, whatever project you are doing, competitive analysis is not a brainer. You can do competitive analysis really fast. Keep 1 day for it. Then all your, Professor K's assignment, user research, literature study, contextual inquiry, whatever you have done, try to do the same for the respective app. And this is the kind of artifact you will get. It need not be the only way to represent it. It can be like this also. And I will recommend whatever project you are doing, get similar projects from Behance or all, and try to put them in the same level, how they have, told the story, right? Like this. Then you have user flow. So typical user flow, this is important, right? Then you have some kind of a low fidelity screenshot. We can put it here, both of them at the same level. Then I'm going to put the top. Then this color thing and all these things, right? See, if you work with Figma styles and all, you can create these things. You can change them at any point of time till your design submission.
Yes, sir.
You don't have to immediately decide. Your work is not blocked because you have not yet. You are creating a structure in Figma and you're keeping them placeholder, but you will have heavy rocks lift part. Chalo, my portfolio, these many pages are already there. Now see, look at this. Your components are going to evolve. Put a place, right? The last moment, the most updated composition, you just replace. And then you have this low fidelity things. Now you may think that before the research result is there, can I design? Absolutely, you can design. You can design without any research and then to research. Or you can research and come back and then design. Have your own rule comfort. And after you create it, look at how easily they are created. Don't spend a lot of time in onboarding. Copy someone's onboarding. No one is going to give you credit on onboarding. Everyone onboarding later on. And then this is the high fidelity designs that happen. So now we're going to take more questions on how difficult are you guys facing in order to create high fidelity designs, because eventually you have to create your own high fidelity designs using Figma. There is no escape. You are applying for the job of a said he worked with designers face to face to get designs done immediately. He didn't keep any middleman for all his designs. Okay, let's bring a designer. Figma done. That means you have to be really good with Figma, right? Otherwise he'll fire you. So this is how the high fidelity designs happen. Now this is a good set of high fidelity things for you to understand that, okay, I will start with the registration, then some. So if you see, it's not complete flow. It's just some key screens, right? Which is okay to start with. Don't think about that. I have to just statistics screens and all, because people will go here during your interview and they will ask you, okay, let's look at it for a while. You have statistics for this. Then they will say that, okay, how do you compare how you were doing this month versus about it? Okay, you haven't thought about it. What if you have to think now? How would you getting it? This is ideate with you to see how flexible you're, right? So your design is the source of questions in your interview. Design in a way that it's scalable, that it's well adopted. It can be adopted easily. There are not too many hidden under clicks thing for discoverability problem. We talked about everything, so you can pick it from the chat, right? Like this. And then you have, okay, profile page, nobody will go detail inside it, you know that. Okay. And they may go if they see some blunder. And then they have created a widget. That's it. Quick. Not a
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, we also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
so basic principle, you lose all the coconuts. So yeah, because see, every bag you have to give one coconut as tax. 30 coconuts each bag has, and there are 30 checkpoints. That means no coconut left. But the problem is, like, when you cross some checkpost, you move coconuts from one bag to other, you empty a bag. So so yeah, so ChatGPT failed, and then it could do it once I was nudging it that okay, there is a trick behind it. We finally have to get it done. Save coconuts, think around it, and then it could do it immediately. Okay, so yeah, so if you look at these page flows, these are called flow types. So all flow types are solution of problems. For example, let's say I am solving a problem for blocking someone, right? So blocking a user on Twitch. Sorry, some Sushmita, I will mute you. Okay, so blocking a user on a platform, right? That is one of the examples. Then there are hiding posts on Instagram. So all these things, they arise from very unique niche kind of scenarios. And usually in a whiteboard challenge, this is where maximum this brainstorming ideation things are going to come. That I'll also open up one of the portfolios to let you share the importance of this portfolio brainstorming and ideation thing. So when you look at any single solution like this, let's say it qualifies as a good design. There are good visual design skills. There are good hierarchy. All those things are taken care of. Now you look at the interviewer. What is left for the interviewer to grill you? So the interviewer, and see, most interviewers, there will be senior interviewers and all. They are trained 20 years. They have seen how the internet and the app uh, ecosystems and changing landscape of technology work through. And they have worked through multiple projects. Typically, in an office, you will work on one very important project for one quarter, small projects every month. So, and they try to nudge your thinking, saying that before coming to this idea, so what was the problem that you were trying to solve? So we have to do a back calculation and understand that, okay, what was the problem that this particular is trying to solve? Let us get a bit think will help all of you to understand when you are creating your designs, what is the problem? Yes. Look at this particular screen. What is the problem is trying to solve? Or to start with, I can go first, and then anyone of you can volunteer. Okay. So we are seeing this meat tortilla, right? So when I am choosing a recipe, there are a lot of recipes. When I'm choosing a recipe, try to phrase the problem like this. So I'm writing it in chat, right? As a user, you know who writes it in this language? And team writes a problem in this. So I can show you so by I'll capture them and then I will put it in chat GPT and I'll ask it. I have the GPT-4o license and I'll ask it that try to create a problem statement for this design that you're seeing. So let's see what comes. So as a user, I should be able to know how much time it's to create a recipe, and I should be able to understand the calorific value in terms of protein, fat, carbs. I should be able to understand that first, and then the rest of the ingredients. So I should know three things, three separate things. I should know how much calorie I am eating. I should know the protein, fat, carb distribution. I should know the ingredients, and I should know how much time it is taking. And in my research, I have found that things should be on top of everything. I should be able to easily cover. And this calorie, protein, fat, carbs, required to understand, they should be easy to scan, and then the ingredients, followed by it. So I can write as a user, I should know something like this. Now, if we look at this screen, there can be infinite ways to this screen. So when the screen was designed, now we are going to take this example and we can sketch around it and see how many different ways you solve this problem. So we will do this small exercise in that Figma only. Patients, there will be there will be heart patients who are not allowed to have the regular kind of food, yet they should need the required, the required calorific value from eating diet. So this will be eventually you will need to this problem for elderly, right? So maybe there is a question and answer thing happens in the beginning, because of which you understand that there is a problem. But see, right now what I am doing is I am showing of an app, right? The application can be elderly app for a pet care app also, because have I mentioned in the problem, I can use the same configuration for my cat, preparing food for my cat, right? I can use configuration for also a toddler, right? Changes, right? The same thing, the same considerations that you will make for a elderly person may not be the same for a marathon runner, who needs tons of calorie, or it may not be the same for someone who is doing a lot of uh, this cardio workout or lot of this strength workout. Maybe we need to increase the proteins. So between these two, I think is the context. Who is our user? Agreed? User changes a lot of this stuff. Look at a single screen, it looks like okay, doable. But then look at this particular design. And now if we go to our FigJam file, so we will just keep everything that this doctor's appointment app was doing, and we will work on the right hand side. So this no yet. And see, this is an example screen. This now we will just, so these are some of the example screens that I have kept. So if you look at it, I'm just going to do Control C and I'm going to paste it here, Control V, right? So this is where you can think about. So this is the example screen that you have, and you are presenting the screen in your interview. But in your interview, you are asked that what was the motivation to create. So we need to understand about user. So I'm going to just draw. So for whom it's an important question to ask. When is it going to be used? Right? Then where is it going to be used? So so for who are we solving this problem? Right? What is an then what is what? And right. We need to ask this question. Okay, let me give the rights here. You can see it clean. So when we are designing this, and also let us go to, if you give it only one screen, it creates the problem behind it design. So this is the recipe. This is kind of the design problem. So not sure who asked how it is going to help you. You are thinking that I am looking at a screen and then I'm asking GPT to create a problem for me. How is it going to help me? It is going to help you to understand that what a problem is and what a solution looks like and what can be the other solutions to it. That is the single most ambiguous space in design. People don't even understand that what is a problem solving. So in even people coming with 15 years, 16 years of experience in interviews, they're struggling with defining the problem. So when we are saying that we are trying to solve a problem, we should have same understanding of what problem, right? So in the problem is not to create a fitness app. That is the goal of a product, but it is solving multiple problems in multiple clusters. So now when you look at this particular problem, when we are looking at this, Figma file, and when we are looking at it, and then if we take it as it is from ChatGPT, this is the user goal. And when we go here, you will understand that there are a lot of, okay. So this one, if you see, user goal, Sarah wants a mobile app that not only provides her with healthy recipe, but also offers easy access to nutrition details. Now, when you don't have this particular screen, and in your interview, you are asked that, okay, can you think about, so I'm not seeing it currently. Can we think about a solution to this kind of a problem where Sarah wants a mobile app experience that not only provides her with healthy recipe, offers easy access to nutrition data to cook, healthy recipes that align with her dietary preference, clear view of calorie, protein, fat, and carb, simple way to see ingredient quantities, a rating system that helps her choose highly recommended thing. Now, with this kind of a problem, this is not the only solution to it. So people will ask you, how many iterations did you make for this kind of a solution? So this is where this kind of a process comes in handy, which is called Crazy 8. So now we will do some kind of an ideation around this thing, and let's see if you can create a better solution than in this design. Okay. So I'm going to invite whoever wants to volunteer can come here. You can write your name also on top of it. And then we'll just see how ideations are done, how brainstormings are done. Just edit your name here. This is your goal, right? You can see goal here. No states. You can come here. So I'm going to make copies of this thing. Don't edit. I'm going to create a template and then copy it for all of you. Otherwise, people will not. Here you will add your name, right? Just so many people who come, just come here and draw your concepts. So crazy 8 means in 8 minutes, you have to think around 8 different ways to solve. Before you guys start, I'm going to give a green signal when you are to start. So this is the amount of information that you will get. You might get more information around the background. So this is something which will be given, which is the for. Yeah, absolutely. See, meet Sarah, 29-year-old. You can, just to copy it, and then you can ask ChatGPT that looking at this framework, can you phrase me a hypothetical user who is an old person, lives alone, goes to some, and basically I'm working, give it context that what you're trying to work. And can you create a similar? Okay, let me be very honest here with all of you. Recently, we did hiring 4 people in our team, right? And we know people will use ChatGPT. You cannot stop people from using ChatGPT, and no one is going to ask you to stop using it. In your daily job, also, you are supposed to use this technology to connect. You just have to know the thing and then use it for now, at least. See, going forward after 5 years, maybe nobody will need us going forward. We don't know what will happen. Things are changing fast. But as of now, the agreement that I keep on hearing from leadership and all is that use it to make your speed 10x. See, before that, to phrase this out, you would have needed 2-3 hours. Now, with the help of this thing, you can make lot of iterations fast, right? To define a customer profile. So I cannot share you all the details, but there are tons of conversations. Most of us, we have it ChatGPT to learn more about complex disciplines which you don't even know, but GPT has the research data around it, right? So you can ask about it. I have never worked around aviation industry. Can you tell me how the life of a pilot goes through? It will give you something. And then from there, we do literature study. We do outside study also. Build our understanding around it. And then we go deeper inside. So when you say we are not allowed to use from GPT, you don't know how smart people will use it. So use it with a pinch of responsibility, that I am not just going to immediately copy and paste it like this to my portfolio. Because then when people will ask you, what is your user's pain point? Then you are like, okay, because this is what is happening with most of the people who are applying. They are like, okay, I'll use ChatGPT, copy paste, and make it little visually good. Okay. And then when we are asking it, what is your user's pain point? They don't know. They're reading it in front of us. Find health conscious, getting it. Use it with responsibility. This is where you are co-working with this, and it speaks a lot, so much. So, anyways, we have to filter. Okay. So, yeah. So with this, let us just okay. There is some copy and then now this is the user goal. So this is what the user, what they do, and then when, where, why. These are the simple questions that if you ask, if you are given this kind of a problem in an interview, then ask these 5 Ws. For who am I designing? What is the context? When is that person going to use it? Where are they going to use it? Why are they going to use it? That's it. So we can add part of this in the why part also. Someone is adding okay. Sarah is, see, she has a hectic, often leaves her with limited time to cook. Why? Right? When, okay, this we can detail out, but I guess we have most information here. Now, when we are creating, okay, most of you have okay. So everyone knows the problem that they're trying to solve because they have a solution also. This is one of the solutions that they have. Now, with keeping this in mind, what is happening to, right? When you see a design solution in front of you, you tend to get biased with the design. So this is an exercise, a force. It might begin. Bias means that you will only, hey, someone moved. Yes, please be very mindful about this image. Okay, so the bias thing means that you will start thinking that okay, maybe I will also need an image like this. I will also need to explain the calorie, protein, fat like this only. So this whole structure imprints a strong thing in your brain. Before you had seen anything like this, you would be thinking in free mind because you don't know what to do, right? Once you have seen something, it'll try to impose this thought on your brain that this is the only solution. This is what happens. Bias is going to keep your brain So at times we want to check designers if they get biased also. So we will put a design in front of them and we will say that imagine this is a design, try to make it better. It can be, let's say you have the checkout experience of Zomato. They will put Zomato's checkout experience and they will tell you because software industry works in a process. Whatever you see today, tomorrow has to be based on how it happens. So if this is what you're seeing, what you can do better or what you click, right? So for that, we have to look at this thing and we have to understand the problems that this experience may have, and then we can solve it. So we know the user need, that the user needs to understand quick to cook healthy recipes. That means time is important. A clear view of calorie, protein, fat, carb information at a glance. Simple way to see ingredient quantities for meal prep, right? And a rating system that helps us choose highly recommended system. And yes, that's it. I think it has highlighted the, so what you see here, this is something which is called as a product requirement. So you will get from him, this is called a like this. So the PRD will talk about the end user persona. Now it is your role to go deep inside that. May I know the jobs to be done for this user and all those things depending on complexity of project. But when you get, let me also write the full form of this thing, which is product, right? Product requirement document. You are looking at it in the extreme simplified version of the PRD, but in real life, the PRDs would look much complicated. And these are sometimes also called as the specification sheet. So in Microsoft, people call it. So see, you can look at the design, but don't get biased with the design. I will say don't copy the design next to you, and please don't start designing it immediately. For Narayan, Aryan, wait for the whistle to be blown. Okay, then you start designing. So whoever has started designing, I will request them please remove stuff from their screen because we also want to see that crazy 8 in action. Okay, you can remove everything from your screens. I'm going to start the timer. There is a timer in FigJam that we will start. There will be a music being played, and I'm going to just move out here and there just to see how people are thinking around it. Okay. So this is the product requirement document, which talks about the user, which talks about the context. And this is one of the example screens. Sometimes the PMs are going to grab screens from internet, from competition. They're going to make screens in PowerPoint and they're going to put it in the PRD as a reference. So that's why a designer's job is not to get biased by a screen that they're seeing, right? So as a designer, to solve this problem, you have to understand scalability of design also, right? We are looking at 4 attributes, but at the same time we're looking at ingredients. Now when you look at ingredients, the ingredients may not be 5, right? Ingredients can, right? And we are not seeing any instruction of how these ingredients are like connected with each other. So let's see how people are solving it. Then I'm going to share also a thought process that I think things can be improved in this thing. So please don't solve it with only the composition of it. Think about the value the user is going to get by looking at it and seeing at gaps that made better, right? Also look at the holistic to this design. So when we go back to this, but why would someone come to this screen to choose one of right? So in a simple elevator pitch statement, if we like to say that we want our users to come to a page to find recipes or to and then to make the discovery more personalized, we are adding time, we are adding rating, we are adding calorie, we are adding easy medium. But overall, we can look at it as if this is a marketplace of all recipes and meats and veggies. And then you can narrow it down. You can easily. So all these things are helping you to what? To decide easily. If I remove this medium easy, if we remove the time, if we remove, then you can choose any one of them, right? Just name is the deciding factor, right? if you like salmon and veggies over chicken burrito, then you choose salmon and veggies. But these extra information to make a more informed decision. It is like I like chicken, but I also like less calorie. But over everything, I like less time and a higher rating. So if the human brain is going through a lot of different decision making points, right? I need a job which will pay me well, but the culture is also good, and I don't have, and I need job stability, right? It's not. It's not one thing which is letting you decide. So all of us, we can understand the need for this particular thing. If you just look at them as simple text in Figma, then the problem behind it, the psychology behind it, and the user aspiration behind it gets diluted. So that's why we are talking more around the value this individual thing is going to bring. So, chalo, I can actually go here and I can bookmark them for future, and I can choose one of them. What happens when I choose one of them? What is my no, not the bookmark one. Let's say I meet tortilla. I'm not seeing here. Let's say I click on meet tortilla and then I go to the next page, right? From here is one. Then why am I in this page? What am I trying? Okay, ingredients. This is not a place for, like Wikipedia, to learn and gain your knowledge. It is to prepare the food. Yes. So that's why just ask yourself these questions. Why am I here? To bookmark for future. Okay, I book in future also when I come, what am I? Okay. So when you look at this thing, then why are you looking at this thing? Let us have an agreement that they are trying to prepare.
Yes.
What kind of problem can happen with this particular screen? What do you anticipate? Let us do. So what we are doing now is called ideation and brainstorming, right? All of us, 61 participants, we are doing ideation and brainstorming over a screen. We are doing what we are doing, design audit, you can say, right? So what do you think can happen? So let us talk about some journeys. I am a user. Perfect, Ansh. So as a user, I come here, I select meat tortilla, I come here. So what all things can
The user
Chalo.
has any
That is
efforts.
regarding information. But I am look at the journey. So first we will look at a happy flow. So this is where we don't look at the gaps, but we look at the happiest thing. I come here, I decide 20 minutes, good kind of a calorie, easy to make. I come here, I see the information, I'm happy. I see all the ingredients, I'm happy. Then what do? I open my kitchen cabinet. I get bell pepper, spinach, turkey, hummus, onion in this proportion. But how do I know I'm taking 90 gram? Just look at all the details, right? Maybe I have a kitchen scale. I'm weighing 90 gram. But then while preparing it, I'm like, okay, how do I know which one to put first? So I'm blocked. See, this is what exactly I want all of you to do. That put yourself as a user. See, I was going through this road, then suddenly in my kitchen in a plate, I have bell pepper, spinach, turkey, hummus, everything, and I'm like, like hummus should I put on turkey or spinach? Blocked. Then what I'll do? I'll open YouTube. In YouTube, I'll find meat tortilla recipe, but it will tell me different grams because it is not the same company. It is a different user who is making video. Then I'm like, so am I going to come back again tomorrow and click on chicken burrito after?
No.
Am I going to use this app again for at least my calorie? Did I have a good?
Google itself.
So this is one of the best portfolios, and in your interview you'll be, and you need the simple. Now let us try. Okay, how can you? What can you do to solve this problem? Not a joke. Okay, all of you should be opinionated about the solutions that you are saying, and then when you try to pitch me, I will try to I will try to defend it. Okay, because I interview, and let's see how this discussion goes. So what game we are playing now is we are doing double bias game. First of all, there was a design, and then if we had blindly gone into this activity, in my experience with students, he will make some, but Did we understand the problem before you jump to the solution? No. That's why what we're doing now is we're understanding. Did you think about these nuances when you first say great point? So what we are saying currently, we didn't look into all these details. We just saw a beautiful screen, right? This screen is looking beautiful. The UI is superb. The components are superb. But there are gap in the solution that we are talking around it. Now let me be another user next day or same day in a different city. I come and land into this page. Okay. Now this page has done a pretty good job because I can easily find, let's see, it's 14 recipes. Let's say I have 100 recipes for a pudding. I need to find only the easy ones. How do I find it? By clicking on filter. I can choose that show only easy recipes and it is going to make it easy. But it does not have a way to sort it based on time. Like I want to sort it with the shortest time to the longest time. It will reorder the list. I'm not sure, but absolutely this is an experience which needs to be solved. But then I click here, I click on, I spend, do I instantly come here and decide or I take some time? I'll tell you, Soumya, we are putting the flow. Let us, the flow is you are jumping into going to market and buying. But if you look through the flow, I come here, I spend 5 minutes, I click on chicken burrito, and I come here to discover I don't have that. Do I know what item?
I may.
So doesn't it mean that I may do? I select something, I come here and I find.
With the highlighted
We are now talking about solution. Solution.
also do one
We are
thing.
discussing problems now. Problems, are you guys aligning to the problems? Solution. Let us. You guys feel that there will be two, right? So after to and fro, I do to and fro's, and then I realize, array, whatever I need, it's not here only. Do I come? What is my hope to come? So when I'm staying in this problem statement, I have collected, with the help of all of us, we have collected that okay, this thing has a problem that after I decide, I come here, see, although I have understanding of the calorific value and the rating, but I don't have that visibility that all these ingredients are available. I have to come back and again go and can again go. Let's say when I come here, I find all the ingredients okay. I don't know how to prepare. So that is a missing link for me. I don't know whether this is for one person or persons. All of these things we collected so far. Absolutely. You can actually think of a food app where you take a photograph of ingredients you have and it creates. So, yeah. So let us about it also. So in your kitchen, you have thousands of things, not thousands. Absolutely. So this is a great product idea. This is a different product idea of let's remove the fitness app component also from it. It just says that build your healthy recipe from what you have. This is the value of the product. So in your table, you just lay down ranks. They're not even connected. And AI creates for you. It will not guarantee the taste, but it will guarantee the calories. Like vegan soups. This is how I think this person wanted to solve it. But absolutely, we can have it's a main course or it's a starter, it's a breakfast. What is the kind of thing? That is the way to instructs to cook. Instructions to cook may be in 5 steps. First step is to saute. Second is to or is marinate the meat. Second is to the veggies, and it will talk about all the different steps based on the time durations. That is the way you will solve. Now we are talking about how to design the instruction part. So instruction part also. There was one person who said that maybe the instructions are in the fold of scroll. What UX problem it can accessible a very specific thing we say. So although accessibility means accessing, but it's used for different connotation in UX uh, for differently abled people. Accessibility is used. Discoverability we can say, right? Let's say I come here, I don't even know that I had to scroll, and the instructions just I missed it, and I never to this app just because of discoverability, I lost. Right? Yesterday, what was a very important UX hierarchy. Another important yesterday, I'm just going to feed you some ideas. What is this idea? What is
Disclosure.
progress disclosure? Okay, what is this thing doing? Progress disclosure, right? What is this thing? Here also progressive disclosure. Lot of places progressive disclosure is used, right? And why progressive disclosure is used is because of the fact that sometimes user needs information which is not there, and if they don't find that information, like at this level, if I do not see the ingredient for Soumya, you are trying to recreate a different app, but I during the time of the interview, I'm asking you because you are working in this company, right? You're going to change the product as a solution. You have to solve this product only. So we are saying that before you change it, but the idea that you gave, it is a great idea. Put it into a case study project, must be paying. So we are going to talk about this problem where if I expand this thing, or if I had known, if I have the recipes, I would have never gone here, or I would have gone here. So another level of decision making is required here. There can be n number of solutions, progressive disclosure. Put it in filtering only. In filtering, I can use this thing, recipes. So let's say I have selected 10 ingredients from me. It is going to narrow it down to only 3 recipes. Yes, suggest, right? Because they'll rigid that let's say I want to create the same thing, but can I, because of cultural connotations and stuff, right? So there are ways to solve, there are problems to solve here. There are problems to solve here. Now, with all this knowledge, what we are going to do now is we will go back to our fig jam. And here, so okay, one point to mention. You have done your research. This is the output of your research. Typical output of your research is only. Now, all these things that are discussed, is your user going to tell you all? This is where I wanted to land this conversation. If you feel your user will come with all the problem solutions and you just have to make it in Figma, this is not how it works. You have to put yourself through happy journeys and bring some cloud in the happy journey, bring some obstacles in the happy journey. That is when you are going to see, unless I put my weight. In a beautiful day, I come here, I land here, I click here, I come here, and I find I don't. I go back, I click on turkey and cheese wrap. Right. Your user will not. I'm just coming. I'm just saying that your user. This is a need of the experience, but for your user, this should not be a problem for the user, right? Because your user can prepare food. This vision.
Least or something like
It is there. It is there. You can write.
saying that way.
Yeah, you can actually write your.
Yes.
So looking at, so people will tell you, giving this screen, identify the problem. So when they ask you this kind of question, put your journey, user experience or journey, and then you will understand where. Yes, always put yourself in the. So what is the design thinking phase?
Yes.
Right, we are empathizing, and now after empathizing, right, we are defining the problem. The problem here is that someone is coming here with the expectation of creating a healthy recipe with an instruction and able to make a decision from a list of options getting, which is said here. This is the fine part. Sorry. And then when they're coming here, in order of ideas, so many great ideas are being discussed now. This is a
Helpful.
this is also a great idea that you are giving. That while you are actually, let's say, you're marinating chicken, and that time, how are you going to the video? So maybe you can add controls here that wave your hand, or through voice you can pause and simply
Yes,
play.
sir.
So while you are cooking, your hands you are doing, right. So these are all the different kind of ideas that you're when you give interviews, when you actually do your job also, this is the kind of thinking that people expect from UX designers, and that translates in Figma. So this was a beautiful Figma, but there was scope of everyone. We are actually discovering there are so many scopes of improvement. So now when you work on your own fitness app, you have so many ideas that we just collected conversation. Yeah, now we will look into the solution part. So absolutely, these are all the interactions that
Hmm.
if we want 2 clicks, can
Okay.
we because see, everything is information based. The user is collecting information all the way. He is collecting information about the amount of calorie, easy or medium, how much time to create, and the name and photograph is helping him build confidence. Then going here, he is collecting more information, and then more information. Isn't he only collecting information, guys? This app is only selling information.
Yeah, only.
Yeah, it's an
But
information app which is helping you. The value is that you are getting a calorie controlled meal to take health, right? So basically, in this way of navigating through information, sometimes we are hiding information. Sometimes there is lack of information. Sometimes there is over information. So we, as a UX designer, we are balancing it out so that I don't do to and fro, because to and fro is not a great experience. I go to a mall or go to a Kirana store to buy Tata Red Label tea. I didn't find it. I have to come back. Not a good experience. If I had only knew that it did not have tea, I would never have gone there. So from our childhood, when we used to go to all these physical stores to get stuff, a lot of times we used to come back with failure. So this to and fro is a metaphor of that example. Look at
right.
all the anxieties and ambiguities we went through. Like, I'm not sure how many of you is, and waiting for bus, the anxiety, is it going to come, when is it going to come? There's no surety. You go to other countries, the buses come 11:43. The bus is supposed to come 11:43, only it comes. But in our country, there is no time limit. I mean, so our culturally, our people, our folks are used to all these nuances. So whenever they see something where they won't have to go through this friction, happy. So that's why they are ready to pay convenience charges to Zomato, Swiggy, and all. They have never experienced this kind of delay. So this is a idea generation, idea sketching technique. Crazy, right? I'll quickly go to the main. So you take a piece of A4 paper, okay, and this will immensely help you. Sometimes the assignment that people give you. So this is part of the whiteboard challenge of interviews. Many companies try to see how you can think through problems fast and efficiently and have transparency in your thinking. So they give you this kind of a small task. Sometimes they will just write up. And we went through our hiring through this kind of a process only recently. So the best way to do it is that you create a framework and time box ideation. This is a time box ideation technique. Then you have to fold the paper like this. So this was called Sharpie. You can use a black sketch pen, 10 rupees sketch pen also. Okay. First you have to fold the paper like this. Okay. Then fold the and then fold this. So yeah, you are going to see 4 on the top, and this way, without drawing any lines, you immediately create it. Now timer minutes. In 8 minutes, you have to create this is a goal. So when human brain time boxed, and then there is one more principle. Have you guys heard about? Please apply Parkinson's law in your portfolio building. This is the only law that is going to help you to create. Okay. See, work expands to fill the available time. How much time, whatever time you give, the time it will take that much time only. If you give 1 day for your portfolio, tomorrow end of day you will have your portfolio. If you give 3 months, months. If you give 1 week, 1 week. Work fills the amount of time you give. And then this is what many people, that's why they think that when you time box your activities in 8 minutes, you can do a lot more than 8 hours also. Because you are in 8 minutes and say, this is how the amount of sketches that she is doing. See, very can you make these kind of drawings for the problem that we were discussing in FigJam? Don't think about the quality of drawing. Can you all feel confident? Something like this.
Or
3 different unique ideas for the problem here. Let us define the problem also. The problem here is that I don't know how to cook the food, or I don't know the ingredients if it is matching. Whatever you choose one of them. You can choose I don't know once I land there, and then make drawings for that in 8 minutes, and then make this drawing. So this is about Crazy 8, guys. It's a really nice exercise. See, this is some other person has done. Same way you can have this. So yeah, so this is the exercise that we are going to do, and then there are few other types of ideation techniques that are there. Then we are going to cover. So I am writing here. I am writing the problem statement here. Now we all know the problem statement, right? So problems. You guys decide which one do you want. I want to see if decided. As a user, I want to see if I have all the recipes in all the ingredients in my kitchen. Prepare. Okay, this is one of the problem. The second one is, as a user, I want to see step-by-step guide. First one, second one. If any one of you wants to do the first one, feel free to do the first one. Anyone wants to do the second?
Use accessibility testing tools. Okay, there are a lot of tools. Currently, I remember the one which is like wave accessibility tool. So it depends on which it depends on the organization what tools they use. For color contrast, I use color checker in Figma itself, and also yeah, that's it, I think. And there are other paid versions also that those plugins would not show up in here. Like this Stark is a paid version, so I won't be able to demonstrate that particular tool over here, but it accounts for everything, as in vision simulator, touch targets, typography. If there is any problem in that, it points out those problems so that you can fix in the design. So at least we can do what are the things that are in our hand, which is like making our app and website perceivable, operable, and understandable. Robust developer पे छोड़ देते हैं. I hope developers are also getting GAN on accessibility somewhere. So conduct user testing with people with disabilities. Of course, like always include few people, at least 2-3 peoples with disability in your uh, in your sample size for the user testing. I think that's it. On Uber level, you just need to see how you can make all of your design elements more accessible to the user. Okay, and do not only think from the visual perspective, think also from the sound perspective. What text or the what voiceover will tell about this particular component, and also the touch itself. Like if you switch on something, then you might want to vibrate the phone. Okay, if you are making a payment, then you might want to vibrate a phone. If there is a ring, then you want to vibrate a phone, and all of those things, try to use it in a way so that it will make sense for the disabled users also. So what I was saying, consider like an Instagram app, like the features that you use on day-to-day basis, right? What if, what if suddenly the like button moved in a way, or posting a picture took like a 10 step instead of currently 2-3 steps, right? You open the camera, you click a picture, and you can directly post it in a way. So it's like a 3 steps now. Let's say if it is a 10-step journey next on meaningful steps in a way. What if the like button is moved to some other place? Or has it happened with you, like you suddenly found in certain situation where something things has moved or things has changed? What was your reaction was like? Instagram तो काफी change हुआ है ना, as in the day it started. Or Instagram, just saying for an example, you can take as a Snapchat, Facebook, Google, WhatsApp, yeah. It is difficult to adopt the sudden change, and that is uh, gives uh, rise to this usability evaluation or usability study. Okay, this is where basically the one we use on a daily basis. Yeah. So basically, we usually get frustrated and might even sometimes some users might even stop using the app, they delete the app, and then the game is finished for your app, right? So this is where the usability evaluation comes in, and it's all about ensuring that the product is easy to use and meets the needs of its user in a way. Okay, so usability evaluation, composed of qualitative and quantitative research, is a process of assessing the user friendliness of a system or a product and whether or not it satisfies user needs. So, for what things usability evaluation required? What do you guys say? What are the things that are worth testing out in a way? So I would say almost everything that you do, every change actually requires a usability study. Okay. Why usability study? Because we don't want to come across like, okay, user ने app ही delete कर दिया भाई. User is not user. We confuse user and user then again is not coming back to our on our platform. So before going live, we need to do a usability study. I've seen a lot of startups do not usually do usability studies, and they basically learn from their customers when they launch it. But sometimes it backfires in a way like once the customer lose any particular trust, it becomes difficult to get their trust again, as in have deleted particular app and how much time it, let's say, took for you to again reinstall that particular app after you deleted it. So the goal is for to simplify process, boost efficiency, or raising awareness of a specific feature. Okay, so what are the method for usability evaluation? Yeah, so let's see this method. One is usability testing. The most common form of usability evaluation is known as the process of evaluating a system or product with target users, gathering their actions, body language, and behavior. Okay. This method is basically direct and user centric. Ekdam direct. Okay. So basically, if you are testing a new app or new feature, something like that, you would just gather some people, which will be your basically called as a sample size, and you will just observe how they are interacting with it. Uh, just note down their actions that they are taking, note down their body language and behavior. Okay. Next is usability inspection. In this approach, experts evaluate an interface without involving the user. Okay. Common types include heuristic evaluation and cognitive walkthrough. Okay. So as it says, it does not involve user directly. Okay. Directly नहीं है. जैसे usability testing is like you test it with the people itself. Here it is not direct. Okay. Instead, the expert evaluates the interface. Okay. Who are these experts? You are the experts, right? Because you knows what are the heuristic evaluation, like heuristics are over there. So you would compare this website, compare the app or website based on the heuristics. And I hope you guys know what is heuristic evaluation. Okay, like all the things that we saw, like the UX principle, usability principle, psychological principle, those are called a heuristic evaluation. Heuristic evaluation UX. So this is from this Nelson Norman group itself. So you can I'll just open this website. क्या हो गया इसको? I'll just paste it out on the chat So in offline, you can go through these heuristics, very easy to understand, very simple. They have given the examples also. So you can just go through those. And so once you know all of these heuristics of a user interface, you basically becomes an expert and you evaluate a particular product, okay, on the heuristics. And then you provide a particular uh, report on the on your inspection. Okay. The next one is usability inquiry. So this process works to understand users' thoughts regarding a product, but without involving testing. Okay. यहाँ पे यूजर है, यहाँ पे यूजर मिसिंग है, यहाँ पे टेस्टिंग मिसिंग है. Okay, without involving testing. Instead, user feedback is collected through method likes interviews, focus group surveys, or field observation. Simple, eh? It's like sometimes it's about understanding the user's thought without actual testing. Because testing में क्या होता है ना, user already become very cautious. So whenever we do a usability testing with like usability testing method, user try to read everything whatever we have given on the given in the on the screen or flow. User try to read everything so that it he is always conscious that he should not look like a fool to not to understand a particular app or particular flow whatever we are showing, right? So these are the cons of a usability testing. So that's why usability inquiry sometimes helps. Okay. So usually you provide a survey form. You can just interviews like a normal interview. You would just ask about their experiences when they are going through a particular process. Did they understand? Didn't understand? You can have a focus group like the way I was asking you the questions initially, right? And some of you just told me their stories of what they find good and why they didn't like something, and they just how then they just deleted the app and all of those things. This kind of a interviews that if we take, or if you take like if you do this kind of a study, then sometimes we get a meaningful feedback or like a real life feedback in a way. Okay. So basically, we gather feedback through surveys or interviews about what user thinks of a, let's say, new design without them actually using it in a way. Okay. So sometimes they do not have to use also. You can just throw out the idea as well. Okay. And then you can just think about what they think about those ideas. Let's go to the next one. Okay. What are the best practices? Okay. So in usability evaluation, uh, the best practices includes are like test early and often. Okay. Use both qualitative and quantitative research. Recruit a diverse range of users. Okay. Also has have some users with the accessibility, uh, like with some disability, so you will get a good range of feedback in a way. And consider both moderated and unmoderated testing. Moderated matlab you are monitoring it in a way. Unmoderated means basically no one is looking at them or something like that. For example, actually Netflix continuously test features with diverse user groups worldwide. Even Amazon, like we usually test with the diverse users, like it's a worldwide testing we call it. Okay. To ensure that the smooth experience across the cultures and the regions. Okay. So even on Netflix or either on Amazon, if you go into settings and if you just change the country, you would see a different experience altogether. So what you see in India is not same as in what you would see in, let's say, US, UK, Middle East, and all of these places. Okay. So it depends on their region, culture, things changes. So these are the best practices. Simple, test early and often. Test early as in as early as possible. Do not go for the development without having a certain kind of usability testing. Either do heuristic evaluation, do certain usability testing, usability, this particular inquiry also you can do. I haven't done such kind of a process. I have done surveys and uh, like I think I have done the surveys, but I haven't done like without testing any particular uh, like without uh, without getting out any particular product to the user. I haven't done any particular testing without that. Okay, so I have done usability testing and usability inspection you have to do for every project, I would say. So do both qualitative and quantitative research, recruit diverse range of users, consider both moderated and unmoderated testing. Okay. Now let's see types of usability. I think, yeah, we will go in detail about this. So let's see what is moderated and unmoderated usability testing. Okay. A moderated testing session is administered in person and or remotely by a trained researcher. Okay, who introduces the test to participant, answers their queries, and asks follow-up questions. Moderated testing usually produces in-depth result thanks to the direct interaction between the researchers and test participant, but can be expensive to organize and run. I usually do the moderated testing a lot, and yes, it is expensive. We sometimes hire an agency who hires users for us, and it's basically you would provide the types of users you want in your usability testing. Then you will have a, let's say, in person or remote like on call testing, and there you will have an interview. There you will basically have uh, a conversation with your users. Okay, so this is like basically having a, uh, guided walk through, let's say, new app or new features, anything, whatever you want to test in a way. Okay, and it is expensive because it is intensive. Unmoderated usability testing. Uh, Unmoderated test is done without direct supervision. Okay, so imagine like uh, testing an app at home on your own device without anyone guiding you. Okay, so this is like in a real setup, in real situation, user is using your app on his own device itself, and he does not know, he's not getting guided by anyone in a way, so he's free to use his app whichever way he wants, in whichever state he wants in a way. Okay, this method is cheaper but might result in less detailed feedback. Okay, because user usually use the app and then at the end he gives his feedback. Whether in moderated one, you can usually can ask questions on uh, about a particular screen or particular flow. After he went through, you can again tell him to go through this particular flow again and just talk it out. What are the thoughts in your mind and all of those things. So that is the difference between moderated and unmoderated. Okay. So as it says, participant might be in lab, but it's more like, acha, here it says participant might be in lab, but it can be user can be in home also, as in it does not matter. Okay, but it's more likely they are in their own home. Yeah, in their own home and or using their own devices to browse the website that is being tested. Browse the website, or in our case, we usually test out the apps. Okay, the cost of unmoderated testing is lower. However, participant answers can remain superficial and follow-up questions are impossible. Like there cannot be any follow-up questions, na? Because if he's in lab, then maybe you can have some interaction with him. But if it is in home, it's just using the app in his regular way, and then you are asking the question. So it depends on if he remembers the question. Once you would do this now unmoderated test, usually you can do it at your home also. Like if your mom and dad is using the app, let's say if they are paying a bill. Okay, after they paid a bill, you can ask them questions or you can have their interviews in a way. Okay, and then you can think about, then you can just analyze if they remember what they actually did. They can recollect some of the flows and things like that. All right. Next one is remote versus in-person usability testing. Remote usability tests are done over the internet or by phone. This is as simple as it can get, right? Remote testing does not go as deep into a participant reasoning, but it allows you to test large numbers of people in different geographical areas using fewer resources. Okay. So basically perfect for when you want to gather feedback from user uh, with the different locations in a way. Okay, then that location can be like in India there are a lot of locations, like there are a lot of places and they are culturally diverse. Even in they're diverse in their uh, thought process also, or the way they use a particular product also, like metro cities or the tier 1, tier 2, tier 3 cities, they all have a different mindset, mentality, the spending power and all of those things. So if you want to get the feedback from all of this kind of people, then the remote usability testing is easier, as well as it, no, I won't say it is cheaper in a way, but it easier to get if your intention is to get the diverse feedback. Okay. So for example, we usually do a Chime call. Chime is the internal product to Amazon, or you can do a Zoom call. Okay. And you would be basically testing out your product. In-person usability testing. In-person testing, as the name suggests, requires a test to be completed in a physical presence of a UX researcher and moderator. This also we do, like we do as in most of the companies. This is also a way to do a usability testing. However, in-person testing is usually expensive and time-consuming. Expensive is also because you have to spend on that particular user. You have to arrange for him to come to your place. You have to book the place, and you have to give him something, right? Because he's spending his time. So that's why it becomes expensive and time consuming. Yeah, you have to find a suitable space, block out a specific dates, recruit and pay. Yeah, this is what you will always give something. We usually give Amazon gift card. So whenever you get such a chance, there is a perk to it. Okay, and go for the Amazon usability testings. Recruit participant. Yeah, that's it. I think maybe in a physical product, let's say, usually in-person usability testing is more important. Let's say you come up with some, for example, let's say healthcare device. Okay, uh, you want that device, you want to understand how user would use that device. In that case, your users might be doctor also, right? If you just say, if you just come up with a new scalpel, which is get user means your doctor usually use it for a surgery. Okay, you cannot test it out on a call. कैसा रहा, कट हो रहा है नहीं हो रहा है, that way you have to see how a doctor is using that particular product, right? Even let's say a coffee maker, let's say if you make, you want to test it out with user, so you will always call user to in house, and you will just give him to just interact with that particular product by themselves. So there you cannot do remote usability testing. So these particular product sets becomes a good contender for the in-person usability testing. In our field, usually remote usability testing works, but if it is in-person, that also gives you better feedback, I would say. Next one is explorative versus assessment versus comparative testing. Okay. Explorative usability testing. Explorative tests are open-ended. Participants are asked to brainstorm, give options, and express emotional impressions about ideas and concept. help researcher pinpoint gaps in the market, identify potential new features, and workshop new ideas. Okay, this is also pretty straightforward. It's more of open-ended, okay, and ideal for brainstorming. Usually do it at the early stage of your product. I would say think of early days of uh, uh, a watch, a fitness watch uh, that was getting into shape, right? Let's say forget about the Apple Watch also. Before Apple Watch, how was the industry? So at that particular time, it was more open-ended, right? Now though we also understand when we buy a fitness app, what are the features or functionalities we should expect from that particular watch, right? But in early days, it is more exploratory, right? We wouldn't know okay, what user actually wants. We would always try it out. Okay, this type of a, let's say, calorimeter if it is helpful, or let's say step walk like algorithm for to understand how many steps user step count for user, if it is helpful or not, or like burning calories while dancing, or burning calories while gymming, or doing certain kind of activities, if it is helpful for user or not, what are the ways, and all of those things. The early stage of creating a particular fitness watch is was actually a like exploratory test, usability tests are more often used. Now also we are in era where the like the AR and VR vision, like vision consoles and all of those things are in a exploratory usability testing, right? We currently as a user also don't know what to expect from those devices and what are the values that we will get from those devices, right? So in this particular, when you find certain situation like this, the explorative usability testings are more common, where you can basically identify new features, new potential gaps in the market. The next you assessment usability testing. Okay. Assessment research is used to test a user's satisfaction with a product. Okay. And how well they are able to use it. It's used it used to evaluate the product's general functionality. So assessment usability testing would be done by in-person usability testing, right? But the purpose of testing is the assessment, okay, not the exploration. Exploration तो हो गया, हमारे पास product है, okay. Now we have to see how users are using it. Google usually use this method to, whenever they launch any particular thing, they just launch it for few users, or they launch it like this is the new way to do these things. Like so, recently they changed their login system, right? The method of login in a way, or the design for the login. So they usually do like assessment usability testing, and then they basically launch it for the wider audience. Currently, Figma is also like there is a new UI from Figma. So you must have seen they have restored some of the features that they had changed, right, to the previous one itself. So that is more of like an assessment they are doing with their features. Though they are launched it for, they haven't launched it for the all the users also, right? It is on first they started with some of the user, and then there is a participatory or voluntarily you can also use those feature, or maybe you can go back to the old version as well. So that is where they are doing the assessment usability testing. The next one is comparative usability testing. Comparative research method involve asking users to choose which of the two solutions they prefer. Okay. This is also called as a preference test also. I usually call it as a preference test. So what they prefer, based on that, we basically go ahead, or we just get to understand the direction that we should move ahead. So we can quickly do a preference. This is very quick to do in a way. Okay. And they are used to compare a website with its primary competitors. Again, it depends. You can compare it with your competitors, or maybe you can have two options which you want to compare in a way. So it depends. Okay. Um, Comparative would be, again, as we talk about, right? Somebody was saying they were using Spotify, but then Spotify, then there was a comparison between YouTube Music and Spotify itself, right? What do you like and what do you don't like, and all of those things. So that is like a comparative testing. You are actually comparing two things. Okay. And this method also has their perks, like you can understand the user preference clearly, based on pros and cons of those two products, and you can see who are voting for cons, who are voting for pros, and which product is getting better preference than the two options. It's like, अगर दोनों में cons है, still which product is much better than the other one, that we usually gets from the comparative analysis, or which are the cons that user would not want, like it is better to have थोड़ा गंदा हो ऐप, that is better than ये वाला feature which is very really really bad feature. User sometimes compare on those bases also. Now with those types that we saw, we have this user testing method. Is like a permutation combination of those, the earlier that we saw. Okay. So okay. So we have categorized it in this moderated, in person, moderated, remote, and all of this category. Let's see how they are. Okay. Moderated and in person, we usually call this as a lab test or gorilla test. Okay, you would not be calling your taste in a way like moderated in person or something like that. You can directly say, when you say lab usability testing, then you understand like it's a moderated and in person, because it says like lab usability testing. So this type of usability research takes place inside a specially built usability testing lab. Okay, it sounds like कोई scientific room. Okay, it's not. It's a conference room. You can get your not a conference or whatever the room you have. You can take that, and you can just ask your user to come and do the usability testing. Guerrilla testing. It's a quick way to collect large amount of qualitative data that validates a certain design elements and functionality. So this particular technique, yeah, correct. That is the one. So guerrilla testing is like whenever it says moderated in person, but it's not in the lab in a way. Okay, guerrilla testing is like, let's say if you can just go on the road and you can ask any particular random person uh, about their app they are using, or you can just give them your app and you can ask them to use it, and then you do a testing. That is like user mind is not conditioned in a way. Like usually what happens when you ask user to come to a lab usability testing, their minds are prepared, like whatever you will give them, they will read everything. But in actual world, we usually glance over the screens, right? We usually do not read each and every text that comes along on our way on every screen. But in lab usability testing, you will find your users reading all of those things and then only moving to the next steps and all. Okay, sometimes this happens. So guerrilla testing works whenever you can directly, like depending on the app also, and where you want to conduct that, where your app usually get most used. Based on that, you can do this guerrilla testing. You can visit someone's home also, and you can ask them some question if they're using, if your product is get used inside home, if your product gets, let's say Uber, if you're working for Uber, you won't be doing the lab testing in a way, like might not work in a way. So guerrilla testing might work over there, whether when users are actually calling for cabs or something, you can ask them question. You can give your prototype to test it out. Instead of Uber, you are creating a competitor of Uber. You can just ask them to just work on this particular prototype, and you can question them and you can conduct this guerrilla testing. Basically, that is called as a guerrilla testing. The another similar testing with the guerrilla testing, I'm not sure about it. Let's see if it comes along with this. Okay. Second column is moderated and remote. Okay. So whenever you are taking phone interviews, that is moderated, but they are remote, right? Because you are on phone and interviewing someone. So it is pretty simple in a way. Card sorting, it involves placing of concept on virtual note cards and allowing participant to manipulate the cards into groups and categories. Again, card sorting can be done remote, can so card sorting, I would not just put it in the moderated and remote, but it can come into moderated in person also. It's a card sorting techniques. You'll have a bunch of card likes for example, when Amazon in early days of Amazon, they had a they had started with the books, right? Only books category they were selling. After that, they started adding A to Z product. The Amazon was actually started with the book selling on the website. Flipkart came much later in India actually. Amazon was in US where the inception was with the books and all. When they started adding all the other categories itself, there was a confusion. Okay, which are the things, how to categorize all the categories they have, okay, or the um, all the categories I would say, or all the product in which particular category, right? If you have clothing, then maybe shoes would comes into clothing or somewhere else, or maybe a uh, particular product would come in home furniture or like industrial furniture or which particular category, or the let's say your hair dryer would come in a beauty product or it would come in an electronic product, right? There was a blur line in this and there were multiple categories, right? So what they did is the card sorting technique they use. They ask users only to sort them out in a way, like what category they feel this particular product should fit in. So for after the vast number of data, like they had a huge sample size, they came into conclusion, okay, this particular product, lot of users are actually think this is more in a certain category than the other category, so they put it in that particular way. So now when you go on Amazon or and see for any particular and you have to think about any particular product, directly type you can directly search for that particular product, or maybe you can navigate through the categories they already have, and there are chances that you always land on a category that you also think it should be in. And now that has become a kind of a now it becomes like a common sense. Like at that particular time it was not that common that you would see certain products in certain categories. Okay, now if you think, okay, this might look like a common sense, but the point of the story is like the card sorting actually helped them create these huge categories. Okay. Unmoderated plus remote. So session recording. Yeah. So because this is remote and unmoderated, you can ask your user to record the session, and or maybe you can record the session. You can add some plugins on your website. Like developer can help you with those plugins, and you can actually record some session, like record the clicks and the navigation of your mouse and everything that you can actually record. Okay, screen recording is also uh, one of the tool in a way. It uses software to record the action that real but anonymized people take on a website, such as mouse clicks, movement, and scrolling. Online testing tools and platform. There are variety of online testing tools that allow you to remotely observe users' behavior on your website. Yeah. For example, 5-second test, unmoderated card sorting, and first click. 5 second step is like you only give 5 seconds. We have seen this like a 5 second step. Like 5 second step is like you just show something for a 5 second and then you directly ask question. Okay, so in 5 second, whatever they could observe, usually this is how uh, we also use our applications. That's what I was saying. Nobody reads everything that is on the screen. Okay. Unmoderated card sorting, like there are tools which basically online tools. You just give some queries to your audience and they just has to card sort it in a way. So the same way the card sorted can be done moderated, unmoderated as well, in person and remote as well. Okay. Unmoderated in person observation. The researchers watch but don't participate, acting as a sort of fly on the wall as participants run through a set of instructions in a lab. So basically, you will create a set of instructions and you can give it to your user, and user can screen share if it is no, this is in person. So user can actually is in with you in a lab and you can just watch them how they are booking a flight, booking hotel, making payment, going through a checkout process and all of those things. And that is what is called observation. Then eye tracking, these are again advanced tools are required. Analyze where users direct their attention when asked to complete a task. A machine can create heat map or movement pathway diagram. So eye tracking is basically a now that there are various types of eye tracking. The no, not the various types. There is eye tracking and there is a mouse tracking also. Okay, in mouse tracking, you actually track the mouse. Like your website always save this particular data, like how users mouse is going from where to where and all of those things. In how much time interval the mouse movement is there. Like let's say if there is a book button over here and I have come to this particular page and then after certain seconds I clicked on book button, that particular time interval is also and can give you the insight if user is able to perceive the data on the screen faster or it is taking more time and all of those things. So mouse tracker is also there and there is a eye tracking system also where you can get uh, like this usually done in person because you required a eye tracking device. We had it in IIT. After that I haven't seen it in Amazon. Like we usually don't do this eye tracking usability testing, but over there in IIT, we had a lab where we used to get our users and that gear you have to wear. And then wherever you look on the screen, it actually tracks your eye movement. And based on that movement, it provides you the heat map as well as a movement pathway diagram. So these are the tools basically to use to critically analyze how your users are using your particular app or website or a product. And then you can basically learn from that and you might create something better for them. Quantitative and qualitative usability testing. Okay. So I think just by looking at the text itself, quantitative. Quantitative is what? This would be about the numbers, right? And qualitative, this would be not about numbers, but something related to quality of particular thing, right? Or let's say it's like a non-quantifiable data in a way. Okay. For example, in a way, this is, I had attended one design talk in last month. In September, I had attended a design talk. There I happened to meet HDFC design head. Okay, design head of HDFC bank. Okay, so and audience were asking him questions like why the banking app websites and all are very bad user having very bad user experience and why don't you change it and all of those things. So what did he said now? So he said like whatever we ship, okay, whatever we ship, our marketing and sales team is so good that they always come up with the better data, like with the quantitative data. They always come up with the better data because इतने सारे credit card हो गया, इतने सारे क्रेडिट कार्ड हमने लॉन्च कर दिए, और वी गॉट दिस मेनी यूजर्स ऑन आवर प्लेटफॉर्म, and these many new accounts has been open and all of those things, and these numbers are so high, there is no rational for the design head to ask for, okay, we need to change the system. And any change in a banking sector, in a way, let's say if you are say thinking about a website, let's say any change on these things is, it's like a risk in for the company also, right? So there is this particular jungling between the quantitative and qualitative. Like in banking sector, they are not giving uh, any weightage to the quantity, to the qualitative data. The qualitative data is like people are thinking like this banking app एकदम बकवास है, use करने का मन भी नहीं करता, something is broken on the page, and servers are slow and all of those things, right? This will you will get in the qualitative usability testing. But your quantitative testing or the quantitative data is, if it is much higher, then there is a very less scope for the qualitative that we uh, experience in Amazon itself. Like whatever Amazon come up with, in a way, our marketing team, sales teams is so good that we always get the good numbers in a way. But as a UX designer, it's our responsibility that we should carry out the qualitative usability testing and should provide the insights of user, comparing our website on the non-tangible things. Go through the text itself. Quantitative, it measures users' performance on a given task, such as a percentage of users who completed a given task. Okay, this is very much quantitative, right? Like how many users can complete a task within certain time. Okay, let's say in Amazon checkout process. So we get a particular number, and then we get to know, okay, सब लोगों ने, most of the लोगों ने 8 मिनट के अंदर कर दिया, या 5 मिनट के अंदर ये कर दिया, or whatever that would be a bell curve and all of those things. Usually our PM gives us this particular data with the developers, of course. Okay, so that is more on a quantitative path. Okay, this data basically helps us validate our design decisions, and if there are any usability issues, we can also uh, address those. Okay, results consist of numerical data, statistics, and percentages. Usually, you would see in the company, the decisions are actually taken on the quantitative. Quantitative data is much higher than the qualitative one. Data is indirectly Data is indirectly recorded while participant completes the task. So mostly unmoderated, right? Like in not in person, in a way. Let's see the qualitative one. It involves observing user to understand how they experience your product, right? This is more on a subjective manner, right? And why they perform certain actions. Okay, this is like to dig into why behind users action. Okay, ये क्यों कर रहे हैं? Why not this, why that? Likewise, so you can just imagine observing how users navigate through a new feature on your website, and you can then ask them questions, and so that they will give you their more insights in a way, okay, which will not be in a quantifiable manner. It used to inform design decisions and gain in-depth insights into users' behavior and emotions. Apple company, also Google also works more on they rely more on the qualitative data, and I think because of that their quantities also tend to increase in a way, because they give value to more about what user thinks and how they are perceiving in a particular thing, rather than l- like kitne what are the numbers in a way. Okay. It's a mix of both. Okay, findings are based on the researchers impressions or user comments and feedback. Data is collected by observing user interaction and reactions. Yeah, so whatever user think, whatever they say, whatever they feel, that you basically jot down and create a report in the qualitative usability testing. When to conduct qualitative and quantitative testing. In most scenarios, you could use either qualitative or quantitative testing to collect data, but one will better depending on the task and hand. Yeah, you have to decide based on the problem wise. Okay. Quantitative measuring user experience with data. Amazon में बहुत quantitative होता है. If we usually over here calls it as a web lab. So whatever we launch, we do a web lab. Web lab is like comparing, is like a A/B testing. So whatever is the A is the old design, whatever is the B is the new design, and then we get some quantitative data behind it, and that based on that we get some insights also. We need to change this, change that, and based on that we create designs. Quantitative usability testing is a great for the scenarios, great for this scenarios like measuring user experience with data, because you can measure the time it takes for a participant to complete the task. Like this is the same as we saw. Let's see the example. Let's say you find that only 30% of participants are able to complete the task within 2 minutes. Now you have that data. You can study the heat maps of the journey the user takes to understand what usability issues the user has encountered when trying to complete the task. Like when you say like 30% he are able to complete a task in 2 minutes. Okay, why are not they able to do what happened with the 70% of the user? Why they are not able to do that? You will investigate into that, and then you will basically design something. These are more interesting. This is, I understand now, this is on the more uh, like I cannot give you the practical of this in a way. But when you would join companies like big data companies, you will always have to play with this data, understand this data, and it becomes more uh, it becomes more interesting while you are designing after you know the data. And there it all the data also becomes a rational for your design, whatever you design for in a way. Qualitative user testing enables you to understand the reason why some does something in a product, and research your target audience, pain points, opinions, and mental model. As you collect the more qualitative data, you may start to discover trends among user, which you can use to make changes in the next design iterations. Let me think of some example for this. For the qualitative, there's one story I can tell you, but I don't know if it is directly in the qualitative or quantitative, but it's a story of Instagram introducing the stories actually for the first time in their app. Okay, story now we know like it's an integral part of Instagram, but when the Instagram has launched, it was not that case. Right, Instagram was more about the images, right? Not that much about the videos in per se, and not about stories. Stories like a 15-second, 30-second video content that you would have it in your application. So when Instagram basically notices that users actually were spending more time on Snapchat story feature, they they basically decided to implement something similar, but they added a twist into that. Okay. Instagram conducted an extensive usability testing. So this is before launching, so they didn't had the data. That's why I'm saying I'm not really sure. They had data, they don't had data. But it was more on a qualitative testing. It was more of a type of a qualitative usability testing. Okay. So they did extensive usability testing that the feature is discoverable in a way. Okay. Once you discover, then only they will use, and then they will basically then there will be more user base for that particular feature, right? So during this testing, Instagram actually found that their users were struggling to locate the story feature, right? And this currently, if you see, WhatsApp is actually struggling for the discoverability of their channel section. Like they have the channels inside the story, but the numbers are not that good for WhatsApp. Okay. So say it was same for same story for the Instagram. Like their users were struggling to find out the story feature as it was hidden under the icon on the top left corner. Okay, so at that particular time you had to click on an icon, and then you would basically go on to the story mode. Actually, it was also same in the Snapchat as well. Like Snapchat में अभी भी story का अलग section ही है. But in Instagram is a feed, right? Photo feed in a way. And in that there was an icon for the story. Now how it is, now you know, like it's standardized now. It's like all circles on the top of your top bar, below the title bar. We usually user perceive it as a ये तो story ही रहेगा. Like that's why WhatsApp में भी वैसा है, Instagram में भी वैसा है, and Facebook, like now they are the three same companies itself. But now if you have to add a stories feature in your app, you would put it in the same way, because now this has been a what was the law? Jacob's law, right? User is most used to see that particular thing. So based on the qualitative information, they actually did some changes into their story to make it more discoverable, and that is how now we see that how it has been evolved to the currently the way the stories are presented. Okay, so the qualitative usability testing are very important when you are basically coming up with something new, and when you are launching it, not launching, or you are testing it with some early users. And quantitative is when you basically launch it, and then you with the vast sample size, you basically get some information how users are interacting with your website or application and all of those things. Okay, so both are important. One quantitative I can remember is like the Google had run a test which was called as 41 shades of blue. Okay, this was a huge experiment, very infamous in a way. Like uh, so basically Google wanted to find out which shade of blue, okay, which shade of blue, like the blue button that you see, for sign in, sign up, and all of those things. So it is the story of that particular blue color. Why that blue? Why that hue of the blue? So Google wanted to find out which shade of blue is most effective for their hyperlink text and buttons and all of those things, to in terms of the click through rate. Okay, so whichever, in a quantitative manner, whichever hue of blue would get more click through rate, that will win basically. So but instead of guessing, okay, कि कौन सा कलर क्या कलर करे, कौन सा ह्यू करे, क्या उसका हेक्स कोड रहेगा, क्या ब्राइटनेस रहेगा, क्या सैचुरेशन रहेगा, instead of instead of guessing that particular thing, they basically ran a usability test. Okay, which actually they created the 41 different shades of blue, and they publish it, and then they analyze it which one is getting the more click through rates. Okay, and also usability study shows that there are slight differences in the shade of blue that led to a significant engagement in a way. Okay, so basically that is the one we see, the finalized one, the blue color that we see Google uses for their all the CTAs, all hyperlinks, and all of those things. That is the winner in a way. And that actually resulted in a, because Google is used worldwide, like so many users Google already have. So it is for them, it's $1 million change in a way. So the takeaway from this story is like even a small usability tweaks, like if that is backed up by the usability testing, can have a massive impact on your users' engagement, and of course the growth of the company at the bottom. So both of this qualitative and quantitative user testing perform best when users in conjunction with one another. Both are basically can be used. User loads. Okay, what is user load?
User load refers to the cognitive and emotional demands placed on user when interacting with digital product. It encompasses factors such as complexity, speed, consistency, as well as users' expectation and mental workload. Okay. Somebody was mentioning in chat for some of the question, like they use word like cognitive load. So this is what it is called actually. You can say cognitive load, user load. So when user interact with your app or website, they are basically dealing with this cognitive and emotional demand placed on them. If, let's say, a process is too complex, or slow, or inconsistent, user can directly abandon the task or flow or whatever it is, right? If you observe yourself, you can also, if you find, let's say, if I tell you to use a tally software and you have no idea, or if I tell you to use, let's say, uh, Adobe Maya software, let's say, or 3ds Max, right? If you had to just fiddle around with it, you would find it more complex, right? If I tell you to use government website for that matter, you would try to click on some button, but it will take time, it would be slow, right? It will, again, you might not want to go through that particular experience. So what is actually happening, your mind is always endlessly thinking about whatever is it is there on the screen in a way. Okay. And if your website or app is more complex, then again it will induce more questions in users mind. Why it is happening, why is like that, what happens when I click over there, what happens when I do this thing, I want to do something, where can I find out, and all of this thing. If there is a complexity, and if the response time is very also slow, again, lot of more question. Okay, why it is not happening? Is my internet is on, or my internet is slow, or on the server side is the problem, or maybe government website is it's not working, or whatever it is. Like it induces a lot of question, lot of emotional demands are also there, right? We feel, array, this is confusing. We feels like, oh, this is very slow and lazy. And if the website is inconsistent, like when you, it is more on the Jacob's law, if you are habitual to do certain work in a certain manner, but it is not, your app is actually not consistent with that, then again, the mental workload will increase. And that is when we say the cognitive load has increased. The cognitive and the emotional combines as a user load has increase. So that is what it is called as user load. Okay. So for example, let's say, let me give you another example. Is like, let's say if you are designing a Uber app. Okay. So, or any particular app, let's not only Uber app or something. Your main focus should be, when you are actually on the UI, your main focus should be how you can declutter the screen. Okay. Declutter the options in a way. Like when you are decluttering this thing, that is when you are actually reducing the visual load. Okay. There are a lot of options on the screen. There are a lot of animations or UI stuff on the screen that is actually increasing the visual load, right? So you have to always think your visual load has to be minimal. There has to be, even if you are drawing a single line, there has to be reason to draw that particular line. Okay, the next thing is your workflow. You should be minimizing the excessive clicks. When you are adding more clicks, let's say to go through a particular process, you are actually adding motor load. Like user has to do a lot of movement in a way. User has to click on next. User has to click somewhere on the top side of the screen. In the next screen, they have to click on somewhere bottom of the screen, left side, right side. If you are adding this particularly, if it is not consistent, also it increases the motor load. Okay, so you have to think how to minimize that. And if the navigation is confusing, or if whatever the content you are writing, the UX copy is not right, or if it is confusing, or it is using some technical jargons, then it increases the cognitive load, right? There will be confusion in navigation, confusion in understanding what it is saying in a way, what the screen is communicating, and all of those things. So visual load motor load and cognitive load you have to decrease. You have to think about decreasing all of this thing when you are designing any particular app. So always use minimalistic visual design. Let me see. Yeah. Oh, I think this thing is over here itself. So you have to minimize the visual load, motor load, and cognitive load, as I said. Okay. Huh. How to reduce the user load actually is like when you have to reduce the visual load, you have to think about using minimalistic visual design. Okay. Like the Apple does, right? All of their website or application, you'll see there will be minimal visual load. There is nothing unnecessary on the screen, or some illustration is just there for there. You might not find it Apple using in such a particular manner. Then consistent layouts. Your layouts has to be consistent. Bold hierarchy. Hierarchy is like you have the power to guide users' eyes, right? So use a good hierarchy, I would say. High contrast so that everything is legible, and use generous white space. Whenever you have a white space, whatever the content you are showing, that gets highlighted when there is a generous white space around it. Okay. I usually call the term as a breathing space. When you have a breathing space around anything, it becomes easier to read. What you can do to reduce the motor load? Minimal hover interaction. Let's say if you're on your website, everything is on hover, then only user would understand. It will increase the motor load. Large touch targets. If you have a tiny touch target, minimal touch sizes should be. Read the material design guidelines, read the human interface guidelines. If in an interview, if you give such answers, 28, no. If you say 40, no. It would be a disaster. They would understand you haven't gone through the guidelines. For iOS, it is 44. For Android, is it 48? This is as per their guidelines. The minimal tappable size. Let's say if you are creating some option, how much is the minimal tappable area that you will give? Let's say you are creating a button, okay? What should be the tappable area for button? Visually, it can be reduced, but dimension wise, like from the developer side, at least it has to give the 44 pixels. And you should not keep any particular element in between those. Like it should not come in like a clickable area of one icon, let's say, should not coincide with the clickable area of other icon, I would say. Are you getting it, Muskan? Or I can show it on Figma also. Say if I'm creating a button, okay, I need to ensure it has to be 48 pixel by at least height may. Minimum size is 48. So minimal height may is 48. Now if I want to keep it like 33 and this width has to be increase in width and all, that is okay. But I cannot go less than this in a way, less than 48 for Android. So on the safer side, what I usually do, I use 48 or I use 50, if whether it is iOS or whether it is Android. But you always have to think about the real estate when you are using 50 or you are using it the higher value, you are actually getting some real estate from other element in a way, right? So always use 48 pixel size for your button. Okay, so let's say this will be your button. Text size 14 is minimum for the body text. For caption, you can go for 12. But if you are using anything less than 12, that will involve an accessibility button. Yeah, I'll tell you about the radio button, how radio buttons are created in a way. Okay. So in iOS, so you will find 44 by 44 ka radio button like this. And then you have some certain circle like this, let's say. Okay. For example, this will be in iOS. So the overall size, if you see, it would be 48 in a way, 44, sorry. Okay. In Android, it is like this. Okay. In Android, it is like this. But let's say if you are having this smaller also, but till developer will give you the 44 by 44 pixel. Like you have to mention that the clickability of this area has to be this much. Once you click one time, it will be on. One click again, it will be off. Getting me? In iOS, you might have noticed there are the what they call it, segmented controls in a way. Like they looks like this. Like you have this looks something like this, and there will be some text like this tab one. This is basically tabs, but in Android it is called segment control. So these are the segments they call it. In Android, you would find it using it as a tab. Okay, so you will find this would be around 34 or it is around 36 or something. Okay, but if you go inside the code and if you find what is the actual tappable height they have given, it is always like this. It would be 44 by 44. So this is the minimal tappable area. So this ensures that user will not have a fat finger problem. Like they are going to tap on tab or something, and let's say if you have certain, let's say this button is just over here, like just next to this in a way, without, or let's say you're adding 1 pixel gap or something. If you're clicking on tab 2 or something, there are chances that the button might get clicked. So that's why you need to ensure that there is always a breathing space. You can keep more spacing, but it should be 44 by 40. Let's say, for example, if you're using some icon, adding icon, let me just check. For example, let me know why should I need, okay. Okay. So for example, let's say on the title bar, I'm going to use this icon. Okay. Now over here, it will say, it is saying 45 or something. But what you should usually do, create a rectangle of 44 by 44, create a frame of 44 by 44. Okay. Add your icon inside that. Then let's say you have different icons. Okay. And when you make this as a component set, now you should use it properly, as in let's say yeah icon use किया यहाँ पे ये icon, this icon and this icon. Now they are same, but imagine if they are different. Okay, if you provide no spacing between them, that is also okay, because you are already provided the sufficient padding and all of those things. Okay, so if you, let's say, let me give some background color to this so that you would understand. Okay, now if you keep them close, let's say if you want to have certain elements and you have a tight spacing, you can do this. Okay, this is still, as per the guidelines, it is clickable in a way, but you should not do this in a way, I would say, like this, because there is very tight space and you are compromising on their 44 by 44, the minimal tappable thing. Then what would happen? Let's say if you are going to click this middle icon, this might get clicked in a way. Is that mean if we made a button or something, we have to give at least 44 pixel to put the another clickable thing? Sorry, Muskan, can you talk and explain what you're trying to say? Cool. So 44 pixel is the minimal tappable area, Praveen, for iOS. For Android, it is 48. At least iOS and Android, we should remember. So larger touch targets, resting spots for fingers. Resting spots as in like if everything is clickable on your screen, there is no and you have a scroll basically to do, and there is no place to rest your finger itself, then also there is a motor load in a way. Like there will be some accidental clicks, and then user has to go back and come again and all of those things, right? So always have a generous white space that is works as your resting spots. Yeah, use shortcuts. Like imagine Figma, they might, if they remove all the shortcuts and all, we'll have to go every time in some option and select and all of those things. It will it will increase the motor load on us. Next one is reduce cognitive load. How you can reduce the cognitive load? Simplify workflow. The more simplified your process is, the more short and sweet your process is. It is going to get good results also. User going to love it because they will have a less cognitive load. And now you know where to use the cognitive load word. Okay, you cannot use it anywhere for anything. Let's say minimal visual because cognitive load ज़्यादा है. It's not like that. You have to use the cognitive load, this wording at a certain places only. Providing wizards and shortcuts, again, this will reduce the cognitive load. clear information architecture. If your user is getting lost in the flow in your website, that will increase the cognitive load. Imagine कभी कभी लगता है अरे आप बैक कैसे जाऊं, right? Or how can I navigate to some other pages and all of those things? That is like because because of your information architecture is not clear, it increases the motor load as well as the cognitive load. Moving to the next one, conducting a usability study. Okay, so here are the steps to conduct usability study. First is def yeah. First is define goals and methodology. Okay, so basically start by understanding what you want to achieve. Okay, are you testing new feature on a or it's like a it's like a another iteration of something which user is already familiar with. Okay, so what you want to achieve at the end, in a way, what you want to understand from user, that goal you have to define. Okay, and of course the methodology, how you going to do it. Okay, recruit representative users. Okay, recruiting is also depends upon your cohorts means, let's say, in usually you will find this word n2 r2. N2 is new to. Okay, n2, it is written as n2, but it's a new to certain process. Let's say r2 is repeat user. Okay, then there are users like aspiring users. Okay, there are various types of user you want. You might be conducting usability studies for certain things to understand by the demographic of the users, demography of the, let's say, tier 1 cities के लिए, tier 2 cities के लिए, tier 3 cities के लिए, you want to understand from that point of view. So depending on the problem and what you want to achieve as per your goal, you will recruit the users. Okay, next is prepare test protocol and materials. It's include, you have to create tasks for your users. It's much like asking them to, like, let's say, book a flight. Okay, so that is the task that you would give to your user, and the way they would do, depending on your methodology, you will conduct the usability testing. Okay, next is facilitate sessions and observe. Simple, during your test you will just observe your user, how they interact with your product, right? Then conduct pre-test briefing. Now this is thing is, after three, actually it's set up the test environment. Basically, if you have a room, then you'll invite user. If it is online, then you'll share the meeting ID and all of those things. How this meeting is been conducted, this session has been conducted. Same way, you just set up the environment. Conduct pre-test briefing. Pre-test briefing is basically like, you would just make your user more comfortable in the environment. First of all, just tell them you are not going to judge them on anything. It is not, you are not testing them in a way. You have to clear that. It's a usability study, you will always say. If you, I have seen it, whenever we say test, then users become more cautious of their actions in a way. When you say it's a study where I'm just going to study, they basically behave in much more natural way. Okay, so it'll just brief that it is not to judge them, or it is not to think if you are right or wrong or something like that. That you will do, and then you will facilitate the session and then observe. For the debriefing, you will again communicate user how you are going to use this data, why it is important to you, and all of those things, so that they understand. Okay, there, and also tell them, if once you are done, you are going to delete or whatever you are going to do this with data, do anything with that particular data, you just comfort them in a way. Okay, next is analyze the data and report finding. Of course, you will analyze whatever they are saying, or you'll analyze the data, you'll create a report, and then present the finding and recommendation. You will again give a presentation on that particular data and findings that you have.
Okay. So there are some storytelling formats also. So storytelling format, it's actually hidden inside all these things. So the first thing that they do is they establish the project, that what this project is about. And when you look at this project website, then you will see the first thing that they ask you is that what was your role in the project, right? Lead product designer, sprinkler, and what was the duration of the project. So you can say that it's only me who have worked on this project, and this much duration is spent. So after the cover page, we talk about the overview of the project and the role and duration. That's it. Next is the problem area. So the problem area basically calls out it in a very simple way, that these are the three different problem areas that we are trying to deal with. Look at the user research. User research is also shown in a very like rough and small cute way. And this project, by the way, was done in I think 2016. Yeah, 17. That means imagine almost like 8 years back, 7 years back. So 7 years back also, but looks so relevant today. So you have to modernize it in this format, but at the same time, the storytelling structure is very effective. So take the storytelling structure from this portfolio and modernize it using these examples. Making sense, everyone? Modernize it means the way the visual design and everything happens. See, this looks much modernized than this one, right? But the storytelling is amazing in this one. Okay. So what is storytelling? Storytelling is basically that those anchor points in the narrative where people will be, attached to. So you will say that, okay, this is my problem statement. How team collaboration can become a barrier in an organization success. So this is a collaboration tool. Managing multiple tasks can be difficult, especially when you have many happening simultaneously. BJP is a vast organization that lacks proper communication and task management. Without a system, it is impossible to assign, prioritize, manage, or complete tasks on time and deliver within the budget. Now, this task assignment, task managing thing in a complex application is so complex. When I was in Microsoft for 2 years, our main project was to have task management. Now, what is task management? What is a task? Let's say in the context of a customer service profession. So, what is a task? Calling is a task. Writing email is a task, right? So, every domain will have their separate task management. So, for a political party, there can be different tasks, like start this campaign, get print material done, right? Arrange for tickets, isn't it? There can be multiple tasks. Create proposal, create speech, right? Now, when these kind of tasks are created, and whenever we have recruitment, the kind of project that we try to show is similar kind of project. I'm not saying exactly task management project, but a similar kind of project is given to see the complexity, the way people can solve complexity. See, all of you, when you look at a B2C app, the complexities are different. A B2B app, complexities are different. B2B app, you guys understand, na? Business to business. So look at scenarios where you enroll 10 cars in Uber, right? So just look at this scenario of car management in Uber. We book Uber from the B2C side, but from the B2B side, people should be able to register multiple cars in Uber, right? And when they register those cars, how do they manage them? There will be tracking of each car. There will be real time, updates. There will be business generated every hour from every car. Drivers assigned to every car. Which car is idle today? Which car is running today? So there are tons of complexities behind the scene, right? Similarly, look at Amazon. So let's say I am a seller at Amazon. The seller experience is completely different from the buyer experience in Amazon, right? So the B2B sides become a lot more complex, right? So that's where this problem is it's a large organization problem. 7 million people that organization has. That means a lot of employees. So there is a user research which is done. Understand the BJP hierarchy and its vastness. So hierarchy means There can be manager, there can be associate. So in a party, in a political team, what is the hierarchy? Roles and responsibilities, day-to-day task. How is the success of the task measured? Like, how do you know that a task is complete? When I say, like for all of you, a task is to create your portfolio, right? So how do you know that the portfolio task is completed? How do you measure success of that? Then qualitative interviews. Look how in a very small, cute way, the qualitative interview is presented, right? District president, booth in charge, booth worker. Why this thing was done in the whole portfolio? Understand BJP hierarchy, roles and responsibilities. Why was this done? So whenever you start a project, you have to know for whom you are creating this project, right? Know about your user. You have to understand who will use this thing, right? For whom are you designing? You have to understand about the user. Without understanding about the user, how can you even design about it? You don't know how day-to-day tasks are being completed, how the success is measured. Let's say currently they create WhatsApp group. Like let's say there is a rally in a village in UP. So they will create a local WhatsApp group. And in WhatsApp group, they will just do at mention and then just have a chat, right? But they have to understand, right, how currently it is done. Without knowing it, how can the new solution come in place, right? So that this is basically empathize phase, right? We are empathizing with the user. And 5-day workshop. And this diagram is also very nice. See, BJP president, then lot of general secretary, state president, state combination committee, state coordination committee, district in charge, district president, district level committee, mohalla level in charge. And this is a very honest research, right? See, work management at BJP, top to bottom field workers, karyakarta. One group can have more than 260 member. Unclear process and hierarchy. Subordinates not ready to work for additional groups. Role-based permissions. Addition, delete, not sure what is here. Top management workload, expectation support, low quality and productivity. So she is basically also highlighting the vast BJP Morcha Shakti Kendra. Okay, security, data, every level she has highlighted the different. So these are not mapped directly to this hierarchy. Hierarchy is studied here, and this is where work management at BJP is done. Then this is about communication, no current feedback loop, ask objectives. So lot of insights are collected from here. Whoever is working on your senior citizen app, kind of a similar thing is required. But do we need a hierarchy over there in the senior citizen app? We don't need, right? In a hierarchy thing. This is a complex organizational system design. That's why hierarchy is required. Okay, so now after this research is done, say a small image is added here. The small image can show you the honesty of this thing. Very nicely done. Then qualitative research. These are all the different verbatims which are added. You can find the same here. See, qualitative research verbatims, right? So whenever you are doing research, add this kind of qualitative verbatims over there. Then we have insights. This is insight synthesis basically. After the research, you have found communication, work management, security. These are the 3 things that you should work on, right? And then you have user profiles. So these are kind of your persona, right? But the simplicity is really nice. Whenever you are presenting your work in large organizations, you should not overwhelm them with lot of stuff. This is a very simple way. Now, look at it, upgrade it in the visual style of this kind of a project. It's the best blend, I'd say, right? From here, conceptualization. So she directly landed into the screens in the low fidelity format in a carousel. Then you have the solution. So there are some solution level things, right? So verified secured onboarding. So you can see how this thing starts. Splash screen, choose your language, enter your mobile number, proceed, enter the code, verify, responsibility add, profile verification, get started. Done, right? Then communicate with your entire value chain. And once you reach to this level, in your interview, people might ask you that why did you think about doing it? What other ways can you think of doing it? That's where people would like to know the iteration part of it, right? Then coordinate tasks for common work scenarios. Who has documented ideas shared? So from here, basically, you can take lot of actions. You can create a new task, add title. So this is how a new task is created. It goes through approval, right? So just 11 seconds, 12 seconds of screen recordings. Never miss out on a task. How many pending, how many completed. So a lot goes inside these things, by the way. Looks simple. Okay. And then make smarter decision. How much task completed at each level. Okay. Huge organization. And finally there is a web tool for admins, and it talks about number of mention. This is a dashboard design basically, where number of mentions, tasks shared in Gujarat groups, task completion rate, number of mentions, all these things added, right? Most engaging groups, everything. So it's a dashboard thing, not in much detail, it's done. And then usability testing done. Then this is the impact of the project. So impact of the project is a very common thing that people will ask. Okay, you did a project, what was the impact? And you can get it through a post design research, which is the usability research thing. So when you reach out to, let's say, 10 people for your research, later on you take the designs to them only to validate, and then they tell you that okay, this improves this much. So you convert it into statistical result that 4 out of 5 people are very happy with the result. So that makes it a 80% success rate, kind of like that. Okay, then there are some project learnings featured in. So very nicely made. See, when you click on other projects, you'll see that these are all NDA protected. Most of our projects will be NDA protected. Only this project is open. Microsoft Budget Planning, if you go, it'll ask for password, right? So eventually you will have a lot of password protected projects. Okay. So let me just go to some good examples. Behance, this one. Now for virtual art museum, this can be an extremely nice example. Okay. So this is the Apple Vision use case for virtual art museum. You can think about it. This project, the quality is too good for this project. Look at these transitions and all. They just look next level, right? It's a well-being app. Every icon and everything is superbly detailed. See how many people worked on it. So when you have a project like this, there is not much research and all those things. It is for Apple Vision. It's a completely new way of interactions and all. Okay. Okay. Next level project. And there are also some examples. Let me show you the virtual art museum. This one was another example. This is also Apple Vision. See? Okay. If any one of you want to make your prototypes like this, you have to learn another tool called Bezier. Not required also, but if you want. If you see the Bezier application, you can create this kind of 3D prototypes. So like Apple Vision, what happens? When you move your head, the experience also moves with you, right? So for Apple Vision prototypes, this is a great thing, immersive thing. So, but it is a new learning curve altogether. So resources, if you go to Bezier 101, intro to Bezier, you will see like you create stuff like that. In the space, you will add 3D objects. Let's say you want to create some 3D e-commerce thing, huh? You will create something like this. So you can rotate, you can move your head and things will rotate. Let's say some augmented reality project and all. Spark by Meta, and then there is something called Origami Studio. That is also by Meta. Origami Studio, actually you can create extremely awesome prototypes. In Figma you cannot see, in Figma you cannot do photo zoom, right? In Origami you can do this. This is a Facebook tool, so you can add these things, these kind of, you know, live comments. There are a lot of use cases which this cannot do, Figma cannot do today. So when you move your phone, the images move, see? Use device motion to trigger a prototype. Origami and Bezi. Okay, let's just try to find some examples of digital art museum. Let me find one. There was an example. This was not virtual art museum I added, I guess, last time. There was a project which was extremely detailed. It was not a landing, it was a kind of a website, I guess. Line Art Museum. Okay, let me do this trick. Most appreciated. And creative field, interaction design. But look at this project. This project is also very disconnected. No one knows why he did it. It's just some random screens here and there. It's not a very tightly packaged project, this one. So not a great example. So in virtual gallery, online art exhibitions, everything is possible in Figma. At least this is possible in Figma. This one. This is highly possible in Figma. All these things are possible in Figma. Okay. Only the 3D part is not possible in Figma. The Bezier, when you see things moving here and there, na, those are not possible. See this one, you'll see. See the endless runner. Yeah. Someone created this. This is in Bezi. Okay. Let me go here. Rishabh, see, this is online art exhibitions. Open your own art exhibition. This is online art exhibition. People can come here and start their own exhibition. Featured art exhibitions. But on clicking them, na, Lakulish, so you click here, then you visit the virtual art gallery. Enter the exhibition. Now see how the exhibition experience is created. See, this needs to be created in Bezi. You cannot create it in Figma. Okay. So you can walk here. You can walk here. It is like this. Some music is also coming. Huh? Okay. Then exhibit your art in gorgeous 3D, simple, fun, fast virtual art gallery for artists, and then featured exhibitions. So this is the website, right? How to succeed with online art exhibitions. That's it. The smartest thing what they're doing, showcase your artwork without all the hard work, right? So you can actually take a photograph and then that photo transformed into this kind of a photo frame in a space like this. Just upload your art. So you can take all these shady arts and see it will automatically correct it and it will put it into a wall for you to sell it properly, right? Frame it or don't. You can frame it or you don't frame it. So virtual framing like a mock-up. So if you are a smartist, you can sell your art professionally, right? That is another way. And what is 3dexhibit.com? This is also in a similar way. So why exhibit? View example exhibitions. Let's say this one. Enter. So they are your competitors actually, see? When you're saying virtual art museum, the end product is something like this. You click something, you slowly zoom into it, right? You click on the next image. Okay. You go to each art, you go there and you just experience that. At least the art experience is better here than the previous one, right? All white background, just the art, little bit of information. That's it. And I can start a chat, I guess. So I can inquire about this artwork. So I will show you what we were trying to do. So I created a very simple, doable version of it. Let me show you. Okay. So basically it was a very simple experience in terms of the app. I spent a couple of days to create it. Okay. Art Connect. So when you see it, I think it is broken. Skip. And then we say sign up. Welcome to Art Connect. And then the story was that you are either an artist or you're an art lover. So let's say you choose an artist, then tell us about your art preference. Then you choose some of them that, okay, I am contemporary, minimalism, realism. So this project, whoever is working on, needs lot of metadata. Metadata means genre of art, artist name, dates, price, all these things. Select your favorite artist. So lot of time goes into finding authentic information. Right. So these are about select your favorite artist and which medium is okay. And then, so I think I could create till this much only. But then everything would come into a traditional 2D experience. Right. So you will find it in a traditional this thing experience to enjoy the art. Something like this, maybe. So you'll find each exhibit, it will come in full page, and then you will tap and see the details. You can go next, like that. It's a 2D experience, not 3D. But while creating it, I realized that lot of metadata is required for this. And it was a kind of a very high commitment project. And this is the information architecture that you are, this is the art lover thing, an artist thing. So if you take the artist path, this is what you get. If you take the art lover path, this is what you get. Right. And this is an artist. This is a art enthusiast. Their goals. And then this is about the JTBT stories, artists and art lover story. So as an artist, I want to make a living by selling my artwork. As an art lover, I want to buy authentic art with ease. Right. All these things. Yeah. So lot of story narrative went into it. These are some user flows also. Yes. See, these are all competitive benchmarking I did. For there is something called Art Social, Milan Art School, right? So this is their onboarding. This is not 3D. So when you look at this thing, Art Social, when you open it, this is how it comes. So this is the entire journey of Art Social. All the screens I've got. I think this will be really helpful. It will save a lot of time in benchmarking. So still there are a lot of screens, I guess. Let me move my mouse here. Okay, one more screen here. Lot of screens they are loading, I guess. This is what? This is meet your new art advisor. Artsy. So how you install, how the sign up experience looks like, right? Then simple sign up experience, see? And then you land into an experience where you can see these things. So I created accounts and took screenshots from all these things. This is competitive benchmarking, na? So you need to play around with competitors, how they're giving. So add artists to your collection, then get insights on your collection, right? Then how it, so it's a lot of, it's a heavy application. Sell art from your collection, see? Okay. And see every page, I mean, this is a long page, long scroll. This is what you will see, right? So the scroll is also added. And when you go here inside, this is one art. And the scroll has the details about artist section. Forget about the 3D part. Just solve for the 2D part. It has so much of information. It is a very big project to solve. See, they are not 3D. They are not gimmicky like this. This is their website. This is another level of benchmarking. Okay. Okay. Now everything is loading. So this is the Apple Vision screen. And if I show you the Figma toolkit, let's see, it's still not loaded. Yeah, this is the toolkit, guys. See, this is what Apple has given: window and navigation bar. Then this is the sidebar and table. So different components. So when you see this, can you connect it to the project that we were seeing? This one, see? Same, right? Because it's based on the design system. So on the left hand side, there is, so this is the tab bar collapsed. So collapsed tab bar. So on the left hand side, you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So it is all suggestive. So there are 5 navigations, and this is the screen. You can actually replace it with any other screen. So see, when you have this collapsed tab bar, then you can have any kind of screen over here, right? So if you have to do anything with Apple Vision, maybe your art exhibition app icon will come here. On clicking it, then it opens. Okay, there are some alerts. So these are all alerting, app icon, backgrounds. So they've given some backgrounds, buttons, checkboxes, traditional design system only. Color picker, drop down. So in Apple Vision, the drop down component looks like this, right? In menus, navigation bars, notifications, page controls, and this is their color, material, and typography thing. Yeah. And when you go to this, suppose you want to create your project in Apple Vision only, go to this community, and if you search Apple Vision, you will find a lot of people who have worked on Apple Vision. They have uploaded their file. So you go to files and templates, free and trending. See, special checkout UI, right? So this is a design created in Apple Vision by this guy. Smart home app, Apple Vision, special UI forms. And this is the digital art museum. See, someone created. Best part of Figma is this community. You get a lot of live examples for free. Pocket Muse, XR based cultural something. So this is how their components look like. And this is, I think, what they have created. Just, I think, pretty decent. See, let it load. Yeah, this is how it looks like. So see, in Figma, you cannot make things 3D like this, distorted, right? So this is, there is a plugin which is there. Through that plugin, you have to distort it. But when you distort it with the plugin, whether you can make it through Smart Animate, something that I need to check. I haven't checked. But otherwise, you can do it in flat carousel also. But we'll see how these things are. Figma doesn't, XD used to support, but Figma doesn't support it, right? But looking at it, you will see, okay, let it come again. You'll see that this is a museum experience and you are actually exploding it to the app like this. So a lot of, if you see this in this whole project, a lot of these kind of 3D things are placed here and there, right? This is the Apple Vision style of doing it. Because Apple Vision doesn't give you always tools, they will give you special things. That's why the OS is also called special OS. Explore community. Yeah, like this. And if you search Digital Art Museum, you're going to see some projects also. Product design at MoMA, Art Museum webpage, and Renaissance Art mobile responsive. Let's see how they have made. Oh, this is like a very basic project. Someone just created 3 screens and added. Not what. Okay. And now if you want to work on elderly fitness, elderly care, this also I doubt how many screens they may have created. I think most probably it will be only 2 screens. Yes, as thought, useless. Okay, guys. So more or less, I mean, this is how you can find stuff from here. Now let us look through few more case studies. This is a very, very niche, unique, one in million case studies in Behance. You will not be able to find this polished case study in Behance. It was like one of the things that I stumbled upon. Okay, some other examples that I have is, this is not a good one. Let me open Behance. I think it is a finance thing. Okay, it is a finance thing. Mine is about projecting, design process thing, surveys, interviews. But storytelling is very unique, and the visual language is also very unique. Interviews, job stories. Okay, so the jobs to be done framework we have discussed about it from the beginning. When situation, I want to motivation, get result. This is the framework of jobs to be done. When you replace this situation with your requirement, when I add expense income category, so please refer to this for jobs to be done. JTBD reference. There is very nicely structured. When I make card transactions, I want the app to automatically categorize my expense so that it saves me the time and effort of manually entering those details. Very easy to understand, right? When I use the app, I want the app to be visually appealing to get motivation to use it consistently. A lot of it can be used in your project also, whatever project you are doing. Then the customer journey map is also very nicely represented, with this ups and downs curve. Nano model is also represented well. Information architecture is also nicely represented with this stacked format. Then you have the user flow with all the decisions. Let us take some time with the user flow. Record income, expense or transfer, main screen, create transaction, add income. If no, then add expense. If no, then add transfer. So basically you can do either of the three. See, income, expense, transfer. So income, expense, transfer. Whatever you're doing, create transaction. Enter data, account, income category, amount, tag, date. So we have this controller while we are doing our user flow. And add another transaction. If no, then this is created. But if yes, then it goes back here. Very simple user flow. These are some extremely high quality and good consistent wireframes. These are extremely detailed wireframes. So what is your overall, let me show you this screen. When you look at this particular screen, okay, I think things get better, outside the wireframe. See, when you look at this particular screen, you will feel that there is lot of text, right? And very small text. But see, all these problems are solved in the main designs. This is where I think the ideas were created. Income, expense, savings. So income, expense, savings, everything is, this is a expense tracking app, right? So things are properly captured here. Okay, then this is about usability testing. Okay, font and color, UI solutions. Okay, these are some UI things, micro interactions and all, I guess. Okay, this is a nice portfolio project, everyone. See, a problem and solution with an example. What can be easier, right, to communicate? Savings are accumulated within the overall balance. In the analytics section, capability to review changes in savings has been implemented. So let's understand. Savings are accumulated within the overall balance. Okay. Okay. See, this is the very inside the app thing to be difficult to understand at this level. Okay. Then there are a lot of other screens also. This is an honest portfolio. Very nicely well made portfolio. Okay. Another good example. Let me show. This project, Bakery Paradise, but the user story, that storytelling is really nice here. Everything is captured in a traditional way, but this is there's a storyboarding part, if you see. And look at the sketch quality. See, Magda is about to leave the house, wonders if her favorite bakery will be cramped. Magda is in front of the bakery. There is already a very long queue. Is angry, so other clients. Magda sees an advert on the storefront. Bakery has just launched a new app. Then she goes into the app, orders it. Look at the sketch level. No? Very nice. Okay. This is a very nice way of storytelling, right? Rarely you see it like this. Magda downloads a freshly launched app, creates a new account, uses chips to find her favorite. So when you are designing, design by just words first. That Magda downloads creates a new account, adds her payment method, then uses chips to find her favorite donut and coffee, finds the donut, goes to cart, confirms order, notification pops up with 10 minutes delivery time. So when you have this flow in your mind, then you'll be able to represent it in user journey, in user flows and all those things. See, same thing he has represented in a user flow. By the way, so many portfolios we saw. Have you seen activity diagram and decision tree for once? If you just look at this, the 5 W's, like who is going to use this thing? So we can start with a very simplified thing, just not a portfolio because you have to do a portfolio, but you want to add real value with the work. In that case, let's say you have borrowed 10 lakh rupees from your parents. Just start. You're creating something, right? And when you're creating something, then you're spending money to build it. So you have to believe in it. So what is that core quoted value that you are giving? Just let us talk around it. Elderly fitness app. What value do you think it will give? Let us go to a blank page. What value do you think elderly fitness app will give? Why? Why do you think that this will add value to the elders? When we are saying what are we trying to do, right? This is the first question I ask usually. What are we trying to do? Can we write it in a more simpler way? Elders to stay fit and healthy, right? So I want to help elders to stay fit and healthy. Through what? Through medication, through yoga. Chalo, yoga and exercise. So if I replace it, this app will help elders. Is it simplified? Do you guys think this is simplified? This app will help elders to stay fit and healthy through yoga and exercise, right? We are simplifying it to a level. So first of all, we should have this mission statement in our mind. What are we trying to do? Now for our, virtual art museum, what are we trying to do? Design an interactive and immersive art gallery experience for visitors, which allows intimate interaction with the artist as well as social engagement within visitor community. That's a lot of details, but can we write it in a very simple way? Make museum accessible for all, right? See, Microsoft is in such a big company. There is a single mission for the company, right? Do you guys know what? To empower everyone in this planet to achieve more. So whatever they're doing is doing for that. So when we create a very strong high level vision, then the next question that we can ask is that why do we think, like, is it someone told us to do, or why do we think that this will help? Who told us it will help elders? Think like a small kid. Then the problems will be solved. What are we trying to do? This. Now, who told us to do it? No one, right? So this is our hypothesis, isn't it? What is hypothesis? Hypothesis is something when things are assumed. This is an assumption, right? Did anyone tell us? No one told you. Then what you are going to do? You will validate the hypothesis, right? How? So how you are going to do it? Through research. So after research, what do you get? Proof. So you get, first of all, you identify the target, the TG, or the target user, right? First to identify the target user. Then what do you do? You engage with them. So how do you engage? Right? There is n number of ways. And after that, what do you get? Problem statement you can get, or you get insights. Right? So you get insights. So you get insight in the form of JTBD. JTBD way of explaining insights. Now, what is that JTBD way of explaining insights? So you'll get a lot of insights for any project. So after you have discovered your insights, what are you going to do? You have found insights like what? When I try to exercise, let's say write something about the elderly fitness scenario. When I think of doing exercise, I want to make sure that it is safe for my health condition, right, to get results in a safe way. Make sense? This is one of the insights. Now, you did not find this insight. You found this insight through research. When you actually did an interview, you asked elderly people that, okay, uncle, when you started to do exercise, what stopped you? He is like, I wanted to do jumping jacks, but I have a stent. Should I do jumping jacks? Right? Someone has knee problem. Should that person do walking? Right? So there is an anxiety to it. What you can do, what you cannot do. You will find similarly lot of stuff from here. After you found the insight, what do you do? Let's say you find lot of insights like this. So yeah, so basically every project when you see I go to the scale project, JTBT. When I go to this project, open nutrition, I think he didn't do. Here also user interviews, the jobs to be done. Every team, every person who does their project, they do jobs to be done. And this is the way of writing jobs to be done. When I lack motivation, I want praise to motivate me. So I continue exercising regularly. Is it any app dependent thing? When I lack motivation, do you think this is dependent on any app? No. When I finish a workout, I want detailed statistics about my training, so I did to track my progress. It can be done with app. When apps were not there, Olympics used to be still there, right? People used to still get statistics. Otherwise, how would those records, how did those records get created? Someone will tap a clock and measure the time and then add some data in a piece of paper with a pen. Now we are doing it with all those, sensors and all. Tomorrow, someone may have maybe doing it if I, have a chip implanted in my body, it will automatically transmit it outside. God knows how things will be done in future, but the need will be same. Okay. This is about JTBD. Everywhere you will see people are writing about JTBD, 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 JTBD. See, again JTBD, jobs to be done. So please add JTBD at least as one of the most important things for your portfolio research insight part. Okay, so we are in the insight part. After insight, what do? You immediately start making. But immediately, why do you start to make computer analysis? Isn't it not you will create your goal for the project, right? What will my app help my user with, right? And this is where I'll just add it. These are some areas we have to solve for these things, right? Something like this. You can add your own stuff here also. Now, what will you do when you have this, solve for exposure and mentorship? So I'll delete it because it is DM to me. But basically, I will add some, what will help my user with. It will motivate my user, right? What else is it going to help my user with? Make them independent. So they can do guided exercise independently from anywhere, right? Okay. Anything else that this thing will do? It will help them get results from their daily results of their vitals. है ना? It will help them get personalized results of their vitals. So there is no end to it. So we will just go to the high level touch points, right? Now, what is my app going to help you? So what is the next question that I will ask? Is there any app doing the same thing, right? Shouldn't I ask it? Now, what is this thing? Because we may think that this is a very unique thing. Competitors are already giving it. Okay. So why do you do competitive analysis? Just to feel it, or what is the objective of it? You map all the features. And after you map features, what do you decide? No, you feel must have features, right? See, you have basically after you map the features, na, you have some unique features, right? Which no one has. Then there are some must have features, like everyone is giving, you have to give. And then there are some good to have features, right? Good to have features. I think this is good enough, right? So after you have all these things, unique and must have, should you design for good to have or must have? Clearly, right? I mean, no one needs to be told that. So you will prioritize on must have and good to have features. Now, once you have these features, how do you design a feature? So this is where, see, when inside this research part, what happens is that you get insights, right? So it's not only the insights that you get, you also get customer journey maps, right? You get customer journey map. You get Kano model. You get what? You get information architecture. So like there are some must have thing. There are some neutral things which may or may not stay. There are some delighters, and then there are some performance related things. So basically you are actually mapping all those must have and good to have things and essential things in this matrix. What are the must have thing? Workout tracking is must. Nutrition plan is must. What is delighter? If you have food and water notification, what is a delighter? It may or may not be there, right? Personal chat with a trainer. Maybe, I mean, if it is good to have, but it is not must have, right? Okay, so this is Kano model. Now let us look quickly through it. So when you have all this information, you have the features, then what do you do? User persona will be also part of it only, right? When you're doing insight, when you're doing your research, then only will have your user persona, right? Why do we do user persona, by the way? We want to think like the user, na? And think like the user, basically. Okay, now when you have map features, what do you need to do? You have everything, right? You know what competition is doing. You know what your users want. Now you have all the information. What do you do after that? Do you wait for some magic to happen for your designs, or what do you do? Make ideas. Now, why do you make lo-fi ideas? Because you want to make a lot of them, right? Okay. So you basically make a lot of ideas. Now, when you make these ideas, they are usually quick sketches, right? You can make it in piece of paper also. You can make lo-fi, low fidelity. Now, once you have some sketches, usually see they are all discrete, right? Sometimes they are discrete, disconnected, and detached, right? By discrete, disconnected, detached means maybe you have a nice idea about motivation. You have a nice idea about rewards. You have a nice idea about scheduling, nice idea about notification, but they're discrete, right? Only rewards doesn't make this app work. You have to think about the flow also. So what do you work on here? You make user flows, right? You make some user flows. And then what do you do? Everything should fall in place. In order to tackle it, you make user flows, right? Now, once you have user flows, you have the low fidelity stuff. Then what do? You make high fidelity. Yes, detailed design. Now, for detailed design, you should know the color, right? You should know the components. So that's where the color, that's why typography, and that's where, what else? Yes, design system, style guides, right? Because there are infinite amount of buttons and drop downs available. Which one do you use? You use what basically what makes sense for your design, detailed design. And after you have made detailed design, you will make prototypes. And in prototypes, you will add micro interaction also, like this. And after you have made detailed design and prototype, what do you want to do? You are very happy, but you want to validate with your user, right? Will you not validate it? Without validation, are you going to you will launch the app? that much confidence is not good, right? Validate with user. So this is called what? Usability testing, right? After validation, what you do in a real scenario, after validation, you may go back. You may go back. It's an iterative process. As in, it's not, should not be like, is it all done? I think I am done with the more. Okay, this is already consumed. No problem. But after you validate, you basically you can go back here to make ideas. This is possible, right? So most people they usually flip this thing, flip vertical. If you show through a design that I have understood these things, these went bad, and that's why I created more detailed design based on that. So that's how either you can go back or you can go back here, right? Like this. After you validate the user, what do you get? Impact. You get impact of the project through some metrics, through some stats. How do these stats look like? Impact of the project through some stats. So what is the stat thing? So these are called, do you know what is called these are called KPIs or telemetry. In industry, they're called telemetry. So telemetry means 80% users are satisfied, right? We want to show a happy story, right, guys? If you do not have a happy story, that means you have not done this thing, right? If you go back and forth, then it is a happy story. Then 96% task completion rate. These are your telemetry. After this, what do you add? Learning. That's it. Case study done. So when you look at it, you will see that there are a lot of things which may or may not be done. But this is the general storytelling of your portfolio. Without looking at what many people are doing and all, the narrative is very simple. What am I trying to do? In order to validate that, I'm meeting some people who are my prospective users. I'm getting insights from them. And then I'm creating some artifacts which will give me more clarity. Then from that, I'm deciding that, okay, this way, after the research, I can see my app will help my user to do these 5 things. But there are other apps who are doing the same thing. So looking at everything, I feel that these are my unique features, which I have discovered. No one else has thought of. I can take patent. These are my must-have features. These are my good-to-have features. Then I'll go to my drawing board. I'll make some ideas, lot of them. Then I'll make them into user flows. This is the most time-taking part, guys. If you look at it, this is the most time-taking part, isn't it? Okay. This part might take a lot of time. Maybe 2 weeks, 3 weeks. It will take a lot of time. The rest of the things, you can wrap it up in 2 weeks maximum. You can wrap it up. Okay. So anyways, just plan your portfolio like this. Okay. Facing the problem of craft skill. So craft skill is like when you do the UI thing, when you realize, right, if we have a sketch, translating that sketch into a design takes a lot of trouble, right? Translating that sketch into this thing, high fidelity design, extremely high quality. So we will do some exercise, but it needs a lot of practice, Priti. That's the only way to get past it. Lot of practice. Okay.
Hi guys, if you are serious about building a career in UI UX design, this is your moment. Intellipaat, in collaboration with iHub IIT Roorkee, brings you a powerful UX design certification program where you learn directly from IIT faculty and top industry experts. You won't just learn theory, you'll get hands dirty with 50 plus real world projects, industry grade case studies, and hands on Figma workflows. It's designed to make you job ready. Plus, with Intellipaat's 3100 plus hiring partners, you also get placement assistance to land roles at top tech companies, and many of our learners already have landed jobs. Just check out the success stories on our Intellipaat Achievers channel. The link is given in the description. So don't just scroll past, take the first step towards your design career. Click the link in the description, apply now, and let's turn your creativity into a career that pays.
So there are multiple UI workshops that I did in previous batches. So first thing is that do not mix typographies too much and do not use decorative typefaces, right? So in your designs, let's say, you are creating this, just take it outside, and you have workout. Don't experiment here. Like, don't put it like this, workout. These are places where for your 3 portfolio projects or for more than 10 portfolio projects, these are no brainer. No one is going to judge you for using a very weird typeface. Have you ever seen apps with, this kind of weird typefaces like this? But students use. That's why I'm calling out. So when you work, do not use this kind of, experimental typefaces. Experimental typefaces will work. You have to be very mature to use experimental typefaces in a controlled way. For starting out, do not use this kind of typefaces. Then what is the typeface that you can use? These are some examples. WorkSense, Inter, Roboto, Poppins, Montserrat, OpenSense. This one is Playfair and Nunitosense. That's it. So there are some serif fonts. Serif fonts are those where you have this, special decorative element. So there is a serif typeface given, and most of them, if you see, they are sans serif fonts. That means they do not have that decorative element. So you can actually, so whatever we will design, we will pick a font from here. Now comes the question, font size. What kind of font size should I use? So the smallest size, there are, lot of workshops that happened where students use font size like 6. 6 is a very small font size. Even like while if you are working in a professional setup, you will see the design system does not have font size below 10. Below 10, because when we're making in Figma, we can zoom in like this. So for us, the 10 font size is a very relative size, right? So we can just change this thing. If I just make it, we just copy this thing. And if I make this thing as 10, although it is small, but because you are zooming in like this, for you, this is 100, right? Because it's a relative font size that you see in Figma because you can zoom in and zoom out. You don't able to see the actual size of the font size. Because when you design, you see the font, you see the screen in your mobile phone. That's when you can read it and you can see whether it's readable or not. That gives you the exact size. So the smallest size, these are some the different font sizes and the application areas for desktop, Android and iOS. Smallest size in desktop is 12, detailed text is 14, body text is 16, 18, subtitle is 18, title is 24 or 28, main text is 32, 38, 42, and display text is 60, 70 to 80. Same for these guys. The next thing is colors. Colors will be the toughest subject. Now we will look at the example. There is a thing called real-time colors, which we will do color decision. And lastly, this is the spacing thing. So there are some examples which I've added. There is this guy in Instagram who has meticulously added all these spacing padding things in the application areas. Okay, Naman, approving. Dialog box. So when you look at all these things, you will see that some values are getting repeated. And these all gaps create good hierarchy in terms of spacing, right? So these are some proven gaps. And also if you see the font sizes are also mentioned. So this will be a good help for all of you. So there is dialog box example, message box, login form, chat list size, pagination, fab button, web navbar, hamburger menu, drop down, search bar, menu with logo, collapsed view. So you will see that, okay, after you do all these things, you will be, I have a fair idea now that how much gap do I have to put. So this gap, if you see between this home icon and this is 16. Again, when you go to this example, what do you see? 16, right? So that means you will have that, okay, if I am making anything where there is a anchor and then there is a text, then I will use 16. So, okay. So now what we will do is once we have this kind of a common understanding that this is going to be our raw items. With these raw items, we are going to prepare our UI. Now we are going to, look at some of these kind of screens and we will see how to work on it. So we will absolutely need, so there are some other things also which are important. which is like iconography, right? Icons are also important part of it. For icons, just wherever you are taking it, consistent style, thickness, roundness. So where students mainly they feel difficult is understanding that their style part, right? Thickness, roundness, size, because you may source different icons from different parts, and when you source from different parts, then it is a high chance that you will be like overlooking these attributes. Okay, so for example, if I go to plugins and if I go to icon flow, Iconify is the one of the biggest source of icons like this. But in Iconify, because there are a lot of icons, let's say if I just look at this thing, okay, so let's say we need a back icon. So when I do back, then just see how many types of thicknesses are coming up. If I take, and not only thickness, there is a style also. Let's say if I search home, see, some homes are sharp corners, some homes are filled, some are not filled, some of them are rounded, some of them are broken. So if you feel that, oh, this home icon looks awesome, I'll take this home icon, then you take the home icon. But then when you take the let's say search icon, then you have to look for similar kind of a design in search icon. Suddenly you cannot take a very thin search icon. Do you think that so what is different between these two icons? Who can point out? Style is different. The stroke is thinner. The corners are sharp. Here the corners are rounded. And because of this gap, maybe the search icon with a gap here, I mean, something like this would be more appropriate. But this is thicker. So we have to, make the thickness same. So we have to make sure that these are same. That's why, there is no one guideline for it. We have to be mindful about it. That is the only thing that we have to do. Now comes the approach part. So let's say that I am doing this, I have to make this design, right? So what is this design? This is a or let us say we can take something from our UX workshop also. So in the UX workshop, do we have any screen or any flow? I think we made a lot of sketches here. Let's select any one of them, and we created something here also. This is a great example for looking and breaking it down into multiple places. So Control C, and I'm going to take it to UI workshop, and I'm going to paste it. So how you can typically approach creating this thing is that you have a very rough idea. Workout, there is an entry point, and you see lot of workouts, right? So I will just break it down into small areas where you can work, right? So how do you think this can be represented? What is this element in UI? This is a card, right? This is a list card. So you can go to, first of all, you can create some mood board. So you can go to list card UI. So you will see lot of list examples like this. This is a good example. So I can do copy image. I can go here and I can paste here. So this is one of the mood boards, right, guys? So this is a list card thing, because when my workouts are going to come, they're going to show up like this. Similarly, let us just go and world of internet. Everything is there. So we just have to make a nice mood board and find that, okay, what, because it's not that we are stealing. It's just that, we are trying to get inspired and not, spend too much time into finding out how to do, what to do and all those stuff. So we will try to look at, let's see, there's a good example here. Okay, then this one also, see this one also, list card, and they are not fitness app thing, by the way, right? This one, this one. Now I will say that, okay, can I look at something which is more, more playful? Okay, I think this is a little playful way of looking at it. I will paste it here. Okay, then I will try to see. This is a nice inspiration. Now see, this has nothing to do with my UI, but this is a interaction inspiration. So while I am looking at list card for my workouts, I can say that, oh, maybe I have this kind of list cards, but then on tapping, they expand in size, right? And then they show me more details, right? So lot of things are unsaid here. It's not a directly I'm getting inspired and making it. I'm trying to connect dots and say that, okay, maybe this card. So can you guys visualize this card like this? Let's say I have a card like this, right? So this is one of my workout. Second workout, tap it. Okay. This is the second workout. So when I tap it, it grows in size like this, eh? And you can see some more details. And then you tap it, it grows and it contracts, right? Are you guys able to visualize? So we are trying to collect some inspirations for interaction, inspirations for the list card design. So we'll just look for, yeah, this is another example where I think that same interaction pattern can be looked at. So I am not going to start with defining my color, defining my typography, font style. I'm going to put all those things. Okay, what is mood board? Mood board is specially to set your mood for the design. So the various design fields, fashion, industrial design, architecture, UX. So what they do is that they create some inspirations. So when you are surrounded with these inspirations and you are designing, you are connecting, very, very, like, say, basically you are connecting from this to this to this, like this. You are connecting, this guy to this guy. Lot of things you're connecting in your mind, like this. The color was not good. So this is the mood board exercise, especially to bring your mood to, design something. Then I'll just go here again and try to see. Okay. As soon as I selected that card, a lot of ideas are coming. So look at the key requirement that we're trying to do. We can easily, simply put list of cards like this, right? We can easily, we can just have workout 1, workout 2, workout 3, workout 4, workout 5, right? That's not going to bring, it's a fitness app. So the character of the app is to bring energy. The character of the app is to keep you engaged, keep you motivated. So this looks like a recruitment portal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This looks like a messaging thing. So every app has their own characteristic. So I'm trying to bring in a playful energy, a punch of energy into this whole interaction. Now let me go back. Okay. And at the same time, what I'm seeing is that there is some visual design options also. Copy image. Yeah. Oh, not this one. Where did it go? Okay, enough. So we have what we need, like this. Now what we will do, we will try to, create this example. So actually our design, so maybe what we can do, we can remove all this stuff from here, or we can keep it as a high level thing. And then we can bring everything down here and we'll remove stuff. We'll remove everything. Yes, we'll remove everything. And we will have the first example is this. So I'll take it outside, crop it, and I'll keep the UX, and then I'll work on the UI. So the UX is this, which is a very simple list of items. Okay. And then there is some detail that I want to bring here. So this is the amount of detail that I want in each card. Got it. So I'm going to put everything below, and with all the inspirations that I have, maybe I will put all of these things as the starting point, and I'm going to take one by one from here, copy and paste from here. Okay. So the first thing is this. So let me see, like maybe I will have, what all information do I need? I need workout type, 5,000 people completed it, duration, calories, total 12 exercises. So I can go here, I can take T, add, and workout type. What can be workout type? Let's say cardio. Cardio is my workout type. So before, I start anything, I will just put the essential metadata, cardio, and I am going to need an image here. So I will put an image here, cardio and this. Okay. and duration. So don't need to write duration. I'll just write 35 minutes, right? And calorific value that you'll get, it's 256 kilocalories. Okay. What all information do I need? Duration, calories, total 12 exercises, right? So you have 12 exercises. Okay. Like this. So now see, last time when we were doing it, we didn't go into the detail of all these things. But now with the help of this mood board, in whatever I'm doing, I haven't thought anything before. It's all happening right in front of all of you. It's that I can think that maybe I have whatever I was doing here. Maybe I'm going to create a card like this. On tapping, it will expand like this, and can have like, because there are 12 exercises, right? So it can have all those 12 exercises like this. What is going to help me do? So basically like this, see? So it'll be like, but if you tap it, you basically, and then what do we need here? You are just dealing with data. You have entered some data in the form of your preference and all. It is showing you data, and you are going to do something with the data. So that doing something is the most important thing. So what are you going to do after you see this information? So once you see an exercise like a set cardio, 35 minutes, 256 kilocalorie, 12 exercise, you see another thing which is, let's say, HIIT or whatever. Why are you looking at them? What happens when you choose? You start the exercise, right? So what should be the action? Always think about the actionable part of a design. Without actionable part, it is all information. It is Wikipedia, right? We are not making Wikipedia. We are making something to let people do exercise and make a decision. So what should be the call to action here? Yes, this is where I wanted to nudge all of you. Start exercise, right? So this is start exercise. So I can tap each, and there can be absolutely view more also. Or once you can just say start, or maybe select or something, or it can be a tap also. It can be start or it can be tap. Let's keep it like this, like this. So my first state of the card is this. The second state of the card is this, where I'm going to have little bit glimpse of all this small, pills of exercises. So that before you dive into the exercise, you know that, oh, now did this thing come from anywhere in this inspiration? So there is a sense of impromptu creative spirit also. If you do not want to add your own creative spirit, then what is your individual contribution, right? So you have to solve it in your way also, which doesn't exist. This is the thing that I wanted to bring up, that mood board doesn't mean that you get everything, you just mix and match and you create your design, it's done. It can be, but at the same time, you can bring your own creative spirit to it, right? So you can add and, add values through your own problem solving skills. Okay. Now that I have this thing, it's time for me to design this thing. So what do I need in a cardio thing? I may need, and because the design is all rounded and all, absolutely I will need the cardio thing also rounded. Okay. Cardio thing is going to be a header. So what is the header thing that I said? In Android, the header or the title text can be 20, right? It's not the title text. It is a body text. So we will put 16 pixels here. So we will say that cardio is enter and 16, and then this is 14, right? We're going to bring it to regular, or we can make it even 12 like this. Okay. Then comes the way we want to create hierarchy of this information, right? So cardio exercise 35 minutes. How do I want to bring this 35 minutes? What information is more? All these things you should be able to get it from your research. So what we will do is that right now we will create a pattern that, okay, cardio 12 exercises. This is important. And 256 kilocalories is getting, you can burn from it. And this is 12 pixels. These two are also. So 12 exercises, we can make it 10 size, like a small size, regular, 10 regular. Okay, like this. So this 35 minutes can be a pill. So I can do shift A. 2 pixels, 2 pixels. I can make it fill. Fill color is something like this for now. We'll make it 100. Okay. The gaps are really tight, so I'll make it 8 pixels. Okay. 35 minutes. So what I will do, usually I start it from the first level only. I will create components. So I will do make it a component. So this is my fill, Control C, and I'm going to bring it here so that later on I can change color and all those stuff, right? So cardio, now comes the auto layout logic. So how we will do is that 12 exercise and 256 kilocalorie will make it like this, Shift A. Now this 256 kilocalorie, if it comes with a calorie icon, it will look nice, right? So I will go here, iconify. This is the calorie icon. So I'll bring it here. Okay. All icons that I'll use, I will create components from start. So the size of this icon is how much? 16, 16. Okay. You can make it 12, 12. Okay. Making it a component, first component, no problem. Control C. Just take it out, put it here. So now I haven't make any colors and all. So I'm going to select both, Shift A and 4 pixels. Okay. So this one I should make it auto so that it stretches like this. And these two I will make it auto. Then between them I will create Shift A and the gap is 8 pixels. Okay. We have this one. This size we can make as 36, 36. This gap I can make 4 and between them I'll do Shift A. Okay. Done. So this gap, how much did we see before? 16 pixels, right? In our guide. Okay. Done. Hug. Okay. Perfect. Now this auto layout that we did, it is 16 pixels. So when you basically, move stuff like this, it will not go. If you make it auto, it will go like this, but that's not what we want. So what we want is this guy, we will make it fill container. Sorry, we'll make it fill container. So that when you stretch it, this is how it stretches, keeping this gap as always 16, right? Now that we have this, we will have 12 pixels gap. All these dimensions you will be able to find in the reference that I've shared. I'm going to, just borrow one of these colors from here and see how it is coming up. Okay. Like this. I, this color and 100. Okay. It's coming like this. We can make, 16 pixels padding like this, cardio. So this, the icon that we have, we can make it 42 pixels and 54 also, I guess. Yes. And making this top and bottom padding to be 4 pixels or 8 pixels. Yes. 8 and 12 will be better, I guess. Okay. So we have to look at this harmony that, there is this, if we keep it, the left has to be 8 pixels in order to make it concentric circle, right? So we cannot make it 16. See, do you see there is a gap, different gaps on the left and right? It doesn't make it look consistent. So we'll make it 8 on the left and on the right we'll make it 16 so that it doesn't touch. No, can even make it 20 pixels also like this. Okay, done. So this is one of our cards that we have created like this. And if we try to look at it in the context of a smartphone, we can go to F, which is frame, and we can get Android medium. What is Android medium brings is Android compact. Can make it 412. Yes. So now you can see in real size, it doesn't look big, right? Looks like this. So this is my the first version of component that has come up. Now you can look at the actual font size and you will see that although it was looking big, now you will see that, oh, it is not that big, right? When you look at it in the actual phone context, just for the sake of it, bring an iPhone 16. So this is an iPhone 16 design, the frame size. Now put it inside, you'll see that, oh, it is not that big, right? Like this. So this is where I have put it in real context. And now this size is 16. I can even make it 20. And this 12 exercises, I can make it 14. The 256, I can make it 12. 45 minutes. I'll not change here. I will change here 35 minutes, I'll make it 12. Okay, so the change is reflected here. Now I am going to look at cardio photographs. Okay, Control X is to replace, make it. Now we will choose the size of the image depending on the proportion of the card. Okay, so for now, maybe I will make the card as grayish like this. Okay, so we have cardio 12 exercises, 256 kilocal. We can make it 8 pixels or even 12 pixels. Yes, now it is looking little better. Okay, one of the card has become, we can keep this card as option control alt K. So this is my exercise card, right? Exercise card. Okay, and we are saying that if I make it, if I make a detach instance, I'll make a copy and make a detach instance. So when you pull it up, right, I can change the corner radius to 48 like this and make it top align like this. And I can bring some information here which says list of cardio exercises. I'm trying to get a ready-made card so that I can get a lot of metadata. Let me take it from here only. So next, this is where a little bit of time is spent to find the right image and all. Better sleep. Is great. Copy image. Control V. How many do we have? 1, 2, 3, 9. So I will get it outside, make it crop. So all images are consistent like this. We get it like this. Okay. Once I crop something, I will do copy as PNG and paste as PNG. Sorry, copy as PNG and then paste. So only that small thing will come, and then I can make it. I can add it here. So when I try adding it, it will go here. So what do I have to do? I have to just make it Shift A, and this entire autolet I'll make it like this. Okay, perfect. I'll make it 100. So see, this auto layout is horizontal auto layout, right? So if I detach it, see the arrow direction. So when I am putting something inside, it will try to be horizontal only, like this. So what I'm doing is that I'm making this Shift A. This is horizontal, but the entire bigger card is vertical. That's how it's a separate set of auto layout. Yes. Okay, so now that we have one of these cards, and I can make it 24, something like 24. 24 is too not that much, so I'll make it 48 or something. Yes. So I will bring it again. So now everything will be falling like this. So Shift A, center aligned 4. Okay, and then this one I'll make it a little smaller. One of the and this whole set that I have, I should be able to do. What I should do is that I should make it as a component, right? So this is a component. When I do Control C, and if I replace it here, why did I do auto layout? Why did I make it a component? Is because tomorrow I can go here, I can add a stroke in my UI, right? I can do a lot of stuff later on, and tomorrow I can go and make this image not circular but something like this. So if you work in this process of making components and then adding stuff, then it becomes really easy for you to manipulate colors, spacing, padding, even small attributes, all those things. Okay, so here also ideally this thing should be a component. Create a toolkit. So this is the toolkit, creating a toolkit for this app. Okay, now I'll go here and I'm making it 100. Okay, like this. So I'll just spend little bit of a time here. What I will do, I will make Control C, Control V, but again this should be horizontal like this. Okay, so this is 30 high knees. 30 high knees. So this width, I think what we can do here right now is maybe we will add one more layer here and we can say 30, so that I can manage the spacing. Okay, so 30 high knees, and then we have the next one. So I'll just do Windows Shift S, copy and paste here, pixelated. So we make it fail proof. So do you see which UI pattern we are using? This is an accordion pattern. An accordion pattern where you have a definite chevron. Then once you press in the designated area, then it will open up. Otherwise, it will not open up. If you tap this card, it will take you to the next page. So absolutely, you have to make it fail safe. And this 2-second press, Instagram also follows the same thing. That if you have list of cards, if you had any interaction on tapping, then you would have accidentally done it. But when you are seeing let's a list of 9 by 3 by 10, lot of cards coming up, lot of images coming up, when you just long press, then the zoom in, and when you release it, it's gone. So the time duration is the factor, the fail-safe factor. Any of these patterns you can use, because if you know UI patterns, there are some UI patterns like especially for UX. These are actually UX patterns. So accordion is a pattern. Okay, now fun part here. If you see, I have taken screenshots, right, like this. But this is one of my component. So how do I replace this image here? First one is high news. Second one is this. So I'll select the image, right click, copy properties. One thing that you can do absolutely is select all this image and make 100. That's the first thing that you can do. 100 or 999, something like this. Once it is done, copy properties and go to your image, right click, paste properties. So within instance, it gets changed. Okay. So the second one is climbers, 10 climbers. And here what we should use? We should use something like this. So we will use a proper one. These are called chevrons. Okay, this is also an icon for me. Icons I'm keeping here, so I'll keep all my components here. So by the time this thing is created, I will have a lot of components which I have used, which I have not used. So I'll keep the chevron here, Option Command K. Maybe I'll just take it outside. I don't. Okay, the padding is given, I think the size is 24/24. But typically the touch target size should be 40/40, like this. Now the size of the chevron can be less, 24/24. Okay, so when you see this thing, the touch target is 40/40. So Command K, Control C, and we come here, paste to replace, like this. So between these two, Shift A, basically what we can do is that we can have all these things. Shift A, we can make it, let's say 12 pixels. We can have Control C, Control V and all, and one to the right. Right click, flip horizontal, Control C, Control V. So it will have lot of them, right? So what we will do, we will have this clip content and we'll move it like this. Make sense, everyone? And have this thing as fill container, like this. So we will have some examples over here. Okay, I'll just change 10 climbers to something else. Maybe this one. Copy as properties, copy properties, and right click, paste properties. Done. What is this thing? Raised leg. I'll keep list of images over here as my future reference, because now I'm just going to see, and I'll keep all these references here, and I'm just going to see that if this thing is looking nice, making sense, all those stuff. So I'll just put this card here, and maybe what I can see is that the chevrons are too intimidating, so I'll just make the gap as 8 or something so that I can see more of it. Maybe I don't need the chevron, so I'll make one of the variations where I don't need the chevron, and it's implied that you have to scroll through them like this, and I'll just add some padding below, 16 pixels, 24 pixels, and the corner details I'll make it 36. So more thing can come over here, but it will be all under horizontal scroll. Okay. Now that I have created a kind of a format, I would say. So I'll make this one also as a option control K. And these two things, what should I make it? We should make it combine them as variant. So the property should be expand. And I am saying that this is expanded, yes or no? No. This is expanded, yes. And in the expanded form, maybe the color is, let's see how it, so Control D, Shift A. So this is how my list card is going to look like in either experience. I can stretch it. So if I select, so now see, I haven't made any auto layout here. So in this, selecting this Android frame, if I click on the auto layout thing, then this will become auto layout. You can, stretch it, you can make it bottom aligned, all those stuff. Now I'm going to create this, on click, change to smart animate, and we can say gentle. Okay. Images are coming. This auto layout is from top. So these two auto layouts, this one is from the top, this is from the center. So if it is both from the top, let's see what happens. Yeah, there is a nice reveal, right? Maybe the color is not good. We can now go here. We can look at, even simple shades like this, I and I, and selecting this kind of, this is a very, very bright color. Yeah, this also looks good. Shift A, can go. Why horizontal scrolling is not working? Let me see here. Okay, clip content. Now it will work. We'll make it ungroup. I think there are two auto layouts. That's why. Prototype horizontal scrolling. Yeah, now it is working. See. So slowly and slowly it is going somewhere. So I can even choose this frame, the main frame. Make it a little rounded. I add a absolute dark background like this, and the spacing that you see here, what you see here, that the spacing is very tight, right? So I'm going to make a very tight spacing like this, and even on the right hand side also will make very tight spacing like this. Okay, and what do we need here? This color should be not this. Okay, all right. Now, these are placeholders. I don't think that is kind of a hand-drawn thing is going with it. We have to find some better images for this. And when we go to this design, now because I have a component and because now I am looking at it, the black color is not looking nice. So in this state, I'm going to choose a white color like this. See, everything becomes white. And here also, I am going to choose everything and make it white, right? Cardio, even both this cardio, the cardio should be bold. 35 minutes. Okay. Now looking at it, I will see that, okay, this 30, 10, this is not making lot of, the impact is not high. And these are all decisions for understanding. People will say, what is 10 climbers? So I will just go here and I will choose this 10 and I'll, instead of 10, I will write 10 reps. Okay. And I'll add, make it Shift A and add 2 pixels, make it, hug. Okay. Hug and fill black color, or we can choose the same color and little darker version of it. See how it will show over there. Make it rounded. T reps. If I remove reps, height is hugging. Maybe I will make it as a yes. So slowly and slowly the UI is taking its expression. So I'll go here, try to make it little bit of a strong card. I think this color brings lot of energy, but now this cardio thing, this is getting dim. So maybe it needs a stroke, of white stroke to stand out. Some kind of a stroke like this. It's making it too much complicated. Let me also try a very lighter version of it here. Okay. These should be, all should be round like this, and this should be exactly 60-60, so that everything is same size. Okay, 60-60. How can I do this thing so predictably? Because I have made component here. I can make it 48-48 also, and it will work, right? Like this. Okay, 12 exercises, and I can go here, make the gap as 8. Okay. Yes. Let's see now. I don't need a stroke. Let us see if there is any color that we can borrow. There is a green version also which we can try. Maybe the problem here is this. So we have to find a rich source of all these images. So this kind of a project and digital art museum kind of project, we will need lot of different kind of images. So we have to find all those images. Okay, I'll make it blue for now. Okay, more or less it seems like in a good shape. Now we will break the monotony here. The monotony here is that it's same kind of card, going on like this. So if I remove one of the cards, it's like this. So we will add the cardio thing here. So let me just find a nice cardio photograph, cardio image. Plugins, Unsplash. So on the top, I need a starting thing for this thing, right? Select your exercise or something. Workout, some kind of a workout related motivational stuff. Try to get some grayscale generic workout image. Yeah. Okay. Image got directly applied. So I will get one of these detach instance. We'll look at it separately. So we'll just try to see. Getting the right image can take time. Just close on an image. Okay. This looks good. This is like as if someone is doing a generic workout, right? It can be any workout, 24 pixels. And we will say workouts. We'll remove this. And just say get set go. Get set go. And put it on top of this. So this image, we can add a darker thing on top, right? There is a darker thing, and then we can say workout. So this thing that you have seen, we'll make it detach instance. We will bring it group 8 or 0, right? Workouts, I'm going to make it, and then selecting this entire group, we will make it as. Now what I will do is that I'll take this thing, Control X, I'll put it outside this group. So this entire thing is down auto layout like this, so that I just want, whatever scroll or things to happen only in this area. So I'll add clip content, make it, smaller, go and make it as a vertical scrolling thing. And now if I go Shift A, and scroll happens here, right? So we have a vertical scroll. So now we will go into the fine tuning part of it. Look at all these inspirations. Even see this example specifically. So if I put it side by side, you will understand the corner radius game here. So this corner radius can be a little bit more, 36 or something. What difference do we see here? Let me make it also 36 like this. I think the gaps are even tighter. So it's even tighter, 4 pixels, very tight. Here also it's 4 pixels, something like this. So that's what brings this tension, right? And yeah, workout cursor bigger. Okay, cursor is bigger in Figma. It's coming smaller. Let me make the Figma scale bigger. Interface scale, make larger. So if you see my cursor in other places, it's so big. Figma, it is not big, unfortunately, because Figma launched a lot of different cursors before. Okay. So if I look at this, the background needs to be even more darker. So I can make it 40, right? So that you can actually read this text. You can say, okay, get set go is coming out. Workouts, get set go. Even this workout part, you can do shift A. You can make 4 pixels, and hug going inside. We'll make it, hug, because workout is a category. So I'll make it fill with a accent color. Let's say this color, workouts, make it 14. I black color. So this is workouts. See, now it is coming out. So whatever accent color we put here, semi bold, we'll make it regular. What is the size here? 12 or 14 pixels. 12 is good. Okay. Get set go. Okay. Maybe in the right hand side we can think about adding some motivation that like 6 out of 7 days you have done or something, just to keep them motivated. Okay. Otherwise, on a high level, we have just created a UI and we have created this. So, and because we have created it in a little bit of a modular fashion, then what is happening is that we have to choose the right green. Maybe this green we can think about. Let's see. Okay, let's see how this color comes out. Luckily, I have all the components, so I don't have to do a lot of changes. I can quickly see changes, like this. Okay, this looks good actually. It has a lot of energy, right? Cardio 35 minutes like this, and we will put. So now I can think about a color scheme for my whole app. That if I go to nutrition, maybe the nutrition will be purple color, right? And the tag will be purple. And when you expand, it can be like this. So we have a pattern now for our app. See, with the same yellow color, it looks consistent, right? And just for the sake of it, if I just go plugin unsplash, let's say high knees images, high knees exercise. I'll just put some random images. Okay, climber is this. Okay, then leg exercise. Okay, yeah, they look similar. High knees, find something. Yeah, now you'll see it looks much better. Right? We'll just look at some of the in between small granular details. So this 12 size is too much. So if I make it 8 or if I make it even 4, that makes it much better. So Control C, paste to replace. Yes. Now it will look even better with this tighter typographic. Now because this is a long scroll and we want to control this long scroll, we can take this long scroll outside. See, this is a big scroll, right? Like this. Because we will keep on modifying the images and all later on. So we'll do Option Alt Control K. So these are all my images like this. So this is how each image looks, and this is how the group looks like this. So that I can have climbers and I'll just remove them. I can keep on adding stuff. And also here I can see, maybe I can add, okay, 12 exercises you can see. What are the 12 exercises you can see? And we can have get started. So this is a CTA, center aligned, shift A, I, and we'll make it. Let us see what is coming. Okay. So now you can start it from here. You can click on start and it will start the exercise. Because it's a component, I can go back, I can make it light. And here there is a game. I'll just complete this game and then we'll go. 8 and 20. See, the gaps are different. So I can make sometimes 8 and 8. And internally, between these two, I can make it as a fill container. And internally, I can add that additional, because otherwise, see, the start thing is not going to be center aligned. If you look at it before, how it was, the entire card had 8 pixels on the left, 20 on the right. So if I measure this button, this button C is 95 on the right and 83 on the left. Is it center aligned? It will look weird, right? The button is little left aligned. So how do you control it? But this padding is required, because if I make it 8 and 8, what will happen is that they are getting too close to the corner radius, right? Not looking good. So what we'll do is that we'll make it 8 and 8, but inside I'll create one more auto layout between these two, and I'll make it fill container, and I will add the additional 12 pixels here. No, sorry, not here. In this group, I will create the additional 12 pixels like this. So that the center button, now see, it is same 89.5 on both sides. And I can even make this button go all the way, fill container, like this. Get started. Can make it same color, and the black might be intimidating, like this. Black is also fine, I guess. But I think the tall button is making it look little weird, making it hug. Start exercise. Now the bottom padding, the last part of this exercise, 12 pixels, or making it 16 pixels, something like that. Okay. Now I have a almost there kind of a design. Okay. I can show this concept to anyone and they can say that, oh, okay, I just want them to take a decision here only. So what is the advantage of this UX? The advantage of this UX is that I can take a decision here. I can go up and down. So on long press, it comes up, and then I can start the exercise here. Okay, the last small piece is too big. I will make it 14 pixels, much smaller. Start exercise. So you will see this is how it will come, right? But the height of the button should be 40, like this. Now you will see it will look like a realistic design, right? What is the inconsistent thing here is that the tag color, if I can match this tag color with this button color, it will look consistent. Now it is consistent. I can make it I and same color. I and same color. Okay. So did all of you see how slowly and slowly and slowly we are cooking it when we are going somewhere? And we have created components so that I can make changes fast and see and iterate faster. Is this process helpful, folks? After the break, you guys need to do something. Okay. And I usually, make, because it's not that we have to spend separately time for prototypes. Now I can look at it and I can see that, oh, this is how it is coming up. It has a very nice, playful way of looking at my exercise, and I can start it immediately. So I am pretty much satisfied with it for now. So I have not decided colors and font and size and all those things for now. I will do it later on. If you start with that, your thought process will be confined with that, right? So look at how our UX was and how our UI is. So we started with a UX, which is this. But the decision, see, the same decision is here. Let us also appreciate the way Figma helps us to iterations of our design faster. How do you make iterations? So in case study evaluation, you will see no equipment. Let's say, these two example screens. I'll go back to my UI workshop thing. You keep it here. So this is my first version, and these are my components. So keeping the same ideology, and I'll just keep it here, the output of this design system. So when I create it in a systematic or system driven way, this is the result of my first UI, right? The second UI can be, let me just, copy this whole set below along with it, right? Now we have to see how is this thing linked. So if I go to main component, I will see it is linked to the bottom component now, right? And if I go to this one, I go to this component, the top component. So I actually change the components here. So if I now select them and if I change the corner radius to 0, what happens here? Everything becomes 0, right? Not 0, but let's say 8, slightly 8. Now I can go here and let me just quickly show you how we can change this UI to this UI in no time. So I'll go here, change it to this. So once the UX is done, what amount of data we are putting here, that is done. So this card, it had burning apps, intermediate, no equipment. So there is this intermediate thing, how much time it is taking and all those things. So I can go here and I can see that, oh, there are few stuffs which I also can do in this thing. I can add a small timer thing here. I can add the rating here. I can add whether you need equipment or no equipment. So what we are seeing here is that there is a separate layer of metadata all across. So I can do Control C, Control V here in this level. Control C, Control V. So now there are 3 different metadatas inside this. Okay, go inside little bit here and there. Let's see where the problem is happening. Oh, I think we are influencing it from outside. Oh, this is my outside influence. Okay, no problem. I'll detach it from here. I will make it a master component here. And I'm going to insert this as the component. Okay, paste to replace and paste to replace. Right, just these two things. Now when I change my metadata layer here, Control C, Control V. See, 3 layers are added here. I can choose these two. I can have plugins, iconify, I can have a clock. So I'll just take a clock like this, take it outside, make it, the size will be approximately 12, right? Control X. And I can go here. I can detach it because I just want to add it in this level. Okay. I can make it white and instead of this sitting here, Control X, I can replace one of these here, paste to replace. So I can reposition my metadata layer. If my research is happening, I can keep on changing and evolving my design. So instead of this, I'll make intermediate, and no equipment, and this is the time thing, 35 minutes, 256 kilocalorie. See, the cards are all getting changed one by one. I'll select this and I'll change it to 4. See, everything becomes 4. And when I come here in this expression, the final one, the background fill is white. So background fill is white. I can keep this as it is, but now I have, I can go here, choose this image and choose a little smaller size, let's say 60 pixels. So the size has become smaller and we'll just go here deeper inside, change this size from, bold to medium, make it 16. Okay. Then this gap is 4, then make it 2, if more tighter. Okay. And instead of rating, we just have a calorie information here, right? And rest, I think we have all things good. We can just make it little smaller like this. Okay. Everything is good. And here when I go, I'm going to change this gap from 4 to 12. So it's more relaxed, 12 or 16, right? Top and bottom I'll add 16 pixels. Here also I'll select this image, I'll make it 8. So the entire style of the design has now changed to a different design altogether. I can hold this and I can add a very subtle gray color here, right? So when I look at this design, same interaction, everything is same, only a lot of it has changed. And did I take the same amount of time to change it? No, right? It's not at all the same amount of time. And when I choose all these different informations that are kept, I can go here, I can change the color of the text like this. Even if I feel to match it exactly, I can remove this background and I can go inside add little bit of this color like this. Okay. If you remove this top panel, isn't it slowly matching this design? Now they are radically different designs, but now they look almost same. And I can have it, instead of this colorful expression, I can make it monochromatic, like grayscale. So when I go here, but the UX is same, that we want progressively disclosed exercise for taking decision. Making sense, everyone? How you can quickly make changes? And they are radically different designs. They are miles apart designs from each other. So when you create your UI components in a structured way, changing from one design to the other, see, this is a very, very energetic, lot of things happening kind of a design. And this is a more subtle, subdued. Okay, I want to do my exercise. It looks like I can do a violin lesson also like this. A very introvert, very subtle, very modern. Okay, this design also has lot of padding. So I will add, 20 pixels padding, push it. And also from the top, this guy will have absolutely, I mean, both sides, it will have 20 pixels padding. And then it will have, instead of, get, set, go, this workout, maybe I will just have a text like this, and because this is the whole design here is a very, very subtle, this thing, workouts, get, set, go, right? And then we can have this back button on the top. So we'll go here, we can have plugins, iconify back, and let's say a back button like this. You can put it here, right? So there is a back button and there is workout. So I can have this workout and the back button like stay at the same altitude. So you can have this as hug and add it here. Shift A, horizontal, center align. You can make it as a center align thing. We just don't want to, make it like this. We can say that these are our HIIT things. And get, set, go is not needed because the whole design is very subtle. K and twice the size, like this. HIIT. You don't need a pill also like this. Okay. And you just have two more things and see this design is made. So what is the essential part of this design? The essential part of this design is how we are designing the structure. So what was the difference between these two designs? Between this one and between this one? What do you think? The metadata was different, right? So the amount of information you could bring out of both are different. But keeping the same metadata also, the structures were different. It was more in a capsule shape. It was in a more rectangular shape. These are the two differences. And if you look at this, there is a strong hierarchy. That means there is a bold, non-bold, dark, light color hierarchy, right? So how do you create that is you go here, you select all these things and you choose a gray shade like this, something like this. See, now the hierarchy is better. You can have this thing bold or you can have this thing light, or, medium, something like this. And this 35 minutes, the one with the clock that we did here, we can go and choose the clock. We can add it in the main component, which is here. Control V. So it gets added here in the clock component. No fill color, just this. So now this design also has the clock in it. Clock, 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 clock. If you want any other metadata to be added here, like intermediate, no equipment, this layer, we have to go to this main component and we can add it. So our research will give us this information, whether we need this information or not. So as soon as this information is added, how much time did it take to update this? Less than a second, see? So I'm just now going to create a hierarchy here, Shift A and 0 gap between them. Now it will be more tighter. So 12 exercise. So maybe 256 kilocalories is something that we want to highlight. We will make it semi-bold and we'll make it a little darker like this. So that's how we create contrast and you create, things that you should look at. like this. Even what you can, intermediate, and you can keep on making variations of it. So you can, make a copy of it. This is where iterations happen, detach instance, and you're like, okay, can I do something like, can I take this thing, Control C, can I put it inside this, So intermediate, no equipment, 256 kilocalorie. And maybe I don't need this 12 exercises because that's what you are seeing already here. So what we are saying is that uh, you will see something like this. And I just want this, small circles that you see here. See, in between, there is a small circle, right? Between 30-minute and this. So these circles are used for spacing dividers. So I will have the ellipse tool, sorry, ellipse tool, create a small circle, maybe 4 by 4, and add it in the auto layout. Sorry, go inside, right? Like this, Control C, Control V, like this. So that you now know that, okay, this is the spacing. You can add the horizontal spacing as 2 pixels, 4 pixels, and reduce the size a little bit. Okay, awesome. Like this. So intermediate, no equipment, and there is no spacing. So it's going through like this. And maybe finally you can decide on medium to semicode. See, these small decisions, they take the significant amount of effort. So I can do Control C now, and I can make a variation of this whole thing. Now I can make another variation here, and I'll go here, detach instance, Option Command K, because I have created this component in a fashion that only if I replace this, you can see the change. I'll just go here and replace this. See, everything will change. Sorry, Control C, we're going to replace this. See, everything gets changed immediately. So how many design variations did we create after our structure was created? So in your interview, they would like to see how you evolved in this design. This is how you can show that it took me some time to rationalize the metadata, right? 3 total designs we created. One is a subtle version. And in this version, you can actually, make this thing as 100% like a strong design like this. You have, so the same thing, but here you are just making it more stronger. Alt Control, basically I'm just copying this image and I'm going to paste it in the background, paste properties. So the background will have this image. So it's a completely different design. So I will have 20 pixels padding, holding this 20 pixels, and center align, bottom align like this. See? So I will strongly encourage all of you to think in this kind of a framework. You will be able to make a lot of ideas and variations in a much less amount of time without thinking that I have to create so many screens. 16, 8, and we'll go here, we'll make it 8. 8. See, 3 different designs, 16 pixels. So little bit heavy cards like this. Now, which one do you like? You can choose 2 from there. Like you can choose this one and maybe this one, or this one and this one. And you can do a usability test. You can ask users if they like this design. So we can use these things for usability test. But see, the interactions remain same. Why is it jumping like this? Because I haven't replaced the same thing here. So we have to go and replace the same thing here. Paste to replace, like that. Now when you go here and you can do expand collapse, you will see this. So why is it jumping? Because this one has a different padding. If make it 8, 8, it will not jump. Oh, this is also jumping, so we can fix it. We have to maintain the same spacing and padding like this. 3 different designs. Is that we will learn about case studies and portfolio creation, about all those strategies and why you should create, how you should create all the stuff. So for folks who couldn't join because of the glitch in the link and all, we just started discussing about the hero section of every portfolio, where usually there is a extremely nice composition to attract people to, deep dive into portfolios. Like here, it's a mobile phone screen with the design screen. right? Different examples. Sometimes, there are three-dimensional, floating arrangement of mobile phones and all. So we just created this thing with the help of a plugin called Mockup plugin. So when you go to Mockup plugins, Mockup plugin, try to look for this green one. This is the Mockup plugin, and we are going to look for free mockups. Otherwise, you have to pay. So when you go here, you can see all these mockup plugins, all these mockup are free. So I can select this, including the background and everything. I can click on the plus sign and I can select. And when I click on crop, it adds everything with the dust and everything. See, so I can choose the size like 3000. And if I click, you can see with iPhone 6, latest iPhone 6. So when you click here, this is basically, so you cannot do a lot with it. You can absolutely write, you can convert this image into a frame and you can start appointment, make it, let's say, a little bigger, ready to, like there was kind of a brand. You can just go and bring it, Control C, and we'll go to mock operation and we'll made this thing here. Now this also. So you have made this is our branding. I can select this. I can click on K. K is for scale. I can type 4. So it will be 4 times. Right. Made is and appointment booking app. I can make it lecture 30 or so. And we can go in. Particularly make it 4 and we'll stretch it from. As you can see, we have just created a cover page concept for our doctor's appointment. So you can put it into Behance. You can export it as an image and you can import it in Behance. Right. And there are so many nice compositions that you can leverage from there. There are absolutely web things also. So we can go to the free plugins and we can select a laptop. There are so many nice laptops, mockups also. Below you can see like this one, MacBook Pro. Select this, right, crop. So if you see the proportion doesn't match it, that's why we have that crop option. Select. So recommended proportion is 3, 4, 5, 6, 2, 3, 3, 4. You can create a frame. So what happens is that a frame is created for you. Because you don't know exactly what should be the frame, right? So you can put this thing inside. Because this is too big, I'll hold shift and make it proportionately small. Okay. And now if I put this thing inside, top align, proportionately bigger, left align, and I'm going to hold it. Because I had auto layout, I can do it easily. These things, small modifications. Okay, done. We'll go to plugins, mockup plugin, rows, and we'll choose, okay, recently used mockup, this one, plus select this. Now I have used the same proportion, so there will be no problem. See, entire thing is there, crop. So now you will be able to see that entire screen is coming, paste. You can see nice cover, very easy to create. Okay. After this, let us look into our other parts of case study. So in this Figma, I have kept portfolio case. We should understand why we are doing. So Control N. Shift in is the last one. Shift to, okay, let me just show you. Okay, the purpose of portfolio. Okay, understand the way you work, understand your design process, understand your thought process, gauge your skill set, understand how your designs are translated into. You create your portfolio to call out these things. The main goal is to provide to the recruiters that the design was based on data and you know how to design and how successful. How do you create a design which is based on data? By doing research. So if you create a design, that means your portfolio, one important thing of your portfolio should be whom are you for? And have you spoken to them? Who can tell me the 5 steps of design thinking? And then basically,
Yes, sir.
is let's look at this one. Empathize, then find, create, then prototype, you test, right? So this design thinking loop is kind. So in order to empathize, you have to talk to customers. So whoever is working on it, let's look at some. Okay, so we'll quickly go through the similar topics or similar things of your portfolio. So fitness app is right, Sanket. So this is the first thing app. The goal is to prove to the recruiters that the design was based on data and you know how to design and how successful design. The constraints. Now, this is something which all of us let us understand the constraint that we will with here. About 100,000 UX designer is joining the market every year. There will be almost 100,000 portfolios and 5,000 case studies. It's very difficult for recruiter to process all this information. So on a daily basis, they go through a lot of content. So on average, they will read around 20 case studies per day with 15 minutes to read each. Sometimes it can be 2 minutes to read each. They want to evaluate you as quickly and efficiently as possible. Hence, don't focus on length. Your audience needs an interesting and engaging story-based narrative, right? So the fitness app thing, whoever, any one of you, if you're working on it, all of these things that I shared, they have this thing, design process. So tell me one thing, how can you make your story unique and you stand out when there are hundreds of people who are doing fitness app, fitness app, fitness app? What is that unique thing that you can do that other people are not doing? That is something that is going to draw attention, right? That is something, make it short, relevant, exactly, and at the same time, make it unique. So when you basically tend to, you tend to blend with all the applicants, then it becomes very difficult for people to actually gauge you. Let's look at this application. Although this product, or whoever worked on this portfolio, Karina, she has worked on a very nice visual, right? Her visual design skills are too good. Like when you look at it, you'll feel like if this person joins my team and if a lot of data comes to her, she can make a nice storytelling. If you look at it, she has made it very nice, short, crisp, not too much of text to read. Only at places she has added. But then the unique storytelling that this person has done is that it's not a formula driven storytelling, that you start with problem statement. I have done research, I have found insight, I have done low fidelity, I have done high fidelity, I have done usability. You want the so it's a Mani Ratnam storytelling. Okay, you guys might be too young when it was released. So this is a storytelling style that Mani Ratnam used, which is like 3 narratives, and there is a very weird back and forth happening. So the story is not super unique. The storytelling is extremely unique, right? Then, if you have seen Christopher Nolan, right? Christopher Nolan storytelling. So there is this nice video. If you look at this thing. This is the of a story narrative. He's a legend actually. Interstellar is made by him, and so many amazing movies. So if you look at this video, what it tells is, and by the way, guys, I'm giving you examples of movies, but this is nothing to do with movie. This is about storytelling. So you'll see that this is a forward timeline. This is a backward timeline of the movie. The forward timeline is in color. The backward timeline is black and white, right? So what he does is he first shows this part, then this part, then this, then this. And the forward timeline is going backwards. The backward timeline is going very complex equation. But if you see this video, I will strongly recommend, please watch Memento, and then you'll be relate. So this kind of genius storytelling interviews. Yeah, I'm not telling you to do forward storytelling, backward storytelling for your portfolio project. Try to understand that this is a style, this is a unique way of storytelling. So disclaimer, don't make your portfolio like forward and backward and black and color. It's about breaking the right. It is not about making your, if your interviewers go into a portfolio and if they see it, okay, cover page, then scope of work, persona, everything is predictable, right? So it goes and sits into a formula. No matter how good design you have created, it is not going to create a long lasting impact. So this is where I strongly feel this growth project. What she has done is that she started it, the first page, it talks about some intermediate screen. So some attention is built. Then when you go inside, she has just shown a user with another intermediate screen. I mean, this screen, if you see, is the full screen version of this one only. So she is working on the principle of revealing. She is giving you slowly, she is giving you bits so that you stick to the portfolio. Although she has not shown any research, she is showing a final design, but in the context of the user. Then again you go comparative, again one screen. So as if someone is doing swimming, going inside the water, coming out of the water. So it's more philosophical, folks. Don't take it abstractly. Okay, these are not absolute things, swimming things. We should not drown our interviews. This is abstract concept, guys. And if you create, then basically people know that as a designer, you can think with such depth. You are not a formula-based designer, right? Then job stories. She has talked about job stories, customer journey map. And again, in the context of training, she's showing a training screen. Canon model. And after Canon model, she's showing another screen. Someone is eating food and then the food thing. Not, someone is exercising and the food thing. So she has created an amazing user journey persona storytelling thing and with extremely less text. And then when it comes to the craft skill, she has shown amazing craft skill also. Look at the low fidelity things. Look at the high fidelity things when you will see the UI kit things. So with this level, what she's trying to do is that she's trying to create a very strong, she's trying to, portray confidence into the recruiters that I can do the job for which we're looking for a designer. I know how to do effective storytelling. I am very good with users' pain point understanding. I'm very good at translating them into insights and what I should do. And I know what should be done in terms of the design. And in between, these kind of small verbatims. So it is a hypothetical project. So no one has given actual feedback. But when you are running, don't forget to drink plenty of water, as it makes a huge difference to your health and well-being. It's just a friendly reminder. It's a notification, but a notification is not coming in a phone. but while you are, running it. So this is a very nice storytelling that this person has done. Then register, login, then the typical, all the journeys and everything is coming. One thing to note here is that she has not created the entire user flows. What she has created is key screens basically. Okay, extreme HIT, then here, okay. And this is a nice way of showing your designs. One in the left, one in the right, something like this. Okay. And from here, it goes into the healthy recipe part, track your fluid intake part. Okay. And in between, look at all these compositions. Suddenly something is vertical with a bold typo and with widgets in your screen. Even I'll tell you one thing. When I was at Samsung, there were a lot of storytelling projects and all. Finding an image of this emotional caliber sometimes used to take us an entire day. I'm not kidding. Everything is done. Design is done. Just finding the right image which can convey the design, which can complement the design, used to take us a day. And people would be just scrolling through it. You may find different images which might look like different photographers have taken them. Different color ratio, different warmth of the images, different photography styles, but consistently maintaining from beginning to end, it takes time, because it's not going to be from one source or one photographer. You're going to source all. Okay, so this is an amazing storytelling format, guys. So how much of the information should be there? First thing is that don't fill a template with your content. What is a template? Design process. Everyone knows design process. It's just that you should not overshow that I have made a design process. I will show you some example of bad results. Poor, not Captain Cars. Yeah, this is a very, very bad portfolio. Just because it is a formula based portfolio. Captain Cars, second hand car buying and selling app. So much of text. So look at, for all of you are looking at this portfolio for the first time, right? How much is this thing engaging you versus this thing? Which one do you feel like spending 5-10 minutes to go through? This one or this one? Captain Cars. So it's not about the color and everything. It's also about this guy is not sensitive also for the audience who has to read through so much of things. What we can do, my role, project timeline, who cares how much time you took? Design thinking process. Till here I have scrolled, I have found very less information. Empathize phase. Okay, so much of, look at it. Look at it. Doesn't matter you have done market research. You should do market research. But I am just looking at what data did you find from it that is going to help you create the design. Okay, competitor, direct, indirect, long list, key insight, qualitative research. Neither it is attractive, nor it is making sense. Should I continue or should I close this tab? So this is where recruiters or hiring managers will be like, and suddenly with this strong purple pills in a green background, grotesque designs, typography also grotesque, screens also grotesque. Grotesque design. Just look at it. And I know people who argue that I have followed the process. I don't care if you have followed the process. Sorry, I cannot hire you. After following the process, the final product that you have created is crap. So I'm sorry, I cannot hire you. That's it. I am hiring you. From first month, I'll give you salary. I have not opened the coaching center to teach you how to build screens, right? So people who are hiring you should actually, get output from you from first month. True or false? Tell me. Otherwise, they should pay you also after 6 months, right? If you start producing impactful work after 6 months, then you better take your salary after 6 months. But you want your salary from first month, but then you are coming with so much of unpolished resources. Please keep this design also in your reference as what not to do. Okay. And then no usability testing, nothing. Suddenly, thank you for your time. Let's connect. Okay. So this is a very, very bad example. Now the market is filled with these kind of examples. And this person has actually done everything. Maybe he has struggled a lot to create the visual design, to create an entire portfolio project, right? So much of time, effort has been put in. But I will recommend all of you pick a portfolio case study like this. And then if you look at this example, and if you look at this, yeah, do you see some similarities? Do you see this one and this one have some similarity? Even the design, right? And if you scroll, not everything is similar. So you need not get inspired from one, but look at it, images for storytelling. So, good artists copy, great artists steal. There is a saying. I'm not sure if you guys, anyone knows this thing. Good artist copy, great artist steal. So Pablo Picasso, he said this thing. This is said by Pablo. So when you say copy, you exactly copy this thing. When you say steal, you get inspired and you translate it with your own things, right? See, nothing is similar, but some essence is there. This one and this one is what we call as great artist seal. Can you connect them? Connect the essence of both these screens in context with device, like an image, and look at it in context. But okay, this is like a lady showing the exercise and someone looking at it. So this is it, guys. But look at it, the quality of UI, the quality of storytelling. This is how the world-class design quality is. This is how things look like. And in front of these people, if you show something like this, then it becomes a very, very painful thing. If you show some user flow like this, people are showing, information architecture and things like this, then it becomes a really, really big problem for you to, move ahead with these things. People are treating design systems this strong, components this strong. We went through so much of divisions and so much of understanding to how to create components, right? Just organizing all those components into all these things. We learned about accessibility things, that when the email is wrong, then add a text, apply all the knowledge that you have gained, right? Look at how many screens this person has created. This thing, a big circle with a phone. Use it anywhere. This is a composition that you're stealing. You're not stealing a design, right? Okay, measurement section, activity section. Thank you for scrolling 30,081. What are we? Okay, now let us look at it. So basically, don't fill a template with your content, break from convention and stand out with unique storytelling. So I'm again and again telling everyone, stand out with unique storytelling. And your inspiration can be anything. Your inspiration can be, have you guys seen Honey Bunny? Citadel Honey. Now and past. Now and past. Now and past. Like today and past. Today and past. 20 years back or 10 years back, I think. So everyone, they're trying to create unique storytelling to captivate your attention and all. Then don't make it like a term paper for school. I'll show an example. This Leafy. If you look at the research of Leafy, the problem, our solution, design process, user research, primary research, key insights from the survey. If you're applying for a design research position, this should be the portfolio. For a UX designer, it is too research heavy. Affinity mapping. See, I'm just looking at research question, competitor analysis, target market, user persona, empathy map, user journey map. So whatever this person learned from a course, applied everything in detail. This is called a term paper portfolio. Agree? Term paper portfolio. I'm still scrolling. After a lot of scrolling. So I will forget while I'm scrolling, I'll not be able to continue. So Leafy is basically about, let me, this is the e-commerce portfolio link. Okay, e-commerce link. So it's a term paper. Keep on scrolling. So what thing is I missing about? What do you think this person is missing? People, right? Still I'm scrolling. Finally, I'm at the end of the scroll. So this person is missing empathy with your audience. This person wants your audience to go through a term paper. Huge portfolio, see? Huge case study. Instead, the idea is that you divide your research skills, your craft skills, your device preference like mobile or web into 3 different case studies. Show versatility. Don't make one case study to be your universe of everything that you know. Make sense? Don't try to put in every single thing you have learned into one case study. And if you make similar scale 5 case studies, then apply animations. But for that, you may need to go to After Effects, or even in Figma also, you can create an MP4 and embed. I will show you some examples of animation from the finance section. So now let us look at finance apps. All those links of share we will discover finance, finance apps. So one is Nest Bank, which is okay. This is like a decent work. This one, see, it is full of animation. But this kind of animation, devices are moving up. In perspective, things are moving. These are difficult in Figma. In Figma, you cannot move stuff in angle. You cannot tilt and move screens. And even the devices are moving. So this person, and it's a fantastic visual design work. I mean, look at how the problem statement is communicated. Redefine the future of the next banking, leading the way to a user-centric financial app. So good, right? Then about the process, look at how the process, same process, but expressed differently, right? Look at this process and the process that we saw there. This time, let me pick some other bad example. For example,
Sir,
Dr. Sorry.
plans
Sorry.
sir, asking is possible to create a portfolio like When we are scrolling, if the cursor land on a particular area, then only the animation or text will reveal.
Absolutely, it is possible, but for that you cannot make it in Behance. You have to make your own portfolio website through Framer or some other software. Figma in Behance, we will soon look at it, how to embed, but your entire Behance cannot be a so Behance, let's see what full prototype, you can embed it in Figma. In Behance, you can embed a Figma prototype. That you can do. Yeah, so this is a full embedded prototype in Behance. But on scroll, when you enter your mouse, then something happens. These are difficult. So here, actually, so this is like how you embed the entire Figma theme. Zoom to it. This is embedding a Figma prototype. I mean that entire prototype into Behance. And if a prototype has, okay, yes, now it has loaded. Hey. So, but it will not be as smooth as how it would do in a framer. Yesterday we were seeing frame, right? And then another thing is that in Behance, what is happening here is Ansh, is that not your entire thing is not discoverable at one point of time. You have to scroll through it to go to the end. So yes, so you can create the entire. Basically, you create your entire portfolio in Figma only, and you can upload parts of it. What you can do, you can upload an entire prototype also and embed it in Behance. An entire Figma prototype you can embed in Behance. So here actually what's happening, Ansh, that you cannot go to a specific. You have to scroll through it, right? So in Framer, if it is a website, then you can let me show. Yeah. So basically, when scrolling, if you want specific animation on scroll, this is an entire real website where you can go inside. You can look into a project title, you can go inside, you can scroll. And this is a very basic framework for the product, for the portfolio, but you can create phenomenal portfolio websites. Again, it's a learning curve. So you don't have to look at this finance app, Kale, or this Itaú banking app. Both of them have used this. So the benefit of using animations in section is that Behance is typically made up of sections. So if I click on one, then you will see only this is a frame in Figma. And if I right click and if I save, now we cannot save. So video download helper, if I want to go and save it, it will be an MP4 file. See, the next section is this. So Preeti, can you visualize to make these things independently in, forget about the cabbage rotating, but you can create a page in Figma like this, right? All of you create a page like this in Figma. And if you look at it, all the pages are of different width and different height, which is okay. Right. Then this is another page in Figma, another page in Figma. All are different pages in Figma, and then they are exported as JPEG. And in Behance, you keep on adding those JPEG. So together, when they come and sit with each other, they look like this. So we will see how it is being built in, how it is actually built in Behance. Anyways, so now if you look at this doctor's appointment tab, this is also a bad portfolio because this portfolio starts with a mock-up screen. So the mock-up screen is very nice. It doesn't say anything, first thing. Suddenly from here, you will see someone else has worked on it. Do you think that this, after this screen, you expect a typography like this? It doesn't match, see? Lot of text, ideas, problem, solution, text, 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 text. Okay. So it looks like 3 people worked on the portfolio. The last section is made by another person. Okay. So when you look at all these buttons, just being little nitpicky, but look at it. The size of login, continue, submit, resend, verify. Typically, the CTS should have same button size, same text size. That is missing. Resend R is capital, verify V is small. So he is not into the details, right? Also, look at these screens. They have different paddings. Sometimes it is more, sometimes it is less, right? And some experimental typography, which is really wide. Okay. So when I go here, if I'm making a portfolio, I will not keep loading up some things. I will make sure that all the metadata are up to date, right? Because I'm selling my work, guys. Okay. Then if you go through it, it's not that great work. You'll feel. If you look at it, and then if you look at Itao banking app, this is phenomenal. This is phenomenally good. The way this guy has worked, and this is an agency actually, not one person's work. That's why a lot of animations are created and built. But let me click here. You will see this is one single image created in Figma. Now, can you create this image in Figma? Absolutely, you can. Who is stopping you from creating it? Right. So my way of discovering these kind of things is that I will try to build it as it is in Figma, and then I'm going to play around with it with the composition and try to see if I can represent it differently. Right. So, and I think we discussed about it a lot. Then if you go here, an icon set, how icons, okay, the data branding, usability and navigation. It is too good project actually. Professional project. You will not find any kind of loose typographic problem. If you click here, you will see these are images. Okay. So lot of super amazing pages. This is the usability report shared. Next, financial app Kale. This is one of those projects. This is also super nice. And so many examples I'm sharing. I feel that you guys have sufficient references, good references. You don't have to look for those in Behance. I've already looked for those good examples. See, this is how this person has actually emphasized jobs to be done. When I situation, I want to motivation to get referral. So when I add expense, I want them to be clearly and precisely named to get quickly identify the appropriate category for recording expense. So very nicely the job stories are expressed here. Customer journey map, kind of models, information architecture, user flow, wireframes. This is also. Yesterday we learned about. Can you guys get the screens? From right, how to get them in. So right. So direct success, number of testers. So you can actually add these things also. Okay. Then UI solution, all other screens in detail. This person has not used any mockup, but these are all small. If you see, they are all GIF images. So you can upload GIF also. You can upload MP4 also in Behance. Then if you go below other stories, so you can see tons of screens, right? And finally, thank you for watching. If I click here, so this is a very simple animation which you can also create in Figma. It's a loop animation, right? From here to here. And thanks for watching. So you screen record, you download it, make it an MP4 and upload it. Okay. All right. So basically, the guidelines that we were discussing, don't make it like a term paper. Ticking boxes of UX process was something that is essential. Don't just make it like a ticking box thing. I have done this, I have done that. Make it interesting. Then project outline, persona, empathy map, wireframe, usability study. Small and medium companies prefer generalist approach. That means they want UX and UI both. Starting with high fidelity can make the whole package look a lot more interesting. The most important thing is to show how you made it, not why or what you made. Okay. Then some guidelines that, the how is going to drive the decision of client and recruiters, whether they want to hire it. The UI, the visuals, the beautiful imagery, they drive attention. We cannot ignore it. It makes people get interested. Then and only then they continue deeper. So they scroll down and read more of the case study. The best case study are what is called a UI sandwich case study. So it starts with visual, ends with visual, and put the rest in between. Okay. So the starting visual should preferably be a collage of lot of different elements and prints. Which links this is a portfolio. I mean, jam. Okay. So the best case studies are UI sandwich. Then starting visual should preferably be a collage of lot of different elements, screens to promote. There are a lot of explorations right there. A grid view of multiple screens diagonally shows that you did a lot of work. What it is trying to say is like bakery paradise app, something like this. Diagonally arrange all your screens and put them like this. It shows difference. So before even if you start your project, it kind of makes people think that whether the final thing is good or bad. And if you look at it, they're like, oh, okay, sounds interesting. Let me go. Let me look at it. Like this. Okay. Okay. Format and platform. Behance, most popular. Notion, or your own website. Key consideration should be easily shareable through a link. What's the UX of your case study? So UX of your case study is also a very important UX. You are a UX designer, so your portfolio's UX should be very good. How do you want to drive people, to look at your work? There are some good portfolio website references. So let me see. Not all of them work. Only if I remember. Okay, not this one. When did you? This is the custom cursor. So once you scroll, the projects tend to appear like this. So if you go to above, you can learn more about when did you. Hello, ni hao. It's Chinese. Yeah, when did you? Some hobbies so that people know about you. Other things I enjoy. Awards I have won. Let's talk. Link of LinkedIn. A link for email. Very nice, right? So you land someone to your website, you sell your work, and then you go to about section. There's a LinkedIn link. You go here and immediately you can start messaging. If you have a premium license, absolutely start messaging that I'm interested in hiring you, right? Okay. Then if you look at resume, you can go here and you can download the resume also. One place like this. So this is a nice way of when you have your own portfolio website like this. Wendyjo.com. Wendyjo.com like this. Okay. So these are the ways you share your portfolio link. Then how many case studies should you include? So junior designer should include 3 case studies minimum. Prioritize the one that is most relevant to your job first. Pick 2 to 3 of your most proudest projects if you have more. Okay. Common beginner mistakes. Showing only the end designs. Sometimes you just show a couple of screens and you say, I have made. So show your design process in detail. Case studies not tailored to role. So when you show the design process in detail, that is also overwhelming. Then case studies not tailored to the role. Someone is trying to hire you for e-commerce. You are sharing a project. Yes, absolutely. You can add redesign projects also, which will be heuristic, right? Case study not tailored to role. I'll give you examples where, let's say, we were trying to hire someone for B2B, like the data table that we made, extremely data heavy B2B enterprise user experience thing. And someone came and showed projects on branding. Does it make? So you will find a lot of Behance portfolios where you can actually see this person has done everything. Branding also, architecture also, some industrial design also. People get confused to hire them. If you want, this is not the place for you to show everything. This is the place for you to show only what will bring you result. So this is a marketplace for, like when you see Amazon's marketplace, people selling their product, do you see their entire inventory? How many in stocks are there in godown and all? No. They will show you only the important parts of the product to 5-7 images. So treat your portfolio as a marketplace. So if your role is heavy on research, show more research content. Let's say there is a job where they have specifically asked that I want you to create research, research heavy UX role, also some UX. Then you better tailor your case study for UX research also, and then you share it with them. So tailor your portfolio for job. This is a very important thing which many people miss. If you have created a Behance link like this, and then if you remember, if you just go here, you will say that, okay, this looks like a B2C app, like a customer is going to download this and they are going to order bakery products from this app. But let's say the job opportunity is a very nice opportunity, but it's a B2B thing. So maybe you have to change it a little bit and make it B2B centric, managing multiple bakeries across Europe. So sometimes you have to tailor your portfolio for specific jobs that you want to do. Okay. I know it's a lot of work, but if that company is worth something that you want to work for, these efforts are worth. If your role is more on interaction design, put more emphasis on interaction pattern, micro interaction, etc. If you do not mention the problem statement, it's a big problem. You should start with the problem. Then spelling error, alignment spacing issue, blurry image, typography is wrong, all over the place, not at all accepted. No matter what you do, pay attention to details. This is where these projects, they lack the attention to detail thing. Let me share rest of the finance apps. This is also a finance app. A lot of finance app examples. Hope you guys are saving the links. This is a bad app. Lastly, I'll share some bad experiences, bad project. Okay, this is the Wendyju website. If you want to check a system website like this. Okay, how to document the case study? Create a content menu, then meaningful and effective title, overview, timeline, platform, your role, then an introduction, then your role, including the collaboration. So all these, first bullet points, if you see, the bakery app project, it does it beautifully. See, it starts with where, what, why, role, category, when. And this is a menu card, see. So without even going inside, with the first scroll, the user experience of the UX project is very nice. From here only you will see, okay, this person is a designer and researcher. This is the category. These are the things that I'm going to get at the end of it. Let's go. Okay. Then problem, goal, impact, early ideation, design principles, sketch, user flow journey map, and share your prototype with a group of users and do. This is something which is a guideline from Google. So basically Google says that, this is how you should prepare your portfolio, highlight your experience, include at least 3 to 5 case studies, show your end-to-end process, clearly articulate the user problem and the solution. So then clarify your role, clearly call out. See, this is in bold. Why this is in bold? I once, there was an interview in one of the companies I worked, and one person showed a very nice project, but it included every single thing. The feedback that my managers, their managers shared is, it seems she is doing research also, accessibility also, UI also, UX also, micro interaction also. So she just failed to explain this second part. That's why she was not. It's a very sad thing. That's why Google mentioned it in bold, black. What is your role? Maybe 2 or 3 of you are combining and making one combined project. I know many previous batch Intellipaat students, they did group projects, not the submission ones, but beyond submission. If they, basically if you group up, then both of you can share that portfolio, right? So call out what was your role and what is your friend's role. Okay. That include visuals and explanation. We recommend sharing both visual and text within each case study to describe your entire problem solving. There is a tip. Consider using infographic, diagram, and other visuals to quickly communicate ideas and tell the story. So that means don't write so much of text. Use visuals to tell the storytelling. Then provide context. So most of the times your portfolio will be seen when you are not in front of your hiring manager or recruiter. So in the absence of someone of presenting your portfolio, ensure that someone can view it, navigate it, know the exact problem and solution. So ask yourself this question. Is my portfolio easy to follow and user friendly? Does each case study reflect how I drive my design thinking and process? Does the visual style reflect my level of craft and attention to detail? See, Google is also mentioning visual style. Very important point. Okay. If you think I am a UX designer, visual is not my required skill, then it's not okay. We will go into some sample project that I created for all of you, from where you can just take these things and work with your eyes. So finding a project, yes. So finding a project topic is very, very difficult when you start. So that's why, I have added these topics. If I zoom in, you will see that these are some possible case study topic with some important parameters. Design a virtual meditation app. Who is the target user? What is the problem statement? What is the pain point? What is the value? How can you measure the impact? Top 3 competitors. So like that, below if you see, this is an example. You guys remember the meditation app? So when you click it, you land into Behance. Okay. This one. So like this, I have added some example projects. Second one is design a recruitment platform for recent graduate. Design a consumer banking experience for Gen Z audience, right? Then redefine laundry experience. So anything that you click, it will take you to the Behance. So as you can see multiple examples of storytelling. Swift wash, design process, remote workshop. See, a Miro workshop happened. So a screenshot of the remote workshop. Then most of it, see, this is a consistent styling these days. Then user stories. Then this is user flow, typeface and color. Then these are the components, social media, right? And then going below, some examples. So as you can see, this context and this image description or without description, this is a common style which you guys can follow. These are some screens, right? Book laundry, very high quality, nice UX, nice UI, extremely color, balanced typography, balanced hierarchy. Just looking at these screens, you can have confidence that, okay, I can hire this person very good. Look at these small examples. Washed clothes are more than just fabric, right? Then customer profile, very nice, very nicely made project like this. Okay. Laundry order process. Then this is the usability evaluation, how they have actually added the usability evaluation result. Thanks for scrolling. Let me share this also. Okay. And then you have designing an AI-powered mobile app for photo enhancement. Design an AI-powered e-learning. This project, especially the visual design style, is very unique. Education app. So as you can see, it is made up of this kind of a very weird design style. So this design style is known as, this is the one that Gumroad UI design style. So this style is known as neo-brutalism. So if you go to UI and web design Gumroad, you'll be able to see this similar style, these kind of colors, this kind of, elements. See the hover state, shadow looks like this. It's a very unique style of things. So what these guys have done, they have used that neo-brutalism style. Okay. The entire portfolio exactly is like kind of a neo-brutalism portfolio. The kind of a unique visual style. Okay. And then lot of example screens. It keeps on going. In between, some interesting zones are created. Right? Like this. Very nice screenshots like this. Okay. Amazing. Then you have designing an enhanced food delivery app. This is the bakery paradise app. Then fitness app, I have added growth. Loan application platform is Nest Bank. Virtual travel platform is Travel Agency app. Then pet care platform is Whisker. Then habit building app is Fabit. And this virtual museum or art gallery is also here. I couldn't find a very good example from Behance to be added, like a complete project like that. Also, some example projects are added here. And as you can see, I can create, like if you remember when we were creating the mockup thing. So I can have multiple mockups and create a shot like this. See? Right? I may not have, three different these things. I may not have three different, like a composition where three phones are overlapping with each other. But what I can do is that I can make three outputs and I can create a composition like this or like this, right? Up to me how I want to make a composition like this. So these are some example, how that food delivery app. And some compositions were made like this. Anyways.
So, to understand what do we mean by UX design principle, firstly we should have a clarity of what our UX is. So UX design is creative process that involves user research, prototyping, right? We discussed what do we mean by prototype. So UX design is a multidisciplinary field that involves creating products that provide meaningful and relevant experience to users. Have you ever been in a design meeting where you couldn't agree on what a button should look like or what copy to include in your form? So to overcome this, design principles were made so that there is no conflict between two individuals. They act as a guideline to return throughout your iterative design process. And these principles benefit design team because they help you design better, develop solution, of course, after discussing, and work more collaboratively and work together, avoiding the conflicts. So let's discuss the principle one by one. So this site I found very useful. So this is a site I found useful for this question. We'll go and see the UX design principle from there. Okay, so 7 fundamental user experience. So what are the 7 user experience design principles? First is user centricity, consistency, hierarchy, context, user control, accessibility, and usability. So come, user centricity. So what can you deduce from this particular image? Something might be coming into your mind, right? So user centricity means putting users' need first and making decision based on what you know about them and what they want from the product. For example, whosoever has designed the SketchUp bottle must have a clear idea that people nowadays follow this type of design more than they follow this type of design. So, user centricity is to build the UX process starting from the user's research to identify the problem you need to solve. Second is consistency. So, consistency is creating products that solve specific user problem, and it's essential to adhere to the UX design principle for the consistency. So, firstly, so all of us are familiar with these Google designs, right? So in the first row, the icon used are consistent in size but not in the style. And what I mean by style is they're not consistent in terms of color. So it's very important for a good application that it should be consistent. By being consistent with what users expect, you will create a product that's easy to use with low learning curve for the user. Third is hierarchy. The third of the UX principle, hierarchy, is important as it shapes how the user navigate a product. So your product should follow a proper hierarchy. For example, in this desktop layout, you can see there's a proper hierarchy like get involved, about us, our work, donate. And it considered how individual elements are laid out on a page or a screen. So more important elements you can emphasize by placing them at the top of the page, using larger fonts or color. So moving on, which is context. So when designing a solution to a user problem, you can't design in a vacuum, right? You need to understand who your users are and what context which they will use your product. So for example, some application are there which works good on the desktop mode, but it's not well on the mobile browsing. So your website must be optimized to this form. For example, mobile browsing is now the primary way most users access your website. So your website must be optimized to this mobile friendly views. So even though the website below looks beautiful when you're browsing on a tab, it's not set up for the mobile browsing. You can see it's not looking that good. So this problem is also, so understanding the context around the interaction between your product and the end user will help you factor in the potential limitation. Fifth is user control. So another important element of UX is giving the user the right amount of control over how they interact with product. They should not interact more, they should not interact less, but there should be a fixed control on how they should use. Sixth is accessibility. The sixth principle is accessibility, which is critical to use UX, and all UX designers have a responsibility to understand what it means accessibility. So one example of designing for accessibility could be to use high color contrast to ensure that text is legible for users with visual impairments. So you see that it should be accessible to all the categories of users. 7 is usability. So you can't create a good user experience if your product isn't usable. So of course, it's an essential UX design principle. For instance, the Uber app is extremely usable and easy to get started with, making it very simple. So your application should be very simple to use. Like it should not contain the field, which is of course not at all understandable by the users. Fine. So as you can see on the screen, these all are the key UX principles. Moving on to the next question, which is you're designing an app for online grocery shopping. You describe the onboarding process for new users. Okay, fine. Suppose you have designed an app for online grocery shopping for all the kitchen items, all the vegetables, fruits, and some new user is about to test your data application. So, how will your application look like? So, there should be a welcome screen, like simple intro with key benefit like fresh grocery, something like that. Second should be account creation, sign up via email, phone, or social media. Then app tour, briefly walk through a key features like search, cart, checkout, payment. Then location access. Of course, you will be needing location access for delivering the items. So request location access for accurate delivery. Personalization, gather preferences like favorite categories for recommendation. Like you must have seen like the favorite option, the hardship option, which makes your items favorite. Okay, fine. When user has added the item, it has granted the location access, then the last step is payment setup, which offer control with features like undo or clear navigation. So this can be your onboarding process for an online grocery shopping app. Moving on to the next question, which is how do you apply usability heuristic in the design process, and can you give an example of how you have used them to improve a project? So to understand it better, imagine you're using a new app and everything just makes sense. You know where to click, you get immediate feedbacks like where next to go, and it's hard to make a mistake. That's the magic of usability heuristic. What exactly do you mean by usability heuristic is general guideline for improving interface usability, ensures user-friendly, intuitive designs. So the key heuristic are visibility of system status. So suppose you're going through an e-commerce site and you're just scrolling of what to add to your cart. So visibility should be there. That it should inform users about the ongoing process, example loading bars. And users should have control and freedom. Like they should provide easy undo or redo option. Match between system and real world. So you should use familiar terms or icon which matches between your system and real world. Think of icons like shopping cart to represent your cart, a magnifying glass for search feature. Then consistency and standards. Imagine if each page of an app had different layout. It would be super confusing. The key here is consistency. Make sure your all button colors and layout behave in the same manner. For example, the checkout button is at the bottom right corner. Keep it there on every screen. Like it should not happen that in one page your checkout button is at top left, in other page it's in center, and then the next in the corner. So it should maintain the consistency and standards. So that's all for the key heuristic. Let's move to our next question, which is define universal design. So universal design refers to creating interfaces that are accessible and usable by everyone, regardless of their age, ability, or background. Suppose there is this application which only youngsters can use and the old age people can't. So that application will not be considered a good UX. So that application will not be considered in a good user experience. So the core idea is to make sure that so as many people as possible can use the product easily and effectively. And so here's the breakdown. Equitable use. The design should be useful and accessible to the people with diverse abilities. For example, a website should have features like screen readers for visually impaired people or caption for videos. So for caption for videos to accommodate hearing impaired users. Second, flexibility in use. So this means accommodate different preferences and abilities. So for example, providing both touch gestures and button. Which allows users to choose how they should interact with the interface. Third is simple and intuitive use. So application should be very simple. So not contain complex design, which should be easy to understand regardless of the UX. Then there comes size and space for the approach. The interface should be designed so that people can access and use it regardless of their body and size, posture, or mobility. This includes make sure buttons and other touch points are large enough to space properly for each use. So by following these principles, you can ensure that product works for as many as people possible, making the UX more enjoyable for everyone. So you can see here. So you can see this is a. So you can see here. This is a good UX, whether this is not. So when you order something, okay, fine, you ordered, you added in cart, payment done, and then there is this order option whereas here you can see you added something, fine, you paid, you're choosing, you're adding, you paid, and then there is this order button. So you see, this is a very good interface. So you see, this is more enjoyable for the users. Moving on to our next question, which is how do you approach designing for different user personas and their specific need in a UI project? So designing for different user personas in UI project, you're designing an application. So it is very important to conduct surveys and analyze data to understand user need on what's the demand for the user or what's the current trend which user are following. Then there should be persona development. You should create personas detailing demographics, goals, and challenges. What challenges can you face, or what are the goals which you need to fulfill? Then comes empathy mapping. Visualize user thought and motivation to identify their pain points. So, remember, we talked an example of a cup in the beginning, in which the user were finding very difficult to drink with the small cups. So that's what the pain point, and we need to analyze what's user's pain point exactly is. Then tailor design solution. We should come with customized design elements for each persona's need. Then we should develop prototyping to save our time and effort. And then iterative design and adapt design based on feedback to serve all personas effectively. So moving on to our next question, which is what are the key principles of visual design? Okay, so the key principles of visual designs are balance, contrast, alignment, repetition, hierarchy, and white space. So a principle is a way something is done and this meaning pulls through to the world of design. In other word, you can say, in other word, you can know how to use design element to follow certain guidelines. First key principle, which is contrast. So contrast is found when there is a dissimilarity between two elements. So highlight the differences to draw the attention. For example, you can make colors of your buttons differently, which will clearly show that, okay, there is this difference. Then comes the repetition. Repetition involves using elements that are same or almost same throughout the design. So in a scenario where there is collection of relative design like branding, repetition can help make the brand or idea identifiable. Okay, fine. So we discussed the Google example, right? They were following the same colors and all. That comes under repetition. So alignment for any application to look good, it should have a proper alignment. There should be organization of elements along a grid for structure. Like if you buy a phone and you don't see a proper alignment, the apps are not properly aligned, of course you will not like it. Then comes the white space. There should be a proper amount of empty space. There should be a proper empty space for the clarity and focus. And there comes balance. So harmonious layout through even distribution means your design should not contains odd and even kind of distribution, and proper harmony and balance should be there. And then the last comes hierarchy. So what we mean by hierarchy is this points to the chief idea or element found in a design to create a visual hierarchy. So hierarchy is often used when there are many elements present in a design and there are same things that need to stand out more than others. So remember, if everything is made to stand out, you might find that nothing stands out and it's just a little overwhelming. So there should be a proper hierarchy. The most important, so firstly, you determine what's most important. For example, heading. It should be highlighted. Then there comes the second subheading. Then the third. So there should be a clear order of importance using size and placement. So these all were the key principles of visual design. Moving on to our last question, which is what roles do wireframe and prototype play in your design process, and how do you handle iteration based on user testing? So wireframe and prototypes are essentially tools in the design process, especially when creating digital products like app or website. So firstly, we'll talk about wireframes. So think of wireframes as blueprint for your design. So they outline the basic structure and layout of a page, helping you visualize where elements like buttons, image, or text will be placed. So here your focus is purely on the functionality and structure without getting distracted by orders, without getting distracted by colors, fonts, or graphics. So what is the purpose? The purpose is outline the structure and layout of the page, like just the rough structure of your website. How will it look like, and how your images or buttons will be placed? Will it look appealing? Will it look bad? And what's the benefit? Benefit is they help you focus on key structures and users flow, ensuring that the interface works before worrying about the aesthetics. Then comes the prototypes. We already discussed about the prototypes. So prototype, on the other hand, take things a step further. They are interactive model that simulate how real user will experience the product. Like you can call it as a dummy product of your actual product. And the benefit, which of course allows testing and refining design concept with real users interaction, making sure that the product is not just pretty but also functional. It saves you time and cost. So coming on to the iteration based on user testing. So once you have completed with the wireframes and prototypes, you'll gather user feedback to understand what's working and what's not. So you have completed everything. You have made wireframes. You have made sure that your website looks fine. You have made that prototype at each stage. So now you have to understand how users will find out. So by testing with real users, you identify pain points and area for improvement. So this cycle of testing, analyzing, and iterating helps make sure the final product delivers a great UI. That the final product delivers a great UX and UI. So in summary, wireframe focuses on structure. Prototypes simulate real use, and they both work hand in hand to